Hold on a little bit. Yeah, the camera. Not this one. Yes, this one. Boo! Yeah, I'm waiting for people to reply me so I can like do this surprise. But by the way, you can actually see me in the horizontal view. I just want to see like did I actually manage to bring people from horizontal to my vertical from my vertical to horizontal at all? You're the one who come in first. Really, it's my super fan at this point, you. Alright, alright. Sorry, my voice is still not really like recovered yet. Try my best to recover my voice. It's just that it's a little bit too difficult when, you know, you keep eating oily stuff. It's just not going to do well. I have like a very weird dream yesterday, so I can just like tell you guys maybe. Hold on a little bit. Okay, I need to do something fun. No? Everyone's need like something going on there. Okay, okay. Okay, I need to search his name first. It's called. I will just name this thing Subway Surfer, okay? Each to everyone with their brain rot stuff going on behind the scene. Let's do something similar. But I'll do something much more different. Okay, I need to see. I can't. I can barely see the thing. Okay. I hate the fact that I can't see jack shit in my big screen. Is it this one? No, 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 no. Need to double check. Okay, I'll speed. Zoom them super duper close. Checking one by one. Well, hi there, Dub. Yeah, I haven't turned on my lighting yet, so it's going to be waiting a little bit longer. I'm working on something right now. Be patient, be patient. You know my stream, always scuffed. The fuck is the thing that I put in? Okay. This is weird. I should be able to do like the export thingy. Okay. I did an export. It's supposed to be in somewhere I know. Oh. Okay, cancel. I found it. I found it. Finally I found it. Okay, make this a loop. Now put it in my background. I'm settling this thing down in my other place at the moment. Hold on. Oops. Alright. And then put one over there. Put one over there. Um, mm, where's my... Yeah, Subway Surfer, yes. Boop! Yes, I'm going to put this thing here, but right behind me. Okay? I have some space. Just like... Just like how I did it in my shots. Let's put this right smack that behind TTS helper. TTS helper, you need to move. because I'm not exactly have any use for you at the moment, to be honest. Let's like turn off TTS helper, to be honest, like that. At the moment, I don't really need TTS helper. Okay. Put it in the right place. Hi there, Pathroot. Also, hi there, Dub. And I have to turn on the lighting. Hold on a little bit. I need to blind myself a little bit. Sometimes I get used to it too. Oop. Okay, got the key light done. And the fill light. It's been a while. Finally, I got a fill light. Which is going to blind my left and right light. I think I need to smack this thing right more in the centers. Easy for you guys to see. Alright! Doing great, doing great. Or I can do something funnier. Go to filters. Okay, effect filters. Again, 3D panel! Oh. Ta-da! I put not enough milk, sadly. All the milk haven't like been using for a very long time. It might be stale a little bit. It's not bad yet. It's just it's not like super fresh now. I have to like finish up the milk faster. So I will be grabbing my milk and then just finish pouring it out. Okay, be back soon. And I'm back. Yeah, having this thing is like a subway surfer right behind me is like nice. I already have quite a lot of things happening right behind me already. I'm just keep adding more stuff to distract the shit out of everyone while I'm just like talking and stuff. And yeah. You need to clear up my gosh dang voice too. need to remove this thing. And hold on. Still trying to do something better. Yes, group selected item. Main chat. And then now I can add you properly without any issues. Do is just go back to the 3D panel stuff. Right. Let's readjust this thing again. And then the corner. I increase the thickness. That's a little bit too ridiculous, so no. Sharpen the corner. Don't really need the scale, but I can add some wiggle on it. Ooh, too much. Wiggle, 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 wiggle. Yeah. Wiggle, 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 wiggle. Yeah. Oh, wiggle. Yeah. You hardly can come up with any name anymore for yourself, Dub, because YouTube have changed their policy. I will never be able to see your name unless you change the alias. Ha. I still think I ordered the angle a little bit. Since they're already wiggling, I don't really need to have a too strong of an angle. Else it's going to be too sideways. You talk like a gosh dang fucking serial killer at the moment. If there's no context, YouTube might actually report you. I mean, like, actually, they will report you. Not me. YouTube themselves. It's fun and all until the popo start coming in. Should be. But I'm still adjusting quite a lot of stuff. It's been a while that I'm doing like a big renovations in my OBS. I still miss the day on my like battle station thing, you know. Too bad I don't have the time to actually make it, and it's too lag to kind of like stream it too. So I never did know that. And also try not to get me banned too. YouTube like AI system has been really ban happy lately too. They often like ban people with like associated with ban people too. So yeah. The problem is not because that you have context or not, or like it's a joke or not. AI do not distinguish jokes, sadly. Yeah, AI can't distinguish those kind of things, sadly. Technically, even human barely able to do it. AI is even worse. There's quite a lot of people like on YouTube got banned because of those kind of stuff too. So again, have to be very careful of what you say right now in YouTube. That is just the fact that I'm going to just let you know. The entire content creation scene right now is a horror show at the moment. Hmm. Wait a minute. Why is it not there? Ah, here. Okay, good. What's I doing again? Ah, yes. I need to share my Ko-Fi and VGen. Have to pin this. W better sponsors me. I need to draw lots of Oshi. I need to draw lots of anime characters. Or else the boogeyman is going to get you. Not me. Boogeyman's a different one. He would take you out and force you to dance forever. He would just keep saying the most cringy shit in the world. Let's boogie! Yeah, this is a new type of boogeyman. He would drag you out from the night and then take you to nightclub. And then start the booty dance. Hi there, Maya. Well, it depends. Like the boogeyman is very like fit or not. Yeah, doing great, doing great. Still working on my Donothon stuff. Um, oops. Already at 160 stakes. Not a lot, to be honest, but still. I might actually remove the tuning wooden sword and just straight up go to the treadmill, you know, and then I would need to add one more. Speaking about this, I need to add this in. Okay, okay. That's like two things I need to add in. That will be one more incentive. Not incentive, like stretch goal. The stretch goal will be 25k. Okay. Color all work. I did on November Donothon. Yeah. So this is new things. Anyone who, if I manage to get like 25, 2050, not 25k. 25k is a lot. I can essentially just give free art for like a solid year without with just 25k in my fucking bank. If anyone to do that, feel free. If you are kind of like some sort of like super rich crypto bro. Um, Aside from that, yeah, doing great, doing great. Have been drawing quite a lot. This is the latest one that I've been draw. The last 2 days. Yeah, right. It used to be like I stream every single day, but I have way too many audience that is coming from like from the western side, which is not exactly the healthiest schedule to watch my stream. So I decided to, you know what, I can't do too much for them. All I can do is alternate my streaming time. So I sort of like, stream one day and then make video, create content for another day, and then stream another day, create content for another day. Just rinse and repeat that way. At least they would have like 1 day break instead of like 1 day in between like stream watching break. I know it's everyone's like life. It's your own life. You can do whatever you want, but still, I personally would still feel a little responsible when I stream every day, and then you know, people just constantly like flooding in. You know, that just keep watching me. I don't like if I just normally like say hi there and then have a little bit of chat stream for an hour or two and then it's off and then I went off, it's fine. But literally, quite a lot of people stick with me for the entirety of my like 5 to 10 hour stream. It's not really healthy for them. They literally stay up late night just to watch me until that gosh dang morning. I'm not sure to be impressed at that dedication or impressed at myself. Am I that actually entertaining? Oh, might be. Might be outside. I don't see buffering. So I want my viewer to at least live like a slightly more healthier life. They will take a break or not, I don't know. Again, it's their life choice, but I provide that space for them if they want to use those time to work on their own stuff, to watch some other VTubers or YouTubers is their choice, okay? But I have to leave out a tiny like gap space for them so they can like take a break or something. Do 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 do. Do, 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 do. Depends on where you're from. In Malaysia, the internet has been actually legitly quite shitty lately, especially like after the Cloudflare. A lot of country internet still at the fritz at the moment. I'm streaming using LAN, so I don't really have any issues. But the Wi-Fi signal has been actually like even in. It's really hard to know that for my room. But yeah, I'm just 1 bar at the moment, 1 or 2 bar. I do feel bad like that one time that that I'm working. Okay, I go outside to eat. I order the food. The food came. I'm using my e-wallet to pay. Gosh dang, bar is gone. It's out of service for some reasons. I have to go around, walking around, trying. Like I literally had to leave my food on the gosh dang table, hold my phone, going outside the fucking road to find like some signal so I can pay with my fucking phone. So lesson learned, at least have like some cash with you. Yeah, might be they doing maintenance on your cell tower and stuff. Usually that is the case. So yeah. My nose is like too clogged. Like the ill night just like shoot it in and just immediately leak out because it just hit the gosh dang wall. It doesn't even like go into my nose. Well, you can try to play some games. Not all games have to be online. So I was like taking a look at some other things. Social mingling is still a thing for being a VTuber, especially when I need the jobs. Also, out of nowhere, surprise boot. Ooh la la. Well, you're doing good here right now. Well, for me is a lot of people, yeah, a lot of people and my friends, they all assume that I am, yeah, they all assume that I am somewhat of an extrovert person because I chat a lot, I talk a lot, I'm very active. But in reality, I'm actually an introvert. It's like I make friends, but here's the thing: I make a lot of friends, and I can talk a lot about my friends and stuff. But in reality, I don't really hang out with them that much. I just remember the detail very much. So I'm also like the kind of like guy that like don't really actively go and call people out to hang out. People come to me. I don't come to them. I'm that kind of person. So like generally most of the time I somehow get quite distant with most of my friends, but also very close because when I call them, they will immediately reply back. Because I so rarely reach out, I'm like the rare like kind of like RPG event that happening. So the moment I want to go out, everyone just like drop everything and just come to me. I am in the friend group known as the third wheeler. Not just a third wheeler. The what kind of like the what kind of things that you guys normally call it, like the guy that like everyone cheated at, cheated with. Yeah, I'm that friends in among like in my entire friend group. So like it's basically somehow they all prioritize me rather than their significant other. Sometimes, including with their significant other, they will literally prioritize me instead for some reasons. All right, Pathroot, go and have fun. Good luck on the writing. So there comes to the times like yeah, it's like hey, I want to go watch a movie, and then like they would just like drop everything and just go watch a movie with me. And like oftenly, somehow when they like the two like the couples going out or something like that, they will call me and include me into it for some weird reasons. I'm not even sure why. At that point, like I say again, I am the third wheeler of the entire relationship. I didn't even volunteer to go into it, but I usually are in between. Even now, like all I'm 30 years old already, and most of my friends are either having like a very successful career, or they just want to focus their own life, or like they already have family like kids, which makes things like even harder to hang out. But the weirdest thing is I essentially are the godfather of everyone's kids. Yeah. What are you doing, Jimmy? I don't know how to do. I'd never watch a Soprano. Is it Soprano? Oh no, the Mafia. Yeah, I never watched the Mafia at all. I'm too. Even though I'm 30 years old, I still think like I don't know. Some people say it's very like interesting, but for me it's like I'm not that into like the like the that particular era of the movie. Not really sure. I into medieval stuff. I into like more like traditional ancient stuff, but and also I do love a lot is the Victorian like era timeline. But when it comes to the probation timeline, it's a little bit it's like iffy for me. It's like I watch like a bunch of incompetence people doing lots of things. Just that. Yeah, it's basically that. Like the probation period is just crime. The entire history of probations is just endless crime. That is the only thing that's been happening around that time. So there's no other story aside from crime. So other things is yeah, not like actual cheated on when I say that. So good kings, you can drop your popcorn. Actually, it's like the joke among like the friends that because I'm always there and I'm basically the first choice of everyone hangout guy, and also the mediator of everyone, and also basically everything about everything. I basically know like both people most of the time. They be like, hey, going out with who? Oh, Kiray. Yeah, you're fine. They are that kind. I'm the kind of persons their wife will literally like give them permission if they say, "Hey, honey, I'm going out. Have a drink." Like with who? Kiray. Oh, you're fine. I'm the guy who they will give 100% permissions to go out with. Sometimes even they are going to tag along with. So again, I'm the gosh dang rare event that like will happen for their life. In my entire life, I know like this two things is like I only got like two state of people that know me. It's like I won't really say like in a way like they fucking love me. It's more like they get along with me like super well, and also like they are the kind that they can't stand me at all. Yeah, it's like literally like only have like the ultimate spectrum of left and right. There's no like a meh opinion about me. It has been like quite like a familiar scene for me at that point because I've been like seeing those kind of like stuff like happening to me a lot. Because I do know when like someone actually do not like me, they really fucking hate me, and I realize that it's a pattern that they are actually quite similar to me when it comes to like you know understanding personality wise. I and then slowly I understand this one thing, like my particular personality and like kind, we do not fucking like each other's. We have the ability to gravitate to a lot of people, but we also have the very high ability to like repulse with each other's because we have a while we trust a lot of people, but we don't trust ourselves. So when we don't trust ourselves, we meet someone that like ourselves, we will immediately say, hmm. And then he also like, hmm. And yeah, that is basically communications. Like that there's so many time, okay, there's so many time I see any people that is remotely like me that I don't like them. I will immediately just go off the rail and in my brain like put like categorize like people I don't like them. How like who that you can think about it as like really similar to like the way I would behave, I would list it down. Fucking pirate software. Yeah, that narcissistic like egotistical bastard that would never say sorry. It's not that I will not do that. It's more like the way we behave, the way we will gravitate toward the thing, the way we will proceed with our conversations. Usually will be like that. At least I will say sorry. But for a guy, like this is why like we seen a lot of our versions that gone wrong. We do not want to go wrong that path. In a way, I am quite an egotistical bastard too. Okay, I'm not going to deny that part about me. It's like if I get the chance to self glaze myself, I would do it to know tomorrow. That is the only few ways that I can really admit to people. It's like I have my ego, I have my stance, and I have my own convictions, and I will stand by my fucking convictions. I'm not like those kind of Twitters. Twitter freak will just like start a fight and then just back off. But also because of that, a lot of people, instead of fight or flight, I choose fucking fight every single time. So I become like that annoying person who will always try to discuss or argue stuff, or like you talk to me one thing, I will immediately reply you. Some way or form is like trying to confront or like having a fight with you. But not exactly. It's more like my nature is just to react to informations. Not react to informations. That is the worst version of it. It's like react to conversations. It's like I'm like a NPC that like if you play games, you can choose not to say you have a dialogue tree, okay? You can choose to a lot of dialogue, and then like that's like you can also choose not to say anything. I'm the guy that will never choose not to say anything. This is why I'm great at playing Telltale games, I guess. I seem super humble is because I know I can turn into pirate software if I just don't be careful of myself. If my ego decided to take over, I will become pirate software in no time. So I have to always either punch down myself, or my family know that part about me. They also constantly trying to punch down myself that way. But you guys cannot. You guys don't have the right yet. I have to keep controlling myself, else that I'm just going to turn into an egotistical bastard. I cannot maintain myself in the echo chamber, because when the moment I touch an echo chamber, I will become a monster. I know the fact that is the part about me, so like I will always be a very public person. This is why I got a public Discord, and I refrain from always like um to conversations with people, like only like in DM format. DM format is like super like one-to-one chatters. So it's like if you did anything wrong, if you talk anything like wrong, sometimes people just either agree with you or like just be like, nah, it's fine. It's the Kiray thing. And then they just like let me do the Kiray thing for too long, and then I'll just become like the egotistical Kiray instead of like why I'm calling myself in third person as well. It's just me just going to become egotistical. I have an affinity to become one. I'm trying my best not to become one. That's the best case scenario that I'm trying to like force myself into. I have the affinity to become a narcissist. I have the affinity to become a very very evil person, if I really wanted to be honest. So I always try myself to always choose to act good, or choose to like be humble as much as possible. Because if I don't do that, I would just be like the kind of persons that might have a lot of people like. Because again, like when it comes to internet personality, you kind of notice the pattern. The more ego of the person like have it, like the more kind of like people like gravitate toward them. You look at like Pirate Software, Hassan, like any other like trouble streamers, even Miskift, that busy that wuss-ass bitch, okay? He still have like a lot of people watching him because he have this very high ego like with him. So like it becomes like a thing that can consume him, but people love to watch his like the way that he, you know, throw himself out and lots of stuff like all those kind of things. I don't to talk about people too much sometimes, but I like I say again, like I seen shit. Let's make me much more bigger. Oops. Yeah, actually this size is okay. It's just the other thing that I am in is not for some reasons. Hold on. Oh, this was a different thing. Okay. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. What about people who pretend to have? Pretend to have what? Oh, you mean a fucking liar? Then they're a fucking liar. Lie is actually really easy to spot. Okay? It's not like that inconsistency or not, this and that, yeah, that stuff. Maybe it's easier to spot for me because I'm also a fucking liar. I choose not to lie, but I know how to lie very well. Because here's the thing. When it comes to being a liar, you kind of like sometimes find out the way they did the lying in the most stupidest way that people can see. The problem is the liar do not really care about them getting like exposed or not most of the time. Like if I lied to a significant others and I lie to a random smuggle out of nowhere, it's a totally different different things like happening, okay? If in here I view everyone as a friend, obviously I will not lie to you guys. But here's the thing, if I start to view you guys as an entity, as a chat itself, I can just lie whatever I want if I wanted to. It's because the benefit of the doubt, how many guys would you actually go around and fact check and then found out that I lied and get hurt? For me, I built a relationship with a person. When the relationship is built and if I lie to them, I feel bad. And if they found out, they are hurt. When I also see that when they are hurt, I also feel bad. That's the thing. But if I have no single relationship with them except a transactional relationship, like you can see how a lot of like people like content creator influencer they lie the shit about everything is mainly because they never establish a relationship with you in the first place. This is why I always like will tell people not to simp. You can have like funny relationship, like just have like some jokes, chat, all those kind of things. Never try to get too into the relationship with the influencer because essentially, ultimately, if they lie to you or not, it doesn't harm them. It harms you. This is why they lie. This is why they can have a choice to lie to you straight out without any consequences. And that's a fact that you cannot escape. And it's a personal choice. There are a lot of good, very good liar that just don't want to lie. Doesn't mean they can't lie. Also come parts with the life experience and everything, you know? It's like maybe you lie a lot in the past and then like you just originally never really have like a solid relationship with anyone. And then one day your lie actually hurt someone and then you just like, you know what? Yeah, just not going to lie anymore. Just like that. Those kind of things can happen a lot, and or like some very big mistake you make for your entire life. You didn't betray anyone in your mind and thought, but you do think you betray yourself, so you didn't lie. Again, like lying is a very very like subjective thing. There are some people who are choosing the most dumbest way, that they'll be like, I don't want to become a bad person because bad person lie, so I just never lie. There are people like that. I essentially are very close to being one like that, but I will still lie if it's like a white lie, or like I just don't say it. That's all. Like if I'm in a situation the truth actually hurts, I would just not say it. But as you guys kind of like already know me long enough, that I really do not hold back the way I say things. And the thing I say, I will still truly convicted and believe that it's real. That it's not like real. I believed it and have conviction of the word I say. This is why sometimes my truth, correct or not, real or fake, really hurts people. Because most of my friends know this thing, I'm a very genuine person. So when I go into lecture mode, they actually are scared of me. Like I say again, this is why like there's a lot of people like in the VTubing scene, or like in many like streamer scene, they, even though like they interacted with me before, they also in the same time scared to talk to me. I may have audience, but also same times, my audience I would say mainly is creators. They won't be like a random smucko want to come in here and then just hear a blatant truth. The reason why liar is having a lot of like, generally you do notice like the most popular like streamers or content creator, they lie the fuck out a lot. One of the reason is because they want to hear what they want to hear, not because they want to hear what you want to say. Okay, I never really go and target and say something that people want to hear. I say my piece and then I'll be done with it. But doing that actually like makes me having less like audiences because of it, because I'm not essentially like, there are many point in time I'm not actually trying to entertain people. I'm trying to like teach people, or like trying to like, somehow it turn it into like lecture lessons. Sometimes it's about me. Sometimes I'm just trying to talk to myself in some sense, just to teach myself, like teach the, like I see you see some other people that chat with me. I see the younger self of me. I essentially just trying to give myself an advice. It's a very selfish thought, I know. It's like, I say again, I'm not a very good person. I'm more or less, instead of saying selfless, I'm more of a selfish person. But my selfishness does tend toward helping people, because my selfishness is not really helping the me now. It's more like helping the me in the past. Boy, oh boy, if I actually can like go back to when I was young, I would change my life like way a lot more. Hold on, I just realized the music. There is no music. Oh yeah, have you guys seen like Seen like the post I just posted in my Discord. So that's the thing I talk about, like the animations is kind of like fucked. Not actually fucked. I mean like AI tech is sooner or later is going to mature, but this one is haven't really matured yet. But I would say this thing is like 25% complete. This kind of like animation AI tech. See? With a person who have like actual like editing like skill and like story writing skill, they actually can make quite a lot of stuff. It still like requires some more times to actually like cook it if they really want to like cook it like nicely. But yeah, like you can see essentially this thing is like completely made with like AI, Sora. And then there's like another tech out, this one. Basically just toss an image into it, you would just turn it into animations. See? From the first image, like you take a look at it, you already understand it's like a still image, and then they toss into AI, and then the AI just like, you know, turn it into animations. When I say just 25%, because like they almost have zero control of the entire animation. It's not like you feed one like keyframe into it; they would just like turn it into an entire episode or something. It doesn't work. Doesn't really work that way yet. They still can't really like have a coherent, like consistent linking story and scene together to make stuff up. It's close, it's close. And then like another one you can take a look at it is like the ability they can do this. Yeah, AI. Ooh la la. See? Now they can even like consistently like track the lake this way too. They know like there's like table, and then they'll be like, oh, they are behind the table. Oh, the lake is also like you can see usually when it comes to like AI animations, it's the lake is usually is going to fucked up when they moved. Now they aren't. Like this one is like this one is made with like the one that you just see, the one that used this one I remember, yeah, clean like 2.5. It's still like experimental things. See, this is like one scene, okay? When I say 25% again, like it's because like they try to render one scene and then use this scene to render another scene, okay? But you can see like it start to like fuck up the face a lot. See? It fucked up the artifact like face a lot more because it can do one scene consistently, but if you need this one scene transition to the another scene is going to be very difficult. This is like 1.5 version of it, so you can kind of like see like how much they upgraded it. This is one post to another post, 2.5, and then this is 1.5 versions. The entire face fucked up, and they don't even know what the fuck they're doing. So the tech is like maturing really fucking fast. I would say after 3 or 4 years, yeah, 3 or 4 years that we basically are fucked. The more impressive part is about like AI animations. Is not just the fact it's made by AI. The impressive part is the tracking of the background. That is the most important thing. I wish they won't do like the character like AI track that much. But I do wish they have this tech available for the background. Hi there, bunny babe. And then recently too, like this is like past like maybe a month or two. There's like hold on. There's like this like new AI tech they just had is doing doing great. It's just at the moment I'm just like explaining a lot of things. Oh, you guys can't really see it. If you guys want to like have a little bit of more conversations with me, I have like my horizontal scene where I have a totally different like screen. I'm showing some other stuff. Talking about animations and everything. And right now we are on to the topic of you know, AI and animations. I have to scroll quite downward to find this particular thing. Hold on a little bit. Yeah, this is like the Vtuber, a different one. This one have like much more like live 2D kind of like soft animation going on there, and they have like this is the Grok one. Then like the where's the one that I found? It's like really nice one. If anyone know or like seen like the Twitters have like that that like drawing like meme things happening there, like they have to draw like the chin looking up kind of like free rent. Yeah, that one. Actually, ooh la la, man, Rock, stop winning. So when it comes to animation, drawing chin is actually really hard to track because anime chin is sharp. So when you look up and down, left and right profile, it have like a little bit difficulty to like track them very well. So nowadays, AI can't really do that. Back then, AI like 100% cannot do tracking that well. Okay, but nowadays you can see like they can do stretching, like the clothes can fold and everything, and let's see. Yeah, you can see like the hair track. AI, by the way, everything I show here is AI. So another thing is, oh shit, I'm really like ran out of voice. Wow, where is it? Yeah, this one. Again from Vtuber. Vtuber have a very neat tech when it comes to like drawing. Sorry, I need to drink some water. My voice completely disappeared right now. So have you kind of see like how they actually can track chin and like the shadow of the chin that will cast and the proper like proportion of how anime chin usually was capable to draw? Like, see this? They can do this. This is a 2D thing. They fed them 2D image, one 2D image and a prompt, and then they can do this. So yeah, welcome to the 21st century, I guess. We're not even quarter away. We're technically just quarter of the way there. Who knows what will happen in the futures? We have to ask Doraemon. Oh wait, my camera is gone. You guys should let me know about this. Okay, I'm back. Recalibrate my face. Okay, should be working now. Nah, I can't really glow in the dark. I didn't drink enough radioactive material. Speaking about this, we should have some fun today since I start my stream early. Let's go for Mugen Train. Mugen Transit. Let's go to watch this. I'm gonna have some lots of fun.
Look, by now it's no. How do you?
Was the volume good? I need to do some volume tests first. Ranking. Yay. I should make myself a little bit smaller. I don't want to block the glorious Mugen. Holy shit, this is like a 1.5 hour movie. So let's have some fun watching it. And anyone who is like from the vertical side, if you guys don't know what the fuck I'm doing, I'm just like let's pin this. Okay. Go to watch in the horizontal. Go to the horizontal stream to watch. And then And to zoom it in so you guys can see the title. I don't want to steal Muujin shit, so you guys have to see the title.
How do you go from averaging 6 viewers per stream to 40,000 in just a few years, reaching 192,000 on your most viewed stream of all time? Well, that was Miskiff, a normal guy who used to be a Twitch fanboy and who in just a few short years would find himself hanging out with those same streamers that he had admired, calling them friends or coworkers, and finding them reaching out to him in order to be a part of his streams because he had outgrown them. And to take it a step further, he had co-founded an organization with streamers that he used to watch in his bedroom. Streamers that were there from the absolute beginning of Twitch. Miskiff's success story was unprecedented in both its speed and scale. So how is it that you can go from the top of the world to the absolute bottom, isolated from everyone you used to call a friend? Well, all it took was one stream from Emiru on the 25th of October 2025. She is one of the biggest streamers in the world, and in that stream she would reveal to us that for years she was in a secret relationship with Miskiff, and in that relationship he did horrendous things to her. To the surprise of everyone, Miskiff in just a few hours would come out with his own response during a live stream, and it would be terrible. It would be catastrophic. He would confirm the majority of the things Emiru was saying while trying to twist it into something else that didn't matter at all. He had essentially managed to make the situation 1,000 times worse, and guys, it was already terrible. And look, by now I'm sure you know how internet drama works. When it rains, it pours. And after
The more you watch him, like the more I kind of like look at his face, I'd be like, I don't know the taste of women. Is this a face of a woman would immediately when smitten for? Is the unibrow that powerful? I actually almost have a unibrow, but I always like shave like the like the faded line that it have, like kind of like not making it like unibrow. But yeah, it's like does people like unibrow at that point? Like again, for me, in my viewpoint, I see Emiru is like a 10-10. So this guy managed to score her. Okay? Okay? It's weird. I guess you have to be like super narcissistic, egotistical to actually get a girlfriend. Also have a gun.
After Emiru's statement, many others would come out with their own statements about their own experience with Miskiff and how much of a terrible person he was. This once incredible success story had gone from inspiration.
Again, he behaved like a wuss ass bitch. Like that's the thing. Like I think I'm also like that too. I don't really encounter such situations that much, but I would be backing off very easily. I'm the kind of people who I call it like the beta alpha, okay? Basically, like if I'm in a situation in a group that like nobody take charge, I will gravitate toward being the guy who taking charge. But the moment soonest there's like one authority figure there, or like someone who is slightly more capable than me, I'll be like, I'm backing off. I'm that person's, okay? So in this sense, I think I'm also a wuss ass bitch too. So I'm calling him out that. I'm also calling myself out.
Inspirational to morbid. And Miskiff, once at the top of the streamer world, was now completely and utterly isolated. So what the hell even happened? Well, look, as someone who was chronically online on Twitch during the rise of Miskiff, I think I'm pretty well equipped to talk about this topic while also explaining to you what made Miskiff so special, how he was able to rise to fame so aggressively only to so violently lose it all overnight. So you already know the drill by now. Let's do this. Art comes in many different forms, like this ancient Japanese illustration in which an octopus is doing certain things to a woman. There's also this illustration of that same woman killing that same octopus. I think there's like a story there or something. But the point I'm trying to make is that art is subjective. which is how I can explain the fact that I consider these 4 new sugar-free premium energy cans from Gamersubs
Oh,
to
this
be
one I can
pure.
jump.
Let's get to the video. Alright, so as I mentioned in the intro, Miskiff was essentially a nobody. He was an average guy, he completed college, and he was about to work a full-time.
Every single streamer used to be a nobody. Every single content creator is a nobody. And then we become somebody. But really depends on your luck.
Job. He would have a bit of a health scare and would end up in the hospital. This would change his perspective on things. And that's when he would decide to start streaming. The only problem was that, well, he was getting 10 viewers. And as soon as he felt that he was making some sort of progress with the viewer count, reaching 24 average viewers, the next month he would go back to 6. This is the reality of being a small streamer. It's hell on earth. And he was getting very frustrated at the fact that he wasn't growing at all. This is when he would decide to diversify. He would make a YouTube channel. It was called Miskiff at the time. Today it's called Miskiff Documentaries because he renamed it. But the idea was very simple. Miskiff was a streamer fanboy. He was very active in many of their communities, which gave him a keen understanding about what makes a streamer laugh, their sense of humor, while also taking into account their community's inside jokes. He would use this knowledge to create documentaries on some of the top streamers at the time, except they'd be mostly inaccurate. They'd be full of false info and inside jokes. It was mostly meant to be comedic. That's because Miskiff was hoping to showcase his own sense of humor. His first video would be titled Who is Tyler 1? And to his massive disappointment, it would barely get any views. He'd start to spam this link in multiple communities, hoping that someone would click on it, would watch it, would react to it, and eventually someone would. Miskiff was truly hoping that Tyler 1 himself would react to this live on stream, but instead what he got was Tyler 1's brother, erob221. He'd watch that video on stream.
Now, here's the thing. Being a content creator, okay? Sadly, I'm going to let you guys know this particular patterns I've been seeing. Being a content creator, okay? If you really want to be one, have one unhealthy obsessions. Can be a positive unhealthy obsession, can be a negative unhealthy obsessions. You can see this one, like unhealthy obsessions of Tyler 1. That, or like streamer in some sense. He want to become a documentary like streamer things. It's like Nosagi Bunny. Like he is like a very like you know, a very like obsessive with like VTubers. So he want to know that how VTubers succeed, how VTuber formula this and that other stuff. There are like histories, every single like fascinated things about like VTubers, and then he made a channel entire out of it. Miskiff essentially like start his channel this way too. For me, I don't exactly have an obsessions anymore. I think I way past my prime. That is like the saddest part of that. That one of the reasons I'm not really hit off as a streamer is just that I'm just a guy in the internet right now. Like the unhealthy obsession part of me has died down a long time ago with my age. Yeah, that's part. Ooh, yeah, I should make something else. Like, hold on a little bit. Do 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 do. Yeah, hold on a little bit. Need to set this thing up. All right, good.
And that would be one of the most defining moments in Miskif's career. That's because Erob would enjoy it, he'd laugh at it, and his chat would love it too. Seeing that many of the top streamers would share many viewers, they'd start to post that video in other streamers' chats too. Miskif would then make a video titled Who is Greek God X, one of the top streamers at the time as well, and he would react to it live on stream in front of 12,000 viewers. These videos would start to gain traction, and Miskif was reconsidering maybe he wanted to be a YouTuber since he was finding so much success here compared to Twitch. But before he could even begin to see whether these YouTube videos would actually bring in more viewers on Twitch, he'd all of a sudden receive the opportunity of a lifetime. This is what truly changed everything.
Why you choose
Look, by
this
now,
kind
it's
of
no
screen
secret.
out of
Twitch
everything?
originated
My
from
eye!
Justin.tv, a website that was originally made for you to be able to stream yourself to strangers while they interacted with you in chat. Twitch would be created purely for gaming content. Justin Khan, the founder of Justin.tv, would see that there was
Purely
big demand
gaming
for
content.
gaming-centric content, especially with the rise of esports.
This is my ironic laugh. Sorry, I overdid it. But yeah. The irony.
This is when he and his team would create Twitch.tv purely and only for gaming content. If you wanted to do more vlog-centric content, then you would just have to go to Justin.tv. However, at some point, Justin.tv would shut down, and Twitch would be bought by Amazon in 2014. However, around December 15th, 2016, Twitch would make a big decision. They would now allow you to do IRL streams, in which you vlog yourself walking on the street, going to a restaurant, whatever. This was a very big deal because prior to this, you were not allowed to stream on Twitch unless you were playing some form of video game. And one of the first streamers who would take full advantage of this change, of this shift of content on Twitch, would be Ice Poseidon. Before doing IRL, he was an old-school RuneScape player who lived with his parents. What made him unique at the time were multiple factors, one of them being his very loyal and loud community, as well as his song requests, in which that community would request songs that seemed legit, that seemed real, while randomly sprinkling in the N-word and other slurs to make him react to it and then say, "You're banned," which at the time made him blow up. After the introduction of IRL streaming, Poseidon would move from his home in Florida to Los Angeles, in which he would become a full-time IRL streamer. Barely 7 months after the introduction of IRL back on Twitch, he would be featured on Rolling Stone with an article titled "On Air with LA's Most Wanted Man, Life Streamer Poseidon." A year later, the New Yorker would send a reporter to Poseidon's house to start documenting his life. He'd end up writing a very lengthy profile about who Poseidon is, what he does for a living, and how it all works. It was very in-depth and would take you around 41 minutes if you want to read it. Look, I don't even know if I can explain to you fully just how much of a big deal this guy was. You really had to be there. He was revolutionizing not just streaming, but the absolute definition of what good content was. He'd find himself...
Yeah, was emphasized on. Now, RL streamers is basically just going around trolling people, sadly. Oh, someone in. Hello there. Someone in, someone out. Is it? I heard it. I hear it.
Himself in ridiculous situations and would make content out of anything and anyone. His community would be global. I mean, it was so powerful that you'd see...
Hold on. To boost this up a little bit.
Random graffiti like this of him on a wall. Not to mention that even to this day in 2025, if you type "richest man in LA" on Google, you find his picture. That's something his community did on purpose so that he can go flex to random women on the street and hope to pick them up. Today, in hindsight, his content seems average, but back then he was the first to do it. He made a video, for example, about how he made $5,000 while sleeping, in which viewers could pay money to request songs to wake him up, and that's something that even streamers like iShowSpeed have done today. But what really changed everything for him was when he would do the RV trip stream, in which he would get a bunch of his friends on an RV and tour the country randomly, impromptu, and would create some of the best, most memorable content the live streaming world has ever seen. Now,
yeah, and now,
back to...
nowadays, all the RL streamers just nuisance streamers. He established that. He basically founded it. Not actually founded it. It's more like he established that kind of like streaming behaviors, but really got reinforced by fucking Logan Paul.
Miskiff had made a video on his channel titled "Who is Poseidon?" and Ice had reacted to it with 11,000 live viewers. He found it funny, his community loved it, and so that's when opportunity struck. Poseidon's manager, Brent Caskell, otherwise known as Scuffed Steve Jobs, that's a name Poseidon's community gave him, would reach out to Miskiff and tell him, "Hey, remember RV Trip 1? I'm sure you watched it. We're about to do RV Trip 2. So how about you come along to the sequel of this legendary stream, and maybe you can make an actual real documentary on Poseidon this time." Miskiff would immediately take the opportunity and fly out. This would be in the summer of 2018. However,
how is his eyebrow was not that fucked up yet? Okay, now I get it, but still, how is his eyebrow keep getting progressively fucked up as time passed? The fuck happened?
as always, there was a complete miscommunication between Ice and his manager, with Ice introducing Miskiff as his cameraman for the trip, and that's exactly what ended up happening. There was no documentary to be made. The man behind the camera for most of the trip was Miskiff. But that's not to say that Miskiff didn't have memorable moments himself, making his own mark on the stream and being able to showcase his sense of humor. Look, overall, just like the first trip, the sequel managed to be just as crazy. And this time, Miskiff managed to be a part of it. Back during 2018, anyone who watched or had anything to do with streamers knew that this RV trip was happening and was keeping up with it in some shape or form, including the subreddit Livestream Fail. You see, initially, this subreddit was made purely to share fails that would occur on livestream. Since it was live, it meant that the odds of bad things happening was way higher than usual. The subreddit would truly peak during the H1Z1 days, in which you would see a bunch of streamer bugs, drama, and fails. Soon enough though, the subreddit posters, as well as the mods themselves, would realize there were only so many fails to find on Twitch or even YouTube. It's not like 100 of them happened every day. Soon it would be a place to post any highlights from streaming, whether it be funny moments, memorable moments, sad moments, you name it. But during the RV trip, both the first one and the second one, Livestream Fail was littered with clips from those trips. Like, you could go to that subreddit every day and the entire front page would be full of clips of what had happened the prior day, because not everyone could keep up with everything happening, right? It was the biggest advertisement ICE could have ever asked for. Hell, even bigger streamers at the time, like Dr. Disrespect, would hint they were keeping up in some way or another with this RV trip. It was that legendary and unprecedented. This was like reality TV show without the scripts or the producers. This was reality, period. And people couldn't get enough of it. Unfortunately though, RV Trip 2 would end in a disaster, in an incident dubbed Horseshoe Bay, in which Ice Poseidon would very nonchalantly, with no empathy whatsoever, break up with his crying girlfriend live on stream because he had cheated on her with her friend in the same hotel he booked her. This turned his entire community against him, and he was overall hated like never before. And of course, throughout this entire event, Miskiff was the cameraman. I mean, you already know at this point. His very powerful community would revolt against him and would vow to boycott his streams unless he stopped being such a stupid person. And while his hate was at an all-time high, the livestream fail mods saw an opportunity. Ice Poseidon was very controversial. His community was uncontrollable, and overall, he was a liability. So they initiated a community vote to ban Ice Poseidon from livestream fail. You wouldn't be able to post anything about him, talk about him, nothing. And seeing that a huge chunk of livestream fail users were also part of Ice Poseidon's community, this was perfect because they could give him a big middle finger. Everyone knew how much the subreddit helped him to grow. So they voted yes. And Ice was banned from livestream fail for many years to come. In the meantime though, Miskiff completely avoided all this negative attention. During the RV trip, he had met streamers like Erob221, and they had followed each other. In fact, he had networked with quite a few people. And so after the RV trip 2 had ended around June 2018, he had started to see momentum on his Twitch channel that he had never seen before, going from 6 viewers to a few hundred. But that of course wasn't enough to live out his dream. No, he would take it yet another step forward, moving into a house with a bunch of other streamers like Erob221 and creating content together. Look, by this point, if it wasn't obvious yet, Miskiff was you. He was a normal person. He was someone who just watched streamers, and now all of a sudden he was sitting in a room with all of them laughing. Many people who were dissatisfied with Ice Poseidon's behavior started to watch Miskiff instead and would support him monetarily to see him live out their dream. They were essentially living through him. And they would make sure that no matter where you were on Twitch, you would hear of him and his new community. For example, someone would make him an emote, and he would call it Miskiff Egg. Now, in order to network, he made it a point to always raid someone after streaming. And I mean, you guessed it, they usually were bigger streamers. After he would raid a streamer, the only thing you would see in that streamer's chat was this obnoxious ass emote. His community would spam it so much that most streamers would actually end up banning it. It was impossible at this point to not know who he was, or at least have heard of him. Barely a few months later, you'd find him on the Scuffed podcast that was made by Trainwrecks TV. And in it, he was so comfortably sharing his sense of humor, having conversations with some of the biggest streamers on the platform. Trainwrecks would make it a point to bring in smaller content creators from time to time, but none of them would shine through like Miskiff truly did. It's as if he had prepared his entire life to become a streamer, and now that he finally got the opportunity, he was excelling at it. And it showed. Most of his streams at the time would be spent playing marbles, in which users in his chat could race each other to get first place, or he'd straight up just spend his time doing the most random, ridiculous things you can imagine, like doing front flips on his stream, shaving his head and his eyebrows, staring at a wall for 10 hours. I mean, truly, it was the Wild West, and people loved it at the time. As this was happening, and around the end of 2018, people would start to realize something. The livestream fail subreddit, once known to share fails of streamers and then eventually talking a lot about Ice Poseidon, would now become a forum that fueled Twitch drama. Didn't just talk about it, but actually played a critical role in it. I mean, this right here is the front page of livestream fail from the Internet Archive back in 2018, and you can see that whenever there was a big Twitch ban, whenever there was drama, whenever there was a highlight, it was always on this subreddit. More than once, you'd see Twitch drama that was fairly niche make it on the front page of Reddit, which would attract tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of people. It wasn't just all about highlights anymore, this was also about gossip, about drama. However, one familiar face you'd start to see often on the front page was Miskiff. He had a talent of making many clippable moments. He could turn a serious moment into a humorous moment, he could make a boring moment into something ridiculous, and everyone would start to clip it and share it, knowing that they'll get free Reddit karma. In fact, his clips would become so damn common that livestream fail would make him a filter. This was a very big deal at the time because look at the people that also had a filter. Dr. Disrespect, Soda Poppin', Trainwrecks TV. There was a filter for drama, and there was a filter for XQC. This guy was now one of the greats. And mind you, this
Again, that's like a very funny thing is about this is like, so far from what I heard, there's actually quite a lot of Miskiff stuff is manufactured by himself. How should I say? When there's a potential meme that did manage to exist, okay? When there's a potential meme that managed to exist, like that, you know, like the egg thing, or like basically like some things that going on, like this kind of like his like antic and stuff, okay, and his viewership. He bought his viewer. He when see like a meme is like happening, he will actually pay people to either exaggerate the meme or like spread the meme out, or basically it's that jobs to kind of like sensationalize the meme as much as possible. So essentially a lot of people like from the live stream fail as time progress is under the paycheck of a lot of like big streamers. Miskiff is kind of like one of the people who started like this kind of behavior. It's not like started this kind of behavior. I mean, like it already does exist, but he more like the person who overused it. So, like even as Mongo or like everyone in the OTK did talk about it is like this fucker is essentially the most botted person inside the OTK. Like a lot of people from OTK is like they know some people sometimes like their viewer bothered them, but they maybe like there's even someone bothered themselves up a little bit. But Miskiff is like the kind of person who will bot like 10k viewer inside his view, that kind of things. So far is what I call the alleged thingy. Not really sure it's real or not, but when Asmongo is the one that say it, I'm not really sure. That guy don't really call out people on such specific term out of nowhere without any receipt. But he's still a very like, you know, kept it personal person, so like he's not really like showing out to people. He only mentioned it. Tectone is the one that actually like showed the receipt and everything about like botting and stuff. So I do tend to believe like he does quite a lot of like manufacturer popularity. While this thing is like very common in Hollywood and everything, basically Miskiff like I say again, like he is a person who understands how a streamer functions, how to become a streamer, how to push yourself to become a streamer. Basically, like when this kind of people exist, they understand a lot of strategies for how to manufacture your own success. I can do it too. Like I say again, if I really want to go for the evil route, I can do it too. But I choose not to because of moral reasons. And another thing is like I don't have money to do it. Okay? In my younger time, maybe. But right now, I really have the moral obligation to feel like it's really scummy thing to do, so I just don't do it. But yeah, it's like quite a lot of like big streamers is either like you can kind of like see the pattern, right? How a person become famous. There's clip like getting viral, this and that, yeah, that stuff. I can tell you a lot of things. While there's a lot of organic viral stuff, for a lot of famous like YouTubers, streamers that actually like most of their viral moment is manufactured. May not be manufactured by the creators, it can be manufactured by their super fan, you know? Sometimes maybe like there's like that one or two fan is like really dedicated for that creators. He want him to success. He will go ahead maybe like make a channel, maybe even like work a little bit of part-time job, push up a few bucks to actually like spend it on some things to push up the streamers. they will do that. Instead of just donating the streamer, they want them succeed. So they will do a lot of things to push the streamer up. Maybe like they also watch them a lot. Like say again, like you learn like that, oh, I have this meme going on there, what you kind of like think about it, and then you decided to push that meme. You like find some artists, make the art, and then like oh, the meme is running well, and then you try to run a campaign for the meme and like do a lot of activity behind me that without me knowing, and then the moment I know that, I'll be like, oh, when this thing become a meme. Like this is like a thing that um a lot of people would have encountered, especially for people who is like more or less like on the popular side of like the being a streamers, or being like YouTubers. Those kind of stuff like really does happen a lot. Look at closest like things is like back then when like T1 series versus the PewDiePie stuff. Like a lot of people are really going around manufacturing popularity and like not exactly propaganda, but it's like creating a lot of meme, a lot of push for that particular creators or things and stuff, just to like give them a little bit extra push and everything. Is a somewhat, in a sense, you can say organic manufacturing, but there's also inorganic manufacturing popularity in there. You get it. It's like so if you want to see it in the way, botting is not cheating. For them, botting is a marketing. This is why how a lot of people see. If you got a meme going on, you pay someone to like spread the meme out, it's just a marketing of yourself because that meme is you. What you do. You want to emphasize to people that this is you. So you pay people to make a clip, pay people to like spread out the clip, this and that other stuff, doing lots of marketing stuff, and then voila. And then you pay a lot of maybe like actors or like accounts just to like, glaze on that meme or like just have some griff or fun in the meme, this and that other stuff, just going around, spreading everywhere. And then the mob mentality is developed. The moment the mob mentality develop, okay, they will go around and just turn it into a thing. Okay? One of the things is like sometimes can be intentional, sometimes can be like unintentional. Like Neurosama. Video have like this like mod mentality of like video have this like really super high sexy risk energy. Almost every girls that kind of like met him more or less got smitten by him. Not even kidding, he actually can do that. One of the reason again is not exactly manufacturers, it's like because everyone say so, it become a thing. If everyone keep calling me humble, they would just always think me humble. If everyone call me a bitch ass wuss guy, like I will become a bitch ass wuss guy. If everyone call me a fucking liar, I actually will become a liar. Because again, everyone lies. So no matter like how untrue or true it is, the statement, the more people talk about it, it will become a thing. And then that is like the so-called part about like the what you call the manufactured popularity come from. It's like a very special mob mentality that you cannot escape from, that you can make it yourself. Because like it does, while it does happen organically, it still can happen inorganically. So you really will never know they did it themselves or other people did it themselves. Did it for them. It's a really like unpredictable thing, but I can also be very predictable by paying people to make it happen. Before that, let me go to the toilet first. I'll be back. Okay. Marinate the thought about this a little bit. If you guys want to help me manufacture my popularity, you go ahead and have fun with it. I will teach you guys how to do edit and stuff. Try to be my propagandist. Alright, I'm back. What was that? Ah, yes. Him being manufacturing his own fame.
Happened in under a year of him getting off RV Trip 2. It was insane. He was finally starting to see the fruits of his labor. He had gone from a few hundred viewers to now having over 1,000, and within the beginning of 2019, he'd have over 3,000 live viewers. This already took him from being a hobbyist to someone who can do this full-time and make a lot of money doing it. But of course, to Miskiff, it wasn't enough. There was so much more he wanted to do, and he was only getting started. But the question was, how do you go from having 3,000 average viewers to later reaching over 7,000? How do you go from the top 1% of Twitch to the top 1% of the top 1%? Well, the answer is one simple word: parasocialism. On April 21st, 2019, a user would post a clip on Livestream Fail titled "Scuffed Pokimane brings actual content to Twitch." It would be upvoted over 5,000 times and would end up on the front page of the subreddit. Here's the clip. Watch.
This is Bean. His name is Bean. I didn't name him.
Pokemon used to have fucking ego?
He's probably 6 months. He was hit by a car a few, oh, they're really excited about that. He was hit by a car a few months ago. So I just got my falconry license and I'm rehabilitating him for a couple months. So I just fly him every day, and I weigh him every day.
So yeah, the whole point of this clip was the fact that she kind of looked similar to Pokimane, but was actually bringing real content to the platform.
Not actually
showcasing her
Pokimane.
hawk while being very confident about it. As always, Miskiff would waste no time. He saw how popular she was on the subreddit, he saw how many viewers she gained after that clip was posted, and so when he found out that she was trying to build a PC, he reached out and gave her some advice. Of course, it wasn't mostly helpful, it was mostly comedic jokes, and it was really just for content. At some point, Maya would give him this look of desperation and it would actually become a very popular emote. What would happen soon after, though, is that they would actually keep making content together. And Miskiff would notice fairly quickly that every clip posted of these two on Livestream Fail would get upvoted to oblivion. I mean, guys, as someone who unfortunately browsed this dumbass subreddit every day in 2019, I can tell you right now that not a single day went by without seeing a clip of Miskiff and Maya on the front page. It was getting ridiculous. People were shipping them hard, so it's no wonder that in just a few months, Maya would move in with him, and this would be their reveal. Watch.
I'm going to meet her family.
That's not it. That's not what he was gonna say. That is.
Oh.
Chat, we're roommates.
We're dating. He's my boyfriend.
Look at how excited the
I'm his
chat is, dude.
girlfriend.
Look at these people. Look at how excited everyone is. You're probably wondering, why are people so excited over two streamers dating? Well, it goes back to the whole parasocial aspect. Miskiff was a normal guy. His viewers saw themselves in him, thinking if he can do it, I can do it too. They lived this dream through him, and also wanted to live the dream of finding a girlfriend like Maya through him too. And now, yes, this is very wholesome, this is very nice, but you've watched rom-coms before. You know that all the excitement's gone once the couple kisses, right? Was this going to be...
Sorry, you guys will not see that in me. I'm not a very romantic person anymore. I used to be one, but not anymore. So did not expect this kind of scene for me. Even if it's going to happen, is most likely is just my girlfriend will be like very fucking excited for some reasons, and then I'll be like the okay. Yeah, I will be that guy. Sadly, I am that guy. Like, if you watch Lily Pichu before, essentially, even if I have a girlfriend, most of the case, it will be like the Lily Pichu, like, condition is like, Lily Pichu will always, like, gush and, like, craze about, like, talk a lot about, like, her boyfriend, but her boyfriend essentially be like, yeah, just that. I'm that kind of person. Like, it's more like I won't show like public public affections or on those kind of things is not really shown. It's more like when it comes to affection, it's more like a private thing for me. It's not like a very public thing for me. And there's definitely a lot of streamers they show public affections. Sometimes, if it's a girl, it's normal. Okay, if it's a dude, they are using it for clout. Okay. Generally, it's a dude. If he's not like those kind of like really like K-pop like very girlish guy, like generally guys won't do that unless there's a benefit of doing that.
To be the case here too? No, it wasn't. If anything, the parasocialism got even crazier. When Miskiff would cheer Maya up on stream, it would get posted as a clip on Livestream Fail. There will be wholesome moments in which Miskiff tells Maya that she doesn't deserve him, she deserves better, and that he's very grateful to be with her. Aww. On Livestream Fail. Oh look, another clip of these two with over 8,000 upvotes. Oh hey, that's another clip right here.
Again, have you noticed everything's in Livestream Fail? At this point, if anyone watch enough like those kind of like Kazan drama, Tecton drama, all those kind of like really like drama heavy stuff, you understand Livestream Fail. The people working in Livestream Fail, they literally are under a paycheck. Okay, they're working hard for their paycheck, and they definitely are paid. And they're definitely trying their hardest to manufacture drama and sensationalize drama or like stir shit up. But sometimes if they don't want to get shit stirred up, some creator will come and pay them, don't stir shit up for me. You can see like there's a lot of like drama stuff will just get deleted out of nowhere, but sometimes there was still a lot of like similar drama just still like on top of the site. You can't really stop it unless you pay them. So in a way, like I say again, a lot of things is actually really that made up in Livestream Fail. Everyone in there is under a paycheck. Maybe some of them getting a little bit more to do some extra stuff in there. Okay?
6,700 upvotes. Would you look at that? The same amount of upvotes. Again, another clip featuring them both. Guys, this got so ridiculous that at some point someone...
See? Same amount of upvote. Like, here's the thing. Like, once again, this guy paid for stuff, okay? I paid to get 7,000 view. I will get 7,000 view. I pay for get like 5,000 live view, I get 5,000 live view. It's a package, it's a thing, it's like a yearly stuff. It depends if you want the annual package or like the monthly package or the weekly package. Depends on how much money you have. You can do whatever you want.
Someone posted a clip with the title, Maya eats some of her cereal and then breathes. And within the span of 6 hours, it would get more than 4,000 upvotes. This was meant to make fun of the state of this subreddit. It was literally just a place to post clips about Miskiff and Maya at this point. You see, this subreddit, even though it had evolved into being a space to discuss Twitch drama, still had a big void that wasn't filled after the banning of Ice Poseidon. This new parasocial aspect between Miskiff and Maya would definitely fill the majority of that gap. And thanks to this subreddit and many of these clips going viral, sometimes being on the front page of Reddit, many people will start to find Miskiff. There's this thread on the Miskiff subreddit asking out of curiosity, when and how did he discover Miz? One of the top comments says, oh yeah, he made an impression of Tyler 1 and it was a clip on Livestream Fail. Another one would say, oh yeah, it was a clip in which Maya was explaining to Miskiff that a skunk was not a pet. There are so many comments in this thread, I mean there's 451, and so many of them will point to the whole Maya and Miskiff arc. No wonder the guy went from 3,000 average viewers to 8,000 right before becoming official with Maya. And look, some of you may not be fully aware of what 8,000 means, but just to give you some perspective, sponsors will pay you $1 to $2 per viewer per hour when you play a game, for example. So imagine what 1 hour of a sponsorship would be like. Imagine 2, imagine 3. This guy would be making some yearly salaries in just the span of a few hours with this view count. From many people's point of views, he had already made it, essentially. But to Miskiff, there
now
was
you guys get
always
why.
more room to grow. The numbers...
Now you guys get why I say there's an incentive to manufacture your own fame. You get what I'm saying, right? I'm a very honest motherfuckers. If you really, I can tell you I can do this shit too. I choose not to. That's the reason why I say I have moral. I can choose not to have moral. Maybe one day, if I'm really that desperate, or if you guys want to do it for me, like I say, like, I'm the guy who not willing to stab people. But if you want to stab for me, like here you go. Yeah, that's just me in a nutshell. Yeah, guys, happy. You know what? Let's put this thing on in here. Some people teach me like I should like put a title, so people kind of like can see like what the heck I'm doing. Okay, good. Continue.
Could always go further. And seeing that the whole Maya and Miskiff arc had come to a conclusion, he had to move on to the next bigger and greater thing. And for that, he would take direct inspiration from his mentor, Ice Poseidon. Gordon Ramsay is one of, if not the most successful celebrity chef on the planet. But you see, just like
What are you?
Idiot
sandwich,
he was a nobody,
What are
someone
you?
that had done
Idiot
technical college and done a bit of
sandwich!
catering here and there. However, he had that hunger, that drive, and he wanted to be the best, so he went to the best. And at the time, that was none other than Marco Pierre White. Marco was, and still is, the youngest chef to ever attain 3 Michelin stars on a restaurant in the UK. That is the highest honor a chef could ever hope to achieve, and he did this while having the reputation of one of the first chefs that had a potty mouth. This guy would absolutely torture, destroy his staff. I mean, people would come in and try to work for him. After a day, they would leave. He would kick out celebrities from his restaurant if they gave him attitude, and he was seen as a rock star. Gordon would absorb everything he could during the span of the 2 years he worked for him, and would then go on to establish his very successful businesses. I mean, truly, even if you were to ask him today, he would credit much of what he learned to Marco. If you want to be the best, you simply learn from the best.
Yes, simply learn from the best when you want to know how to become a very, very famous person. All you need to have is one advice from me. Be a potty mouth that say fuck you. Yeah, it's just basically like that. Long as you manage to curse it in a very, very fucking hilarious way, then it's okay. YouTube don't like you to say fuck you, but when you say fuck you in the most ironical way, they are letting you do it.
And that's exactly what Miskiff did with Ice Poseidon. During our V trip too, everyone was just having a good time, being high, doing whatever, but Miskiff was there providing entertainment but also sucking everything like a sponge, understanding what made Ice special and seeing how he operated. Many of the things he learned with Ice would stick with him. And after he had received unprecedented, crazy, insane momentum due to his relationship with Maya blowing up, the next step for him was incorporating everything Ice had done thanks to his influence. Now, some of it would be very direct, right? Like poaching the brains behind Ice Poseidon's operation and hiring him instead. Jacob was the man who set up all the tech of Ice Poseidon's streams, kept track of his dashboards, his stats, and even his financials. Miskiff would later hire him to work on operations for OTK. We'll see what that is later. And at some point, he would hire one of the most longtime cameramen of Ice Poseidon, Victor. Now, this was very straightforward. It was very obvious what he was trying to do, but he would also take it a step further. You see, Miskiff understood that a big part of why Ice Poseidon had become so big was because he knew exactly how to use the people around him for content. He didn't manage to do all this alone. He would literally go out randomly on the street with no plans, meet up a random stranger.
That's the thing. He's successful for reasons, okay? He is successful because he is a content creator. True and true. Okay. While there are people who stream for fun, making content for fun, have friends and that stuff, we can make a lot of I have a very big friend group in like VTubing side too, but I rarely actually interact with them like live in quote unquote live stream format or like collab format is because I intended to actually be their friend. Okay? Even when I'm streaming, like doing any collab content with them, I would just like collab. I'm not even streaming. I would just be there as a friend instead of like doing a stream, focusing on like the streaming instead, or like use them like a gosh dang puppet as a PR show. Because of that, I'm not exactly that famous. Because of that, I'm not exactly that known. Despite I know quite a few big people, I rarely will be the one who come up and say, "Hey, want to do collab together." I rarely doing collab nowadays also too is because like ping issues too. I kind of like do hate the fact that I aside from want to be like playing games with my friends, I want to play games with my friends while I'm being competent. Okay, like keep having lag issue, become like the guy who always like have skill issues is a little bit embarrassing. uh
and make an entire 4-hour stream with them worth watching. But Ice, just like any other streamer, would hold grudges, would have a blacklist, would have people they don't want to interact with if they wronged them. Miskiff was willing to throw all of that to the side if it meant getting more viewers. There was no limit. There was no cutoff point. There was nothing you could do to him that would stop him from collaborating with you if it meant more viewers. Here are some examples. Around April 2019, Miskiff would go to PAX East with another streamer by the name of SVand. They would meet up.
like I say again, like he is a guy that when he do stuff, there's a reasons and an incentive to do it. This is why, like, if you say he didn't manufacture his own fame, it's fake. Everyone does that in some way or form. He just did it the worst way possible.
A cosplayer, and that cosplayer would very openly start to talk dirty to Miskiff. She'd start whispering things in his ear, making him blush, and telling him things like, "Call me daddy." After she would leave and the conversation would end, he would look at the camera and jokingly say, "She sucked me off." To which SVand would say, "Really?" jokingly. A month later, both Miskiff and SVand would get banned for a week. Why? Well, because Jenna, the cosplayer, didn't really like the clip. She didn't like the fact that she was drunk, and she didn't like the fact that Miskiff made that joke, so she sent her lawyers after Twitch to copyright strike their VODs, which made them get banned for an entire week. This had happened a month after Jenna had messaged SVand telling him, "Yo, I didn't really appreciate the joke," and they settled it privately. The outrage was incredible, right? The entire community was rallying against her. In fact, it got so bad that she was even copyright striking Reddit posts made about her. Another post would get made calling her out, DMCAing other posts, and it would reach the front page of Reddit with 22,000 upvotes. It was looking really bad for her, and it was also very bad for Miskiff because to him, it's as if his career had ended suddenly for a week. He was having a very hard time mentally to deal with this, and would even cry in the shower about it. He would reveal that later. Now, usually, right, assuming you were in Miskiff's shoes, you would blacklist Jenna. You would never want anything to do with her ever again, right? Well, 3 years later, he would actually invite her to his stream. They would collab together, and he'd end up uploading YouTube highlights of the stream itself. To this day, his most...
If a person done dirty to me, okay? Unless they come to me, I would never contact that person. If you guys like watch me a lot, you've seen it before. There are people that I ban, and then they came back. If they don't mention they are that person's, I'm fine with it. But the moment they rear their tail again, they are going to get banned immediately. Sometimes I notice. I would just choose not to notice. But still at the end, you guys understand that if someone actually do piss me off, hardly they can do anything to me, with me, or try to. They can force a conversation out, nothing will come out. I'm known to be a very chatty person, but again, I also don't like people like trying to use a lot of a gotcha moment that they just want to kite you to talk about some stuff, and then it'd be like, "Hey, you say this thing like past like few stream ago, you say this, now you say a different thing." this kind of gacha is something I really fucking hate. It's not that as if like, you know, they reminded you or something like that. If it's like, oh, I have a convictions of, like I say again, I'm a man of convictions. So if I say like, oh, I don't like this because of that fact, and I stand by my convictions, I will keep calling like Miss Kiff like wuss ass bitch, because from what I heard and from what I see him, he is a wuss ass bitch, and then I will keep calling him a wuss ass bitch until one day maybe things got out. I know him a little bit more. I know that he's not wuss ass bitch anymore, and then I will correct my statement. I'm a guy with conviction, but also same time will admit my wrong. So after I like usually, especially like some people that try to play gacha moment with me, is they actually see that process and then they try to gacha me by saying like, "Hey, you did that last few days ago. Why you have different tone now?" They were there when they witnessed me change or like understand new information and then have different statement, but they will on purpose go back to a few months later on stuff, and then they'll say you have different opinion then. What you want me to say? Do you want me to like invent a time machine, go back to the me from the past and punch the shit out of me so I can disappear? Like, what do you expect? Yeah, that's like how like a lot of the conversation go with like lots of things. But I do see a lot of people like on the content creator side, it's like they are really forgiving for some reasons, long as when money is involved. I won't do that. Unless it's like super big money. If you say like you're going to pay me $1 million to stream together for one stream, I'll tolerate that. If you're going to say like I'm going to give you $10 million despite I betray you, cheat on you, I will give you $100 million and then stream with me for your entire life, I will not do that. One time thing, I'm fine. If it's a forever thing, oh fuck that. If even you sponsor me for lifetime, I won't do that.
Viewed video of all time on his channel features her. His third most viewed video is also with her involving shock collars, and she would make an appearance another 2 different times with very highly viewed highlight videos. This didn't just help her redeem herself in the eyes of the community, it obviously led to way more viewers on both his YouTube and his Twitch. This was someone who was clearly unstable, who was very irresponsible with her lawyers, who got him a week-long ban and made him scared to lose his entire career, and yet there she was, redeeming herself in the eyes of the community while giving him many views. This was who Miss Gift truly was. But it wouldn't end here. He would really go after anything that got him views. At some point, a fairly known streamer by the name of Slicker would be outed as a scammer. He would scam other streamers over $200,000, asking for loans, asking for help, and it would end up actually being used for gambling. One of the people who was affected was a longtime...
This is what I hate the most too. You guys already know I have medical conditions and I do live a difficult life, but I try my best. There's like a reasons that I never really try my best. Like sometimes I do a little bit here and there, but I would not use it as my fucking catchphrase that I live a tough life, I need help, please give me money. If I constantly say that, it would fucking works. Trust me. The problem is, I do not like the fact that I use people like that. Sometimes, like, it's in the nature is like I should do that, but there's so many fucker like this exist, okay? There's so many of this kind of fucker exist, makes me reluctant to actually ask for help. There's so many people are getting taken advantage of. I feel sad for them. And you know what? My friend even told me, I told this to lots of times, like my friend even like scolded me back that you should take that advantage, else like some other fucker that actually have bad intention took that advantage. And now a bit, but I'm not that bad, you know. My condition is bad, but it's not that bad. I'm not dying from it. I'm just having difficulty living as a normal person. Uh, now make it sound that it kind of is, but still. I don't know. It's like I'm not like I'm mouse, not like I have like immunodeficiency. I'm just dying. I'm just really dizzy. I can't do a lot of things sometimes. Like even like a few minutes before, I was like super fucking dizzy. Actually, my entire brain is like spinning around this and any other stuff. I can't form my thought and word that properly, but I have to force myself because I'm talking. The good thing is about like when I keep talking, like I get distracted, so I'm not as dizzy. Technically, it's still there. It's just that like once you get the wheels start rolling, you really have to stop, so I won't get like that dizzy. This is why when I yap, I don't stop, because the moment I stop, I would feel like my head like have like some certain recoil happening, and I would be like, my entire brain would just like it feels like it just dropped. That kind of stuff would actually happen to me. And sometimes, like halfway talking, you guys like realize like I would halfway talking, I'm like a guy with fucking dementias. I'll be like, what I was talking again, and then I completely forgot like the things I'm talking about. Is because my brain just suddenly like twist 360 twice. Like someone just slapped me so hard, and then I have no bone connected to my neck, and I just like my entire internal brain just spin twice. Happens so many times, it disrupt my thought process, and then I just totally forgot what I was like either talking about, thinking about, or doing. Essentially, it's not going to kill me. I have a really bad balance because of this. I have a like is essentially ultimately it's the ear issues. My ear always hear ringing. I always have trouble walking. I try my best to like lock up my body so I can like walk better and do a lot of things better. So I look almost as if like a normal human as much as possible. But sometimes I'm a little bit too good at doing that. No people actually see any issues on me until I get like really really bad or like get just slightly sick, and people immediately can see like, are you exaggerating or something? Like because they normally don't see me being weak at all. The moment I just slightly weaken, I just immediately crumble. I'm like a gosh dang like you know, tungsten metal. It's really hard and sturdy, but the moment like it touched the breaking point, I just immediately shattered into dust. I'm that kind of person.
Friend of his who was dealing with cancer. He had scammed her for over $50,000. It was a scandal of epic proportions, and no one wanted to talk.
Yeah, this kind of streamer exists. Okay, like that boogie nine something fucker, fat fuck. Like he does that too. Lots of people does that. Okay, I do not want to take people advantage that way. You know, I know there are people who are literally are in worse condition than me, and they can get the money. But again, my friends keep telling me that no, no, and no. I should take advantage of it. I have illness. It's not like I don't have it. I even have a fucking paper to like evidence on everything on it. It's not going to kill me, but it is disrupting my life. So I should actually do it. And like I say, like at least they like if anyone sympathize with me, like at least they are actually giving money to someone that actually needs it instead of like some random fucking scammer. Like if I got like extra money, this is like the thing that he like told me. I still remember really really well. Like the way that they said he told me is is a group of friends, but one specific friend. The way he told me is, even if I actually get more than I need, okay, even I end up getting more than I need, I can just donate it to actually people who needs it. I was like, shit, you actually like He does have a point. He does have a lot of point. I'm the I'm the stupid guy in the group, okay? Like with like very stubborn moral reasons, I won't do a lot of stuff due to like seeing this kind of stuff. And most of my friends is just trying to convince me that I'm a dumbass idiot due to my moronic moral. But if I keep using my condition as a gosh dang, like my fucking catchphrase at that point, I don't want to turn into a guy who like live his life fully relying on that. You kind of catch my drift, right? I rather want people like donate to me or like support me, sponsors me on my content, on my work, on many other things that I do, instead of like, oh, I donate to you because like you have this. It's a very different thing, you know. And then there's this kind of fuckers.
To Slicker at all. He was pretty much deemed blacklisted. It was over. Except, of course, for Miskiff, who would invite him on his stream to hear his side of the story. He would bring him on, he would bring XQC on, he would bring Hassan on, and he would even bring the cancer patient who he scammed out of $50,000 on too, where they confronted each other and Miskiff just sat there ranking in the views. And hell, if that wasn't enough, Alinity, the streamer who famously said let's copy Stripe PewDiePie, and who also threw her cat on stream while at some point feeding it vodka, was easily, by 2019, one of the most hated people on the entire internet. At some point, in a teary-eyed apology, she'd say that she's sorry, that she didn't mean these things, that she's trying to be better, and that this isolation, the fact that she had lost all her friends and is hated by everyone, is leading her to have some very dark thoughts. Still though, no one wanted anything to do with her. She was radioactive. No one reached out to her, no one talked to her, no one wanted to help her redeem herself, except one person, of course, Miskiff. He would at some point invite her on his podcast and hear her side of the story. He would help her redeem herself in the eyes of the community, and it would actually end up working. In fact, she'd become a recurring guest on his streams, always collabing with him, always being part of his events, and it really showed that this guy took Ice Poseidon's philosophy to the next level. He didn't just know how to use others for content, he also didn't hold.
He don't have content. His content is inviting people who have content. It's like a talk show, you know? Sometimes there are talk show that the host is the, you know, face of the entire talk show. If the host is not there, the fucking show just doesn't work. You know? It's the interaction between the guest. But there's also talk show that completely rely on the guest.
Grudges. He prioritized views over emotions, over feelings, and it worked tremendously well, to the point where he'd even beat his own expectations as he embarked on his newest journey, which would be the formation of OTK. On June 25th, 2020, Tips Out would announce that he was leaving the esports organization known as Method. This was someone who was fairly influential in the content creation sphere, and many were wondering what his next steps would be. Well, they wouldn't have to wonder that long, because a few months later, OTK, otherwise known as One True King, would be announced. It would be yet another network for content creators, more specifically streamers, and as you can see here, one of the founding members was about to be Miskiff, alongside other big and renowned streamers, with Tips Out being part of the leadership. They would make their official announcement on the 11th of October 2020, with the founding members being S-Fan, Tips Out, Asmongold, Rich Campbell, and Miskiff. This was of course a very big deal, okay? This new org featured some very big content creators, one of them being Miskiff, someone who had been growing exponentially for the last few years and seemed to only want more. And as Miskiff was embarking on this very new and exciting chapter in his life, he would put an end to a previous one, seemingly out of nowhere. On September 15th, 2021, he would make a tweet saying, "From me and Maya, read," linking a twit longer. He'd say, "We want you guys to know that Maya and I have decided to break up. We both want to be very clear that there was no event, no cheating, no drama that led to this decision. We mutually decided that this is what's best for both of us in our current lives. We both care about each other so much and are still friends. We're supporting each other through this, and we ask that you all do the same for us both. We're going to take a couple of weeks off of streaming to process and to take care of ourselves. Thank you for supporting us through these past 2 years. We can both say that they've been some of the best years of our lives, and we're super grateful. See you in a few weeks, Ms. and Maya. So for you to truly
Trust me, when a relationship didn't work out well, 99% of them would not try their best to contact with each other again. Unless those are like 20 years old couple and then they decided to get, leave because like they just gone stale because of being 20 years of couple without marry. There's no kids to bound them. Then they'll just leave. And then they still can be contacted as like at that point they are just BFF at that point. This is why they kind of like broke up in the first place. This kind of things is definitely something's going on there. There's definitely something shady fucking going on there. Some drama is happening behind the scene. Okay, there's no way a couple that is like together for like just 1-2 years, due to content creations, break up out of nowhere. I'm not really a drama watching person, but I have a lot of friends that watch this kind of stuff. I've been listening to them like talking about this for years. I at least like know a thing or two.
understand just how big
My mom is also such a gossip person, so I just sit like, where do you think like my yapping personality come from? My mom is also a very gossipy person. So I often sometimes just sit there listening to her gossip a lot of stuff.
big this relationship was in the content creation world. Some of the biggest streamers on the entire planet would be commenting words of support here, and this tweet would receive a ridiculous amount of engagement. This was a few months after celebrating their 2nd anniversary, and it really did seem like it came out of absolute nowhere. You'd see people commenting things like this. Normally, I don't give a fuck about people's relationships, but this one hit different.
Like again, back to what I just said. Okay? I am the children of my parent. My dad is really yapping when it comes to technical stuff, okay? When it comes to professionalism, technical stuff, when it comes to work ethic, all those kind of things. If you sit down, decide to talk to him about this, he will just yap nonstop. You have to find a way to get away from him when you start talking about work. Sometimes, not all the time. I do enjoy the conversation actually, but still, that is the part. And then, as for my mom, okay, she is the one that will yap a lot about human to human relationship. Okay, it's like a sibling relationship, a parent and children relationship, or like a couple relationship, or just like lots of like intermingle like human stuff. My dad is a very IQ person. My mom is a very EQ person. But they both are really gosh dang yapper. They are super yapper on that particular part about them. And I am the amalgamation of both things mixed together into one big ass ball of yapping power. I have the power!
Tens of thousands of people were there to witness these two getting closer to each other and eventually, well, making it official, and now it was over. But things were moving fairly quickly because as Maya was moving out, Miskiff would announce that Emiru, not even a month after the breakup, would be moving in. You see, Miskiff had a house at this point, he had multiple content creators living there, and Emiru was also about to be a part of this. She was well known at the time, she had her own audience, and the reasoning for this happening was that Emiru lived in Kansas and
Yes, this is out of jealousy. I will not. I'm a very fucking honest person, okay? I am fucking jealous. He's the same fucking age with me. I think it is. Like, either he's like slightly older than me or like he's just similar age with me, okay? Again, For me, in my eyes, Emery is a 10-10.
and had a bunch of stalkers that threatened her life. Miskiff would so gracefully extend his hand out for her to come live with him in the same house as him and his streamer friends, and she said yes, making her feel the safest she's ever felt. A few months later, on January 3rd, 2022, she would join OTK as a founding member as well. This would blow her viewership up to the stratosphere, okay? She'd be averaging 2,000 viewers, and by the time she would join OTK, she'd be averaging 16,000. Shortly after that, Soda Poppin would join the organization too, one of Twitch's OG streamers. OTK was now the place to be. Everyone dreamt of joining this org. Everyone who joined it would have their viewership triple, quadruple. I mean, this was insane. For Miskiff though, OTK would allow him to conduct bigger and better streams, in which he would yet again put Ice Poseidon's philosophy at work and use others for content. He would collaborate with so many different streamers in one of his series that he made with OTK, which was Schooled. In this show, Miskiff would ask a bunch of streamers questions that should normally be answered by a high schooler to see whether they were smart enough or not. Schooled would only be one of those events, of course. They would have sports days, tournaments. I mean, this org was absolutely on fire. It single-handedly made many content creators want to move to Austin, Texas, where all these streamers lived, so that they can be a part of these events. The name OTK was all of a sudden synonymous with growth, with clout.
Now everyone is trying to run away from Austin, Texas, just because of this dude.
With money, and Miskiff as a co-founder was of course at the absolute center. Everyone wanted a piece of him and his community. Everyone wanted a piece of OTK. There was no one who wouldn't collab with him, no one who wouldn't be open to doing something with him. One could say that by this point, Miskiff had truly made it. He was really at a point where he could call himself the top 1% of the top 1%. This was all, of course, reflected in his viewership. After founding OTK in 2020, he would find immense success in the coming years. By 2021, he was averaging 40,000 viewers. This would stay consistent up until 2022, when the very method that he had used to attain this fame, this idea of using others for content, would fatally bite him in the ass. At the time, many people didn't know this, but this was truly the beginning of the end. Trainwrecks TV is a streamer that's been streaming for almost a decade now. He rose to prominence on Twitch and eventually became a co-founder of Kick.com. Now look, he's always been a well-renowned streamer who would always collaborate with some of the top streamers in Austin, but his big break would truly be in 2021, when he would stream gambling and slot machines on Twitch. But slot machines have always been a category on Twitch for a very long time. What made Trainwreck so special though is that he was gambling obscene amounts of money. To a typical gambling streamer, $10 per spin on a slot machine was considered a lot of money, right? They were wagering a lot. Trainwrecks was over here max betting $1,000 per spin and making it look like it was nothing. When a slot machine would hit, he'd be winning hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars live on stream. This made many other streamers want to gamble and take advantage of this new popularity, as well as rake in the money that these gambling websites were offering. Hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars for just a few streams per year. These streams were getting out of control, and there was big concern over who was watching them and how many were being influenced to gamble, something that can very easily ruin your life. After a year of extreme success for Trainwrecks when it came to gambling,
You know, even though like Trainwreck got kicked by Twitch because of this kind of content still exists in Twitch actually. And it's still very popular. And lots of people shit cakes that, you know, their founder is basically like super gambling guy and the money come from gamble and everything. But in reality, Twitch also like have that thing going on it. Sometimes in a different perspective, multiple different behavior. But Twitch will always tell you we are on the moral fucking high ground. We don't do this shit. Why would they frame it into another name? So they didn't do that shit. Yes, they didn't do that shit. It's same shit, different view in different phrase. We don't call shit anymore. We call shit fertilizer. And then I shoot it in the shoot the pictures in the bag. So it's not that shit anymore. At least Cake have the decency to show the shit to you. This is the shit that I do. No fancy word. No alternative meaning. No PR stuff going on there. They are fucking honest with you. Hot. top streamer category. Just call it Gooner category instead.
Streams, Twitch would come in on October 18th, 2022, and prohibit most forms of gambling, specifically the ones that Trainwreck was operating with. This is what would eventually prompt him to reach out to the founder of the casino he played on and create Kick.com with him. Now, do you
Hi, Adam. Sorry, my voice. My voice is still not really recovered yet. Yeah, doing great.
remember Slicker, the Twitch streamer who scammed $200,000 out of multiple streamers for gambling? Well, this was in 2022, a month before Twitch had outlawed gambling on its website. As this was happening, many streamers were kind of pointing the finger at Trainwreck and other streamers that streamed gambling, indirectly blaming them for creating people like Slicker. On September 19th, 2022, Asmongold would tweet, "How in the fuck is Slicker not banned on Twitch? Guy literally uses the platform to defraud dozens of people, streamers and viewers alike, and admits it. JDon is still sitting a perma while Slicker gets to go live and laugh about actual crime. It's an absolute disgrace at Twitch." Trainwreck would reply to this tweet, saying, "Because your pals decided it was in their best interest to use and platform the very person that scammed everyone for his horse racing and tennis bets to somehow twist it and wager their war against me. And we both know deep down why the insecure little man is doing this." So to Trainwreck, this whole thing was just a way for people to wage war on him and his success that he found with gambling streams. When Miskiff would see that tweet from Trainwreck, he would attempt to do what he's always done, farm engagement out of a serious situation. He'd reply to Trainwreck saying, "If we're going to deplatform people for scamming others, shouldn't we have banned you for Joltcoin a few years back?" This is in reference to a coin that Trainwreck had peddled on his stream years ago, I think it was around 2017, that ended up going absolutely bust. If you invested in it, you most likely lost your money. Miskiff would of course later delete his reply, but not before Trainwreck would reply first. And this would be an absolute bombshell that no one was ever expecting. He'd say, "Are you going to send Maya and Mitch to railroad and blackmail me like you did those girls to cover up all those sexual assaults, you fucking scumbag piece of shit? You want to come at me and make shit up? Then you better be sure you don't live in a glass house."
This drama go high.
This was ridiculous. This was insane. This was never heard of before. Where did this come from? Railroad? Blackmail? Girls? Sexual assaults? Plural? Whoa. This got serious real quick. People already forgot about Slicker. This was over, right? This had ended in a couple of days. Now it was about Miskiff and Trainwreck. What's going on? Barely a day after Trainwreck had made that bombshell accusation, a streamer by the name of Adriana Lee would go live, saying that back in January of 2020, right? Bear in mind, we're in September 2022 at this point. She had gone to a party in Miskiff's house, got blacked out drunk, and one of Miskiff's roommates, Crazy Slick, would attempt to do this weird CPR maneuver where it seemed like he was just making an excuse to touch her chest. You see, according to Adriana, she wanted to go live with a twitlonger in 2021 explaining her point of view. This is when Maya would be sent to her house to see the twitlonger and allegedly ask her to not include the word sexual assault in there because it didn't happen. Adriana would post that twitlonger in 2021 and would say that she's been suffering the consequences ever since, being blacklisted out of every party, an event in Austin, and having very vicious rumors being spread about her so that even her friends were forced to separate from her. During her stream in 2022, she'd show us Miskiff's reaction to her twitlonger in 2021, and it was him completely downplaying it. Watch.
Of what you can deem of it, it's sexual harassment, whatever. At a low scale, it's not really a big deal. I don't think people really gave a shit and really cared. I'm gonna turn this off if you're gonna be like this. I'll just turn it off.
This clip obviously added a lot of fuel to the fire. It seemed like he didn't care, it seemed like it was indeed kind of a cover-up, and it seemed like Trainwreck wasn't exaggerating. On the same day, September 20th, 2022, Adriana would make a thread of people Slick has been weird to /harassed/assaulted because people had reached out to her to share their story as well. And in these DMs, we could see Slick being an absolute...
Rules of life. Rules of life. Unless you guys are super close friends, even they kind of like, it's already been like a thing, like you guys just being playful and being like touchy is kind of fine. Don't do that with random fucking stranger in a fucking party!
creep to many women like this one. This one really stood out compared to others because it was him essentially just talking to himself, with the woman in question saying, "You're so sad, oh my god, move on bro, take your horniness elsewhere." And
this kind of bullshit is like, you know, people would just have a defense like, it's just bro culture, this and that, yeah, this stuff. Yes, if you have like a friend group you are very intact with, been for like 12 or 20 years long friendship, you guys just punch each other boobs for no reasons. Like that kind of level is fine. But man, this is like toward a girls that just, you know, maybe even you guys met, it's like just acquaintance level, that, or like in some sense like streamers to streamers. I won't really even say it's barely acquaintance level. And then you guys being like touchy. It's not like I say value your chastity or anything. There's some things called boundary. It's a thing, you know. You guys should study a little bit. Especially nowadays, there's way too many kids that do not understand something called boundary. You know? Because you think about this a lot. Anyone watch Atozy? If you guys don't know who Atozy is, I type his name out so you guys like. He is like a content creators that basically broadcast a lot of like basically put on a microphone on like every like dumbass content creators, either on TikTok, on streams, on YouTube, or on Cakes or anywhere. It's basically just broadcast those idiot outside the windows, just show like how fucking dumb people is. One, they have no boundary. Second, they do not respect anyone. They literally have zero respect on individual level, even to themselves. And the most hilarious thing is why there's so many people film their own crime and then brag about it in fucking TikTok. You are filming your crime. You are making evidence for yourself. Do you know why people who mug you wear a fucking mask? At that point, I'm not really sure it's like human intelligence is like growing or weakening. This is really at that fact. It's just a miracle humans still manage to survive for this long. It's dropping fast, like super ridiculously fast. And hold on a little bit, I need to go to the toilet a little bit. And before that, let me straighten up this chat phone a little bit more. Okay, be back soon. Alright. Now you guys understand why, okay? Now you guys understand why like parents always why parents always like tell like the girls going to party to be really fucking careful or just flat out don't go there, because especially like even like you are your friends, like your girl space friend, not your girlfriend with a space in between, want to go to party and stuff, you either have to like look after her, or best thing you can do is just tell her not to go. There's a reason for that, because like we are men. We know ourselves are somewhat of a advantageous, disgusting being. The only thing that managed to hold us off from being a scumbag is our self-control. If you go to a party where you drink a lot, your self-control is basically throwing out a window. That is like the only thing that kind of like holding like any like remotely human behaving civilization in our brain as men to girls. So go to a party where you drink a lot, especially with guys and girls. If you guys are not like super fucking acquainted to the point that, again, like I say, you punch each other boobs just for fun, it's not going to go well. Okay? Do not do that. Do not go there. And do not punch your friend's boobs. I don't know why I can't emphasize on that.
And him saying, I'm not horny, I'm just in love with you, please marry me. To which she would say, how many times do I have to reject you to drill the idea into your fucking head? And he would just keep on going. What made this worse is that he was doing this consistently to up-and-coming streamers, to people who were growing, who hadn't quite gotten to the famous level yet, knowing full well that they might be interested in him because he lives
Oh
with Mischief,
my gosh.
The streamer FanFan, for example, was one of the people that Slick was being very weird to. And I mean, look at this. The guy was like, if we ever meet, you're done. She'd be like, what, on site? And he'd say, you're getting bent over immediately. I mean, it was so
I know you're
awkward,
fucking
so
lonely.
weird.
You
She
don't
was
have to
clearly
keep
uncomfortable,
going
but in her
around
own words, She
hunting.
didn't want to offend a well-known streamer, right? She tried to keep it civil. Because according to other streamers, for example, if he would ask for nudes and they wouldn't send them, they'd just get blocked. They'd get blacklisted from parties, from events, and they would
To be honest, I never get these sculptures. Why do you need nudes from people? Bro, you're using your internet. Porn exists.
probably have rumors spread about them. It wasn't fun. Now Maya, who had long broken up with Miskiff by now, right? It's been over a year, would be forced to respond to this, saying that she didn't pressure Adriana to cover up the assault. She just wanted to make sure that it wasn't as serious as she was making it out to be, making sure that it wasn't sexual assault, while apologizing for injecting herself, admitting that maybe there was this unseen power dynamic, seeing that she was a bigger content creator than Adriana, which might have pressured Adriana into not being as honest as she wanted to. This would make her want to step away from online platforms indefinitely, and that would last for quite a while. But this was only the beginning, right? Miskiff's world was truly starting to fall apart around him. Asmongold, one of the co-founders of OTK and one of the bigger streamers on the platform, would say that he's furious and that he would vow to cut Miskiff loose if he failed to act on Slick's accusations, if he failed to kick him out, if he failed to disavow him. Very shortly afterwards, and I mean, everything I'm talking about right now has happened in like less than a week, right? Like,
This guy, the more he kind of like stand outside doing a lot of scummy shit, the more him slowly convert into a guy who I will always state him right now, claim that he is a wuss ass bitch. It's like the kind of person who think they're alpha, but the moment the actual alpha come in, the moment the actual alpha come in, he'd be like,
disavow him. Very shortly afterwards, and I mean, everything I'm talking about right now has happened in like less than a week, right? Like literally in the span of a few days. OTK would suspend him, announcing an internal investigation over these accusations. And if that wasn't enough, Ice Poseidon would come in, make a tweet, and say, Miskiff, I brought you into this world, and now I'm taking you out. This post got so much engagement. It's sitting at over 87,000 likes, and it shows DMs with Miskiff on Twitter, in which during the RV stream too, you could very clearly see Miskiff use things like the N-word hard R, the F slur, I mean pretty much anything cancelable imaginable, right? Now why did Ice do this? Was it the fact that his career was dying at this point and wanted more relevancy? Was it jealousy? Was it a mix of both? Who knows? But even though some people were very outraged at this, some others were saying things like, you letting this slide for years says a lot about you as well. But don't worry, because this roller coaster.
here's the thing. Miskiff, brought by Ice, basically he become famous because of Ice Poseidon's, and then after Ice Poseidon fall, he copy and paste his entire formula to become famous. Okay, afterward. Like a true student, like a true, like, later on you will like hear about like his like Miskiff like later behavior on Emiru. And then you look at like right now how Ice Poseidon doing this to Miskiff, like holding this information out until like he's like, you know, get in trouble. He finally can take him down, and then he will show the information out. You have like that thing like saved up. Like a true teachers and student. Like copying him true and true.
Coaster was far from ending. Crazy Slick would then go quote-unquote missing after he had sent goodbye messages to friends, and they would in the same day find him. Barely a couple days after Adriana had come out with her story, Miskiff would make a statement saying, hey guys, to update everyone, we found Crazy Slick. He has not harmed himself, After hearing from Adriana and the numerous other women who have shared their experiences with him, it's clear that he is not the person he made himself out to be. In terms of his living situation, Slick has been told to vacate our house as soon as possible. He would then apologize for the things he said on his alt stream, right, where he was saying, he was downplaying. He was like, sexual harassment, but I don't think anyone cares.
Alt stream. Who made a fucking alt account to talk about serious stuff? I make an alt account to talk about unserious stuff. I do have an alt account that usually back in the days I develop it for like, you know, my hybrid stream phase, and then I'll be like, you know what the fuck, I'm too lazy. Okay? Having an alt account is a hassle. This I can tell the most. Having an alt account is hassle, and I do not know why Moist Critical can have like 5 fucking accounts and every account posts daily. How? How?
And then he'd reiterate that he was open about his past. His messages from 2018 happened, he acknowledges them, but he can't change what he said, and he knows that he's changed as a person. He would then apologize to everyone, his viewers, OTK, the staff, the partners, and would announce the fact that OTK was hiring a third party to investigate all this to make sure that he wasn't complicit. Now look, this could have ended here. Most dramas would have ended here. Just wait for the investigation and see what it comes up with and move on. But Adriana had other plans. She would keep going live and talk about this, and her statements would then become conflicting. She'd state things like she didn't know that it was sexual assault until recently, and was told by her friends who were still conscious at the time that Slick only touched her wrist and neck, not her chest. She would collaborate with other streamers such as Hassan Piker. She would of course keep streaming, and at some point she'd call a friend.
Wait. Did you guys know this?
Who were still conscious at the time that Slick only touched her wrist and neck, not her chest. She would collaborate with other streamers such as Hassan Piker.
Holy shit! I have like the auto. Is this thing auto? Yes, it is auto generated. Son name is Gusting Mutant. His full name. Holy shit! His name is auto generated to be like mutant as a gosh dang profanity. I have like the profanity stuff like on, so like sometimes when you say like shit, fuck, those kind of things, like you can't see the word. Hassan Piker, the name is gosh dang censored. You know what? You know what? Here's the thing, if Twitch like ever like just disappeared, okay, Hassan definitely cannot stream in YouTube. YouTube have made the statement, okay? YouTube have made a statement with this like auto censor of his name, okay? Cake, he has been shit on Cake so much. I don't think Cake will accept him too. So, yeah. Also, Nux is in there, so like he definitely will not go there. So if Twitch go down, he actually will go down with Twitch, unless he like rich enough to buy another platform to actually use it on it. Who knows? Maybe he can stream on Twitters. Who knows?
She would of course keep streaming, and at some point she'd call a friend, and the friend would admit that this was never assault. So the story was becoming very convoluted, very contradictory. People didn't really know what to believe. I mean, listen to this yourself.
Kind of a whole fucked up situation, and I don't think people are taking it. It's not like it was a full blown like, assault. But when you're touching someone who's incapacitated and their friends are asking you to leave the room, on top of you, already trying to kiss people.
So it wasn't a full-blown assault. He was touching her while she was unconscious, but she was told it was only her wrist and her neck. The whole chest part was only added later. So look, Slick was definitely very guilty. We had proof of messages of him being very creepy towards up-and-coming content creators. That's unacceptable. But there were questions surrounding Adriana's involvement.
Why men's like that? I feel this is why my friend told like there's lots of times like I back then in my college time, it's like I have drinking buddies. I don't drink. I just sit there because I'm the fucking driver. Yeah, me driving. If you guys don't know, I have a medical condition. Actually, I can't drive. But I do have a license. Just doctor, like, I just only like discover I have issues that I cannot drive, like around later years, not like around the time. Okay. Um. So around those time, they all are debating that am I fucking gay or not because I don't behave like a typical man. So I'm not really sure the way I talk about it is actually how men would actually do or how men don't do. Because I am single, everyone is married, so most likely case, I'm the anomaly that don't actually like do this to girls. Also, because I don't do this to girls, I see this behavior really fucking weird. I'm not sure. At this point, I'm not sure.
As well as train wrecks. Train wrecks would come on multiple streams. He would stream himself. He would invite other streamers such as XQC. And he would constantly reiterate that the only reason he talked about this was because victims reached out to him and were too scared to move forward with this. He would really push the narrative that no, this wasn't just crazy slick, this was Miskiff. He knew what was happening, he was covering it up, and he had a hand in this. It seemed like he was never going to be satisfied until Miskiff's career completely imploded. Adriana would yet again keep going live, saying she hasn't changed her story, she calls out people trying to discredit her, all while talking to Keemstar, right? Not someone you really want to side with you when it comes to drama. The comments on Livestream Fail were getting tired of her, saying everyone agrees Slick is a creep, but she should probably just stop talking. Or Maya apologized and Miz is waiting for the investigation to show him clean. What does this chick want? Slick is gone. So to many, it appeared like she was just trying to milk this at this point. At some point, Ludwig would make a video on this on his Mogul Mail channel. It would get 3 million views, and seeing that Ludwig has many people who watch him that are not familiar with Twitch drama, it would make many people aware of this whole cover-up situation, right? He didn't really cover this favorably for Miskiff. This was yet another blow to Miskiff's reputation. Not only did people on Twitch now understand what this was going on, but normies who have yet to discover him also were aware, oh, this guy's a weird sex pest. Now yes, a few months later, on January 2nd, 2023, he would get reinstated in OTK once the third-party investigation would conclude that he didn't have a hand in this, right? He was not complicit. He truly was lied to and he had no idea. But to Adriana, this wasn't enough. A few months later, on April 9th, 2023, she would announce that she was not just suing Miskiff, but she was also suing OTK, the entire organization, for defamation, seeking over $2 million in damages. She would refer to Crazy Slick in the lawsuit as immensely popular. In reality, though, the guy barely had any viewers, right? He was just Miskiff's friend. That's why he was living with him, and that's the only clout he had. He was also not a member of OTK and not associated with the org in any way, so it definitely felt weird. That entire controversy changed Miskiff forever. In his own words, it broke him. It made him never want to trust anyone again. It really made him feel like everyone around him was trying to use him. And as you can see from his viewership, after this controversy,
I may not be a psychologist, but I can tell you one thing for sure. You view other people as a fucking tool. As always, to boost your own viewership up. And obviously, there will be lots of times that your viewpoint would be mirroring to think that other people also think it this way. For me, I hardly think people are evil. But when people do evil stuff for me, I will still see them in good light. Because I always see people in a better light. No matter how much evil they do. But if you always like use people like a tool, obviously, you're going to see other people think you as a tool, too. This will be the wise wisdoms of the void. Everyone have to be understanding. You become what you think about and how you use others. Because you treat people like a tool, you would just generally assume other people going to treat you like a tool. You treat people like a dumbass. If you see anyone talk to you, you'll always have that inkling of feelings. That people talk to you thinking you are a dumbass. Because all your hidden word and daggers is always going to those words with those intent and meaning. Some people might not see it, some people might not notice, but you have the intention to do it. But when you are on the receiving end of this kind of intentions, even is by accidents or maybe purely coincidence, you will still see it that way because this is how you treat people.
Controversy, he would never be able to recover the fame, the numbers that he once had prior to that Trainwreck's tweet. What was interesting, though, in all this is that one of the people who came out to defend Misgift directly was none other than Emiru. As this was all happening in September 2022, she would say,
So how would you see people as work? I don't get it. You need to ask a much more like, you have to form a proper questions for that. For me, I have a very professional like boundary for everyone. If I see you as a friend, I will see everyone as my friend, but with like additional you know, with additional things, I aside from seeing people as a friend, I would also see them as like a subcategory of something else. I would keep that relationship very separate. It's like I treat you guys as a chat, as a chat. I would not go for like a way that, you know, like much more in the higher sense of meaning on the community side. I would maybe in the future build up a little bit more, but still overall at the end, I will still treat a very clear boundary. This is why like you see like how I normally talk to lots of people, how I normally chat with people. I won't go into too much on the inner detail on your business, but because I'm a streamer, it's my job to kind of like, not just my job, it's like sometimes like even if I feel like to, I can talk lots about personal stuff. But I would not pry on your personal stuff. You get that? Because I don't want to have like this exchange of relationship to have that kind of connections. Like those kind of stuff. Like sometimes people share it out for themselves, but when I see they share a little bit too much, I will let them know that you shouldn't do that. Because I don't want to like establish like a linkage like, relationship and that much of a linkage relationship, you know? And how I can read people as a books really depends. It's really easy to read a person's, to be honest, because everyone have like a pattern of actions. If you've seen enough people doing enough stuff, you understand a certain pattern of a certain people. Everyone watch people as a fucking mirror, okay? The way I talk to you guys as if I'm talking to myself. You have to understand that most people does that too. So if you're able to read that person's, the way he chat with people, the way how he behave, you understand a way that how he see himself. Because we are still ourselves. We essentially, in a way, even though we have a way to communicate with other people, essentially our knowledge of how we are going to conduct our own like behavior to people, how we think, how we behave, is generally looking at a fucking mirror. No matter how much we know that person's, maybe like at the end when we are talking to them, how we believe their intentions and how they like view us or like what they doing, we essentially like how would you sympathize or how would you like understand that person's. If you're not like a person like me that can read people that well, you would actually just reflect everyone's action as your own actions. You'll be like, you give people like pen because you want to take advantage of your kindness so you can ask for favors. You didn't give people the pen out of your actual kindness. When people say, "Hey, I need a pen. Can you lend me?" Oh, don't worry, I got more. Like just use this for entire day. For me, I'm that kind of person. But there are people who, hey, remember yesterday I lent you the pen? Like, I got a favor I want to ask you. That kind of persons do exist. And then there's like me. I gave you the pen. I even forgot I lent you a pen in the first place. And then after 10 years, and then you found a pen, you'll be like, hey, remember that pen I gave you? Wait, what? I'm not that kind of person. So it really depends. So even the act of kindness, everyone have like their own version of act of kindness. So it does mirror a person's how you always think. If you always are the kind of persons that I lend you a pen, you have to do something for me, you will always see people that way. So if you are that person's, and then when you interacted with me, when you need a pen, and then I give you my pen, you will just think like, oh, you are returning. I am returning the favors that because you lent me a pen last year. For me, I just lend you the pen because I want to lend you the pen. You get that? So everyone have their own personal interpretations of intentions and language. This is how you'll be able to read people properly, is to read the reflection of how a person see their own way and reflection of how you see their own way. You have to learn how to distinguish what is your personal intention and how is the other personal intentions. Everyone have their own way to view the word like a language. I say you, and then you also say you. We say the same word, but most likely case, the meaning of you in our brain is a completely different meaning. Long as you understand that method, so every action, despite it's the same thing, we understand the context very differently. And most of the time, if you don't have the ability to read people, you would just reflect your own personal context back to you. This is how most kind of like those kind of like, that's like the meme of like being the good guy, that like the simp good guy kind of like things what happens is because quite a lot of people like do good actions, expect good return. For me, I don't give a fuck. But sometimes that kind of thought do linger in me too. But essentially most of the time, I already accept that if I do good act, most likely case, people will just take it for granted. That's all. And I will essentially always see it that way. So when I do good act, when people decided to return that favor, I'm actually will legitly get shocked. This is how I functions. Okay? I do good act out of my own selfishness because I feel good when I do good stuff. But when people decided to be like, because this guy did something good for me, I will do something good for him. When I receive that kindness, I will be like, what the fuck? For them, it's like, I need to return the kindness. For me, it's people do kind stuff for me. Most of the case, I will also return the kindness. But also in the most case, when people do not do that, I would not expect like a reciprocal payback come back to me. But there's a lot of people that do good things, they still have like a certain expectations of you returning the favor. Because I already in my personal understanding, kindness is a dumb thing to do. Kindness is always a dumb act. Do not expect good things in return, and when you want to do kind stuff, always expect that you do it out of your own volitions and own capability and things that you can handle. If I always lend you money, I will also expect that I'll never get back the money. Because if you are a person who need money from me in the first place, do you think you can actually give me back the money? Most of the case, no. Because you are in deep doo-doo in the fact that you need money in the first place. If I give you back the money, I either A, is a person who think like I take a gamble to invest in you, or B, I trust you as a person, I give you back, expect a return back. Maybe like in 50 years or 60 years, I don't give a shit. Or C, I'm just a dumbass. Here you go, money. I don't even expect a return in the first place. And then there's D, a scumbag. Hey, I'm going to lend you money because I know you are in deep fucking doo-doo. So if you don't return me like this amount, you're fucked. That is a fucking loan shark. So a inner working of a person's is very complicated. You can't really like judge a person's by their action, by their look, because when you try to judge them, usually you look the person as a reflection of you. You are not looking at the person as them. You 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 don't have enough experience to to understand a person reasoning of why they need to do that in the first place. There's a lot of scenario actually will happen. Everyone have a certain pattern, and then when you notice that certain pattern, you'll also know that this is how they reflect on other people's actions, because they are reflecting most action of what they do to them, of what they do to them. It's a little bit like confusing. You kind of like understand. Hope you understand, but if you don't, you know.
No way Miskiff knew, specifying, "You guys know I've lived with Miz for 10 months and I've hung out with him every day since I got here. The Miz that I know would never know the full story and just let that happen. There's just no way that he knew. I'm sorry, that's just not the person that I know." As she was fighting back tears, about to cry, she'd also say, "He has always been there for me whenever something horrible happened to me without even having to ask." This is what would lead us to the next part of the story. People would notice that Miskiff and
Again, Miskiff is a man of intentions. Okay? Every man is a man of intentions. We don't approach people out of no reasons. Girls, write this down, okay? We do not approach girl out of no reasons. Either A, you're fucking hot, or B, you're fucking hot in the inside, or C, well, you're just an exception while I have like my taste. Or B, or D, you have something that actually can benefit me. Like your hot friend. Or the final one, you are fucking famous. You can make me famous. I'm not even exaggerated. Okay? Girls, you guys have to understand, no matter how kind we are, we have fucking intentions, okay? You want us to give you that intent, even you the only fact that you have to understand is like, once you know the intention, would you give in or not? Please look at the person closely, understand how he would approach you with that intention. That is the key of finding a good man that you really wanted. Okay? It like 100% most of the time is not really bad intentions. Especially like there are guys that really do not know how to talk to girls properly. Things will go horribly. Just give them a little bit of chance, okay? But sometimes it's actually there's still scumbag in the world. So it's a life experience, sadly. Like we men will meet bad girls, and you girls will meet 99% of the bad men. So really depends. Either you go for the hunting or we go for the hunting. I am just going to stay here. Maybe one day someone hunt me down. I'm that kind of person, sadly. But no girls are like the hunter these days unless they're cougars. I'm not young, so sadly, I passed my prime. No girls want me.
and Emiru not only just shared a close friendship, there was something there. There was something happening, but they just couldn't really put their finger on it until they received a clue. What would follow would be years of conspiracy theories that would be proven right in the end. This post on the subreddit Streamers was made on November 2022. The title, "Emiru and Miskiff are obviously dating. Why do people pretend they are not?" What wouldn't help is that a streamer by the name of Justin Minx would say that Emiru stole Miskiff from his ex-girlfriend Maya, even going as far as saying a hoe is a hoe. Minx at the time was someone who always hung around other streamers that were very well renowned in Austin, so her saying this carried a lot of weight. It added even more fuel to the conspiracies. But then, in May of 2023, the gloves would fully come off. Emiru would accidentally open a file in which she was compiling a bunch of DMs she was receiving from Miskiff. These DMs were fairly aggressive, and it was him complaining about how she acts on stream, complaining about her behavior and the people she was appealing to. This was like Christmas Day arriving early for 4chan. For months, OTK 4chan was saying that they were dating. They had a lot of suspicions with these streamers' behaviors, how they'd show up on their streams, their eye contact, etc. But this right here was real, tangible proof. Around this time, the YouTuber Bo Blacks would upload this.
You don't need proof. Sadly, sometimes you don't actually need proof. Again, it's really easy to read a person, especially a very gossipy persons. Have the fucking eye for that. I'm not even kidding. You don't need 4chans to do it. Even a normal gossip, like, you know, celebrity gossipers, or like the local auntie, okay? The local auntie that just keep like talking, like gossiping around, they can immediately fucking see it. Okay, you don't need fucking evidence for it.
This video titled "Sharing These Miskiff Emiru DM Leaks Will Get You Banned," in which we can see these images that she leaked on her stream in very bad quality, and people of course enhanced them. Here are some examples of what Miskiff was berating her with. You literally lift your legs like a cheerleader multiple times, stick a bottle between your legs and play with it, farm those parasocial people by doing this content in the first place after claiming to me you don't want these weirdos and you hate this community and hate the just chatting community. To many, this just sounded like an over-controlling boyfriend, not a friend.
Yes, it is an over-controlling boyfriend. Also, like, it's a very bitch wuss-ass boyfriend. Here's the thing. He know he is not the most handsome man in the world, okay? Emerald is like a 10-10. And he's like a... Let's give him the benefit of the doubt. 4-10, okay? It's not like 3 or 2. 4-10, but including the personality-wise, 2. I give him a 2 for like if I include the personality. So, again, you behave like how you see yourself in the mirror. He also behaved like how he see himself in the mirror. He is super fucking insecure. The fact that Emiru actually got lots of guys like to watch her. And her own personal joy, okay? If you have a girlfriend or significant others, that their own personal joy is also involving getting a lot of attention, don't go in and ruin it. Okay? Emiru like cosplaying and stuff. She, not like I'm saying like she liked the attention, more or less likely is close to, but still, it's more like it comes into the territory. Like, being able to turn yourself into a characters that people always see like it's impossible to become into, and then you manifest the ability to look like them and stand right in front of them is a feat. You don't need to be anime character, even in book characters. You read like how the book actually is, and then you read the meticulous detail that explaining how the character wear, how the character eyes is, how the hair is, like the way like people describe it, and then you went ahead and used those detail and crafted a costume out, make yourself a makeup. You study the world of that characters and make it happen. Itself is a miracle work. Okay? Cosplay is not just like for gooner stuff, okay? When it comes to like cosplaying stuff, you are trying to make the character real using your body. And because you're using your body, obviously there are people who are either obsessed with your body or obsessed with the characters that you are going to cosplay as. That comes into many, many different cosplay territory. You yourself, as a cosplayer, I would also understand this thing. You just want to bring the character to life. Some people are going like more deeper and into it and play as a character. In some sense, they are an actor. but more like a still actors rather than like a expression actors. So this is why personally I respect cosplay a lot. The work they have to go through, the makeup, the all those kind of like stuff they actually have to like do a lot of things. Even I didn't watch my Darling Something Something anime because like even I personally already understand the fact that how much work is going to go on this being a cosplayer. Because back in the days when I studied engineering, I want to make an Iron Man suit too. Just planning, just the sheer amount of the mental planning you have to go through to actually make an Iron Man suit makes me give up. So having the ability to even like start going into a sewing machine, most likely case you won't even approach to sew a shitty costume out as your first time goer, and then wearing it, go to a place with multiple fucking camera is a feat of itself. This is why it's like I say many times, like if I got a girlfriend, it's like completely my type, or maybe not exactly my type, but she also a cosplayer, that would be a plus. It's not because like they are famous or anything, it's just that. Yeah, admire what they do. Yeah. Everyone have like a certain dedications that you can actually see the effort they put in it. Definitely. And trust me, if anyone is a guys out there like watching this, you guys have to know this thing. Girls are also very attracted to a guy with dedications. Okay, if you really dedicated yourself like in one type of work, obviously don't neglect your girlfriend. Okay, they usually will just love you because of your own personal dedication to like one certain things. Like one thing that I would say, like while Miskiff is a wuss ass bitch, he has a whole entire dedication of his entire streaming and like content creation career. I do think some people actually like fell for him just because of that alone. Dedication is the strongest attractions. And for me, I see the person, like, depends on your personal value, how you're going to see a person willing to put the effort into the dedication of the work into, like, anything they do. For me, cosplaying is a very, like, dedicated, like, effort to actually make it happen. Because I'm a camera shy guy, actually. Yes, I'm actually a camera shy guy. I might be able to be in stream, but if I ever have to like stand there and take a pictures, I would leave. Yeah, I would actually like walk away because most of the time, because I'm moving a lot and I'm wearing the glasses, so you guys can't really like see it. My eye right now taking it off is a little bit hard. When I get a little bit emotional, I start teary eye. So yeah, I need to rub out the watery eye first. Okay, I got used to it. So if I take off my glasses, okay, go really close into the camera. You guys can see this, right? My eyes, one of my eyes is actually smaller than other eyes. Because my eyelid is, one of the eyelid is actually a single eyelid. This is a double eyelid. Because of that, when you have like a high 4K fucking camera taking pictures of you, the first thing you're going to see is my fucking one eye big, one eye small. So I'm very conscious of that. So I'm a very camera shy person. I rarely take pictures unless it's a family pictures. So no matter how many times I talk about a lots of like fun time I have with my friends, them having a pictures of me is actually really fucking rare. I guess this is also one of the reasons why my friend always like have like a lack of like time, like, you know, mental image of me, because like everyone have like friend group pictures and this and that other stuff, but they rarely can find me in any pictures. Because I keep myself in a distance from camera and I'm also wearing glasses. This glasses basically string my eyes up so much because again, I'm -11. It's a lot. So if I take off my glasses, my eyes immediately go big. But I can't see jack shit. A lot of my friends did say like I actually legitly have what they quote unquote say like beautiful eye. It's just that my eye bag and this fucking glasses is blocking the way, so like hardly people can see my face. They only see the quirky side of me because I'm wearing glasses. Like my other cosplayer friends, they say like if I actually have some work done on the single eyelid eye I have, like basically just put some makeup on it, you know, have like that tape like force your eyes into like a double eyelid eyes, and then you know have my brow have a little bit done, and then actually have a hairstyle, I would look like a gosh dang like K-pop star. That is what they say. But I have like a very like you know low maintenance. I'm a very low maintenance guy, and I don't have the money for that. So I generally like no matter how much they talk about it, I won't let them touch my face. Okay. Unless you guys want to like see a very handsome person, maybe like next time I would say like, oh okay, I'll do like my next month like Donathon is going to like accumulate money to you know keep myself up. I guess if you guys really want that. I don't know. Maybe. If you guys just want me to look good, I'll try to put some effort into my face. But aside from that, like, those things cost lots of money. Like I say again, like my friends say, like I have potential to be the most handsome person that they ever see, but also same times they also know that I'm a lazy fucker. So they all they can do is just say like you have potential only, and it's a fucking wasteful one. It's not like I'm super tall, but I am quite considered a tall one among my friend group. And despite like facial shape, like everyone have a certain facial shape. I keep telling everyone I have an NPC face, but in reality, they say like my face is actually so fucking unique. It's impossible because if you look closely, if I take off my glasses, this is what they talk about. I have a nose of a gosh dang Westerner for some reasons. Because usually when it comes to like nose bridge and everything, Asian people don't really have a nose bridge. Almost. They are like that's why they say like my face is really rare because I'm really the only few Asian guy that they ever see have a gosh dang nose bridge. And it's a very good looking nose bridge at that. So they've been talking about a lot, like maybe I should wear contact lenses, or you know, either that or do some eye surgery, this and that other stuff, just to like at least not wearing a fucking glasses. Because again, my glasses is like -11, so I can't see jack shit without it. And you can see like the thickness of my glasses. I hope you guys can see this. The thickness of my glasses. Like even the frame cannot contain it. It's literally a magnifying glass on my eye. What reverse magnifying glass on my eye. So like it's so thick in fact the moment I wear it, my eyes become smaller. Like twice as small. So when I take off my glasses, people always first thing notice is like, hey Kiray, you actually have a big motherfucking anime eyes. And they're like, wait, what? And that's the case. Maybe I should take off my glasses more, I don't know. But I can't see any chat at all. So like I have to be like taking off glasses. The moment I see some movement in the chat, I'll be like, okay. And then, okay, I see movement. Again, like now you guys get why like when I have a lot of conversations, a lot of my friends say like, especially the girl side of the friends say like, why you don't have a girlfriend? I don't know. Because I'm fucking weird and don't like keep myself well. Because like they do say like, you know, guys is like either do or die, either you super rich or you super handsome. It's like I'm actually on like the 6-7, even like without like keeping myself that well on the face part. All I need to do is just a little bit more exercise, and then I will look like fit and like super fucking handsome, and that's what they say. I my word, I'm a very foul mouth person, but I'm not even glazing myself. This is what they legitly talk to me like that. They literally have like like those kind of like intervention time, because they know that like I'm fucking old, and I'm still a virgin, and I still literally did not experience my first love at all. They are trying their best to help me find a girlfriend. They literally have interventions like talking about this to me and be like, we still do not know how you don't have a girlfriend. And then I'll be like, why don't you guys be my girlfriend? And now you guys understand why. Yeah, it's just because of that. It's just a sheer amount of that like kind of things like happens. It's like they. Here's the thing. Despite I have a good looking face and everything, okay, even I personality wise, I can consider a little bit quirky, a little bit nice. But the problem is in their eyes, okay, in all my friends' eyes, I am Kiray. Okay, I'm the one of the what you might call the most unique person you will ever meet. I am me. And just being me is a repellent of girls, okay? Hardly we're going to have a girls that actually like me. Like, we can be best friend, but like I'm the candidate of being a best friend for people, but I'm not the candidate of being the best boyfriend to people. And everyone knows that. All my friends knows that.
Friend who just invited you to live with him because you were worried about stalkers. This is when the conspiracy theorists would truly get to work, going back through old streams and seeing Emiru clearly have a change in behavior after interacting with Miskiff. For example, during the stream in which Miskiff was berating her for having a glass bottle in between her legs, she'd look at his messages on her phone, leave for 45 minutes, and when she would come back, she would just cry. At some point, Emiru, in another streamer's chat that was a friend of hers, would say, I got a black eye a week or two ago and it's finally almost gone. Now, these conspiracy theorists were already doubting that this was because of Miskiff being abusive towards her, but they had no idea how the black eye actually looked. But thanks to Emiru leaking it on accident, since she had it open as a window and was alt tabbing so people could see it for like a split second, they were able to see it. Her excuse was that she ran into a wall, but the conspiracy theorists had a very hard time believing that. They were blaming Miskiff. What didn't help was that when it came to the people talking about this on Twitter, Miskiff would make an effort to block them, further making himself look bad. And I mean, look, this might seem obvious now that
Guilty! That motherfucker is guilty!
we know that, oh, Miskiff did this to Emiru.
I did not know how to make a Uncle Ruckus sound, okay? Next time, I will like, maybe in the futures, I will do like a lot of like, if I get enough money, you guys can fund me too. I will get like a stream deck, okay? And then I will have like a bunch of like anime and cartoon reference. The moment I see anything happen, I will just press that button, and then it will just pop up. Especially the Uncle Ruckus one. I will always use the Uncle Ruckus one. I'm an Asian. It's fine. Asian is racist.
She made her stream talking about him. He's a weird guy. But back then, it was hard to actually convince the majority of people that this was reality. There were quite a few people that still managed to dislike this video. This was seen as nothing more than conspiracy slop, something that belongs on 4chan and just simply isn't reality. Because guess what? In the meantime, Miskiff and Emiru were farming content together, both growing and using each other for views. They'd react to things together, they'd collab together, and of course, all while hiding the fact that they were in a relationship. People would make clips of them, would farm views, would post them on Reddit, on YouTube. I mean, anytime there was any interaction of them flirting or being friendly to each other, people were starting to ship them. This was no surprise, as they had done so with both Maya and Miskiff in the past. This clip of both of them playing Mario, right, has over 300 million views. I wish I was joking, dude. 300 million. Even after a huge cataclysmic scandal, Miskiff was able to keep a good chunk of his career. He had done what he had always done before, but this time while keeping his relationship a secret. Except, just like with Maya, this wouldn't last too long, and he would yet again find himself alone with nothing more than his community and his channel to comfort him. On May 31st, 2024, Emiru would state on her stream.
Here's the thing. Do you know why I keep saying Emiru is a 10-10? She's a cosplayer. She's a girl of cultures. She's also a fucking gamer. That's the thing. Most of the case, she is even better at gaming than me. Okay? This is the nerdy girls that every man can dream of, okay? What time is it in this one? 4, 8, 4, 8, 10. Okay, 4, 8, 10. And then, this guy that looked like this. Okay? A fucking train wreck. The face is already kind of like show it. I'm not even trying to insult him. Even like way before he being like super famous, I look at him, I'd be like, this is definitely a guy who loves to take advantage on people. You know what? I'm fucking right.
More than his community and his channel to comfort him. On May 31st, 2024, Emiru would state on her stream that she needs
I am that like friends that you'd be like, I told you about it.
to get out of Miskiff's house. She'd say, there's a lot of different reasons, but I just feel like I need to get out of this house. You know, I like living here, but there's a lot of stuff that I haven't told you guys over the years. She'd specified in the past. This clip of both of them playing Mario, right, has over 300 million views. I wish I was joking, dude. 300 million. Even after a huge cataclysmic scandal, Miskiff was able to keep a good chunk of his career. He had done what he had always done before, but this time while keeping his relationship a secret. Except, just like with Maya, this wouldn't...
Again, a clip with 300 million view? Is it? Did he say 300 million view?
community and his channel to comfort. There's over 300 million views.
300 million view. Okay? Just this fucking clip alone in YouTube, okay? In YouTube, you're just going to get the ad money from YouTube on this one clip, okay? One clip would I personally, if I get that, okay, I would have enough money to spend the rest of my Virgo life. And I have extra money to literally donate it the rest to to that friend of mine that have immunodeficiency and let him live a good fucking life, way better than mine, twice. The fuck you guys need this many money for? And this guy, for this guy, is not fucking enough. Greed, motherfucker, greed.
I wish I was joking, dude. 300 million. Even after a huge cataclysmic scandal, Miskiff was able to keep a good chunk of his career. He had done what he had always done before, but this time while keeping his relationship a secret. Except, just like with Maya, this wouldn't last too long, and he would yet again find himself alone with nothing more than his community and his channel to comfort him. On May 31st, 2024, Emiru would state on her stream that she needs to get out of Miskiff's house. She'd say, there's a lot of different reasons, but I just feel like I need to get out of this house. You know, I like living here, but there's a lot of stuff that I haven't told you guys over the years. She'd specified that it had nothing to do with drama, and most people assumed like, oh, this was her stalker that she's been dealing with for years. In fact, she had multiple stalkers. Maybe that had to do with that. On July 24th, 2024, she would find...
Ironically, her ability to attract stalkers is almost to a godlike level at this point. Miskiff is literally a stalker that get a score. If you later on like see like what actually happened on later time when like all her stuff like got exposed, all his stuff got exposed by her, you would realize this thing. Miskiff is almost true and true behave like an actual stalker too. Because most cases, if you guys don't really see it this way, all stalkers of cosplayer or anyone famous or just a random person that like the guys who like decide to stalk that person, they have a false sense of belief they are both mutually in love, and that stalker is acting romantic. That's the case of many stalkers, okay? And It's more like to like a certain extreme case that is would what we would like categorize it as batshit crazy.
Move out. But what people noticed was that she moved out all by herself. Miskiff wasn't following her, he was staying in the old house. Miskiff would make excuses for this, saying that this was because he was moving to a different state. He wanted to move to Los Angeles and leave Texas entirely. To the conspiracy theorists, though, it seemed like no, they were actually breaking up. This was over. And he further confirmed this by running the hell away as far as possible. In the beginning of 2025, he would quote-unquote escape Austin, Texas, and would go live in Japan, spending a very long time there, streaming, making content, and
Get
overall, it
away
seemed like he
from
was
the
running away from his
children!
past life. Of course, this trip wouldn't be without controversy. He would do pull-ups on a cherry blossom tree, which would get him in trouble with Japan since they're seen as sacred, but he would end up apologizing and we'd move on.
Who the fuck does that? I say again, like, why is everyone have a need to broadcast every minor things they do? Where's the sense of privacy? Where's the sense of personal time? Now I know why there's like a lot of streamers get burned out and stuff. Like, not every single little moment of your life have to be in stream, okay? Just enjoy your fucking time.
From that. Miskiff was just being Miskiff, right? Regardless, he'd get past it fairly quickly. I mean, it was nothing compared to the stuff he's been in the past. And afterwards, he would finalize his move to LA, saying that it's been the best time he's had in a long time. He's been loving the people he's met, and that he's very happy about his
The
decision.
LA streamer
This came
scene.
just as it was announced that he actually won the court case versus Adriana. Her defamation case was thrown out by the judge, deeming it not worth a lawsuit, like this was just invalid. That's probably because she decided to sue him for defamation. I don't know whose idea it was. A lawsuit about defamation in Texas is like unwinnable, and it had nothing to do with her being sexually harassed. But whatever, to him, he was innocent, and this was proof. And you know, not much would change. Even while living in Los Angeles, he would still farm clips like he always has. Like this one right here, in which he jumps into a pool and pretends like he drowned, right? Like, hilarious. At the end of May 2025, he'd make an official video saying goodbye to Austin, Texas. The fact that he's moved to Los Angeles, the fact that this was going to be a new chapter in his life, and this would actually be his attempt.
Now, again, you guys have to understand this point. It's like he is a content creator. You always notice everything he does have intentions. He have a full awareness of his camera area. Like all actor does. When you do acting or like do filming on those kind of like occasions, you have a full awareness where the fucking camera is pointing at you. So you can do quite a lot of things with that kind of level of awareness. Not a lot of normal people can actually do that, but when you see a content creator does something behind the screen, most of the case, especially big streamers that really does a lot of like physical activity, like filmings or like event stuff, they have understanding of what a camera view is. They have like the like the sight of those kind of things. Like even the camera is like right behind them. They know how to like behave and move properly. It's a thing. It comes with experience, and also it comes with like sometimes some people have like very good innate sense. This is why like not all children can become a child star, because like some children actually also have like a very like good innate sense of the camera too. So like some kids become child star because of that.
Pool and pretends like he drowned, right? Like, hilarious. At the end of May 2025, he'd make an official
So
video
everything
saying
he does
goodbye
is
to Austin,
performative.
Texas. The fact that he's moved to Los Angeles, the fact that this was going to be a new chapter in his life, and this would actually be his attempt at completely rebranding himself, reinventing what Miskiff even means. His content would shift from being this video game-centric stream to more finance-focused. For example, in June 2024, he would bid for a broken Lamborghini so that he can fix it. Watch.
Imagine he bought like the not Lambo. I forgot like what car he drive, like the Jack Doherty one, the one that he crashes.
He'd end up bidding $125,000 for a broken Lamborghini, and his goal was to repair it and make content out of it, seeing that others have done so and gotten millions of
120 fucking 5. $40,000. That thing would pay for my student loan, pay for my father's I can literally unbankrupt my father, okay? I can literally unbankrupt my father's, invest all the money to my brothers for like solid 5 years, and I still have money left to live for 10 years. Unless I underestimated how much my father owed.
of views. He would then go on a rebranding tour, right? Going on podcasts with other content creators, talking about how he was canceled, how he almost ended it all, how he was made to be a villain, how he was the victim, and how now he won the lawsuit and he's right here, ready to start over again. One of the podcasts he went to was the Iced Coffee Hour, hosted by two content creators who were very finance content focused. Here he'd explain many different things: how he was canceled, how it broke his mind forever, how he will never be the same person he used to be in the past, how he's a multimillionaire, how he's shifting towards more finance focused content because his audience has been growing up with him, and how nothing really interested him as much as entertaining people, right? It wasn't about the money for him, it was truly about just being the most entertaining possible, reaching the most amount of people. As this rebranding tour was happening, Ludwig would admit live on stream that the video he made about Miskiff's drama with Adriana Lee wasn't really that good. In fact, it was false and it caused severe damage, something that he regrets. He would specify that he had apologized
Yellowig
to Miskiff and tried to include him in his events, but Miskiff was still hurt and didn't like him, not wanting to really reciprocate. To Miskiff, this was perfect. I mean, he was on his rebranding tour, he won the lawsuit, he moved to Los Angeles, he had introduced himself to new communities through podcasts, he was changing his content format. Seeing Ludwig apologize now was the perfect timing. On October 24th, 2025, Miskiff would make a response video saying, "Look, Ludwig as well as Trainwrecks tried to ruin my life. They did inconceivable damage to my reputation, and even though I won the lawsuit, everywhere you go on other platforms, you can still see people calling me a sexual harasser, someone who protected like a weird sex pest." And he blames Ludwig's video for most of this damage because he actually reached a big normie audience. He would end this by saying that, "Hey, if you watched me and stopped watching me because of that incident in 2022, I ask that you give me a second chance." However, even though his rebranding was going perfectly well to the majority of people, to the conspiracy theorists who knew that he was dating Emiru and that knew that her moving out without him meant that they broke up, they found it oddly suspicious how in the beginning of 2025, as he was in Japan, both Emiru and Maya interacted for the first time on stream and actually collabed. You know, it doesn't take a conspiracy theorist to understand this. If two of your exes met up together, it's probably not because they still like you. At the same time, people started noticing other things about Miskiff that were very interesting. On the subreddit OTV and Friends Rumors, someone would post, "What is up with Pokey and Miskiff?" on October 11th, 2025. They were wondering, why has Miskiff moved to Los Angeles where Pokimane lives and they haven't collabed or interacted once? Other comments would point out, how come he hasn't collabed with many other streamers that he usually collabed with that also live in LA? It seemed like he was being isolated. What didn't help?
because he have a fucking batshit crazy reputation already.
Was then on the 17th of October.
And that's the thing, like he basically he already got isolated by the sexual harassing stuff, okay? Not sure is that because of that, like he got spiraled down into cages and stuff. Like, human life can happen to like lots of things, you know, all those kind of stuff, this and that, yeah, that stuff. Lots of things, lots of things. I can't really judge a person's too much that way, but all I can say is this one thing, okay? If you are in a group of a lot of like friendly people together, you work together, you talk together, you have fun together. But here's the thing. If you did one thing wrong, most likely case, half a friend will leave you. But there was still half of friends that were reluctant to stay with you because they feel like they know you. Either you are not a person like that, or they believe that you can, you know, learn it as a lessons. But there's also this part that if you did so many bad stuff, none of your friend now is the friend you originally have for the past 10 years. You done fucked up. That's the thing. I won't call myself the best friend of the years, but I do have like that one friend that I stick with him for a very, very long time. Okay? We still occasionally like go out and like, you know, like hang out and eat together, those kind of stuff. He almost have zero old friend that still like tag along with him or like together with him anymore. The reason is there are people who view him as like a person who is like either a lack of education, also B a person who got his entire own life fucked up. You know, gambling, all those kind of things like happens, lying to people. For me, I choose to be an idiot that stay by his side because I know that person's. It's not because I'm actually like stupid or anything, you know. Like again, I'm a very easily emotional person, so like just again, like it's not like he's dead or anything. We are still hanging out. It's just that every single time I reminds about it, it's kind of like a little bit teary for me. I feel sad for him just around that time. Now he's like living fine life. Everything turned around. He got a job. He got a very decent job and have wife and kids. Yeah, live like a very best life in the world. So I won't really say that I contribute his change of life, but I'm really proud of being the friend that kind of stay with him. Yeah. Gosh dang it. My eyes. Again, I'm a very easily teary person. But yeah, yeah. Those kind of stuff. Man, I should go work as a fucking actor at this point. I just think about something very small, just a dying puppy, I would just immediately cry. I'm not even exaggerated. I'm that easily teary. Ooh. I cannot watch teary movie because like you would see my face just like a gosh dang fucking waterfall. But yeah. One of the many reasons I kind of like still like with him around back in the days is like not that great for him. I know him, and you guys know that I'm very good at like reading persons. You know, I'd be like, you know what? I believe you as a person's that he is actually a very responsible person. That's the thing. He kind of come from like a you know, single parent family. Try his hardest to like work part time job, this and that, yeah, that stuff. Kind of neglect his study because of that. But still, at the end, like because of that, he learned a lot of like life lessons and stuff. So he is what I call a person who are very grounded, and he is a very responsible person because of that. You know. So when he got into like some deep doo doo from gambling and stuff, he just started did some jobs and have some money, and then got into some gambling debt, and then like even actually like legitly tried to lie to me and to like get some money just to like pay back the debt and stuff. I just lent him, even I know it's like sometimes some of the reasons is like complete bullshit. Yeah, I'm still an idiot that decided to lend him the money and be a good friend from him. Time to time, sit there, have a little bit chat, you know. Just stick with him. As time passed, like, there's many times that he talk about his family and stuff, and I'd be like, you know what? Family is family. Because he left his, like, family due to, like, the gambling that he kind of have, it'd be like, Yeah, your parents will always love you. Trust me. So, should go back, you know, reconcile a little bit. Maybe you can try some other stuff, this and that other stuff. I won't really say I would be the guy that essentially convince him to straighten his life, but maybe some of my word did mix into it. So, among all the friendship I have with a persons, yeah, being friend with like that particular person is actually my most proudest achievement of being a good friend. So, this is why I say, like, for Miss Kif, if you don't really have that one friend that really that stick with you, no matter how much fucked up you do, means you are not really a very good person. Because most likely case, the person like me that decide to give you a chance, you already been disappointed. It's really fucking rare. Yeah, just that.
2025, Emiru would talk about something that seemed to be her referencing Miskiff. Watch.
And sometimes there's things in your life or people in your life that, you know, maybe they're not good for you. And chat, sometimes maybe you have to make those choices to take those people out of your life so you can make room for the people that are right for your life. You know? And I also think it's important to never give up. This whole year, I've taken a couple breaks, but
So there she was, breaking down on an RV trip with friends.
Man, I'm
talking
just
about
easily
cutting out
teary
people
at
from
this
her
point.
life, talking
Gosh,
about how the
dang,
last
what's
year
that
in
bitch?
particular.
Hold on a little bit. It's not even that emotional. It's just that the more I talk, the more easier I cry. I'm that again. It's not really that deep. All the things that I can just like mention now, I kind of recovered. Okay. All the things I can just mention like that is like they will always have that one dumbass motherfucker that going to be your closest friend. And you manage to lose that, then I'm sorry, I don't really know how to help a person then. Like there's always like that one idiot like me, exist. And if you manage to lose that person's in your life, you really done like so much fuck up to a point that yeah, it's just beyond. It's just not going to help. You can have money, you can have fame, but in reality, yeah, you're nothing.
It was very hard on her. This RV trip was actually on the way to TwitchCon, and Emiru truly couldn't catch a break because at TwitchCon she got assaulted by a random stalker. It was overall an absolute disaster. But let's take a step back for a minute. You know that clip where she's crying in the RV? This was actually downvoted to oblivion. It has 0 upvotes. And the comments were very divided. Some people would say, glad we are back to the usual parasocial streamer drama posts, and someone would reply with, you know things are going well for Miskiff when there's a random post that gets posted to stir hate for him. This is maybe the 4th this week. So see, this kind of person was seeing this as a direct attack on Miskiff for no reason because of weird conspiracy theorists. Someone else on the other hand said, damn, just say Miskiff already. But for the most part, this was really seen as some sort of weird conspiracy theorist pushing a narrative that was so out of proportion to what's actually happening that they should probably be admitted to a mental institution. However, as you may already know, people like this, as well as the many people on 4chan and other gossip forums that have been talking about Emiru and Miskiff for years now, were so damn vindicated on October 25th, 2025, when Emiru would out of nowhere make a stream that would put the final nail in the coffin when it came to Miskiff's entire career. On October 25th, Emiru would go live on her channel with a stream titled Talking About Some Things. In it, for the first time, publicly, she would reveal to us that yes, she was indeed in a relationship with Miskiff. She'd then read a carefully prepared statement from a notepad in which she would detail to us just how horrendous the years with Miskiff truly were, detailing the things he's done to her, the things he's done to others, and how much of a terrible person he truly was. As she was streaming, she would also remove him as a mod in her channel. And I kid you not, I mean, look, I live streamed as soon as it was happening because it was such a big deal. That night, I opened Livestream Fail and I saw the entire front page just full of clips from her stream. It's not even an exaggeration. You can see it for yourself. Here's how she would start off her statement. Watch.
Today, I'm finally going to be opening up about the psychological and domestic abuse, stalking and harassment, sexual assault, and threats of blackmail that Ms. Kiff has done towards me, and some of these issues which are still ongoing. For the entirety of this year, I have attempted to separate myself from him and not talk about him at all, and not talk about this issue, and just not make it a public thing. I always tried my
So yeah, that was already one hell of a way to start off her statement, right? But this entire 2-hour stream would be bombshell after bombshell after bombshell. She'd show us the ridiculous amount of text she would keep receiving from Miskiff even after separating from him, asking, can you please answer my phone, writing these immensely long paragraphs about how he regrets everything, about how he wants to spend the rest of his life with her, and this would be on multiple platforms.
This thing again, multiple platform, trying his best to like contact her, this and that, yeah, that stuff. Crazy fucking bitches acts. No, not bitches this time. Well, technically he does behave like a bitch, but if I call him a bitch, it would be an insult to bitch. And again, like say, like I'm not actually really like crying, so that particular part I just got a little bit emotional. That there's like some things I easily like get into with. So this is why I say I'm a very easily teary guy. So I didn't talk about some like those stuff like really much. But yeah, again, nothing big, nothing small. But again, like look at this. He behaved like a gosh dang fucking stalker. Like, the amount of word that type into it, you can write an entire fucking Google Doc essay in it. Like, maybe like 50-page essay at this point.
Text messages on Discord, on Instagram, the guy was relentless. She'd have more than 14 screenshots of him trying to pursue her on multiple platforms after she had expressed she didn't want anything to do with him anymore. And one of those messages would even be like a straight up poem. Additionally, the guy was absolutely crazy when it came to view count and numbers, something that everyone had already known about, but didn't truly understand just how screwed it truly was. Watch.
me. He's saying like, Emmy, you know, I'm gonna kill myself, I waited, or I'm gonna KMS, I waited so long for this, etc. Basically he was upset because I had higher viewership than him. That's literally it. I had higher viewership than him, and like I said,
Imagine being a successful streamer, dating another successful streamer, right? And going up to her and saying, hey, you know, I want to end it all because unfortunately you have more views than me. It's like, come on, man. Like, what are you doing? Get a grip. But the other thing she had to say wouldn't be funny at all. In fact, they were very serious. You know, she'd expressed to us that their breakup wasn't as straightforward, right? They kind of lingered a little bit since she was taking a little while to move out of the house. At some point, she was crying about something. He sat next to her to comfort her, he hugged her, and she claims that as he was hugging her, as she was still crying, he would put his hand in her pants. Really good timing, Miskiff, truly. I mean, yeah, that's the first instinct you should have as a guy when a woman's crying. She would push him away from her, and he'd get up. He'd say, oh, I feel like I've done something really wrong and I'm gonna leave now. And he just left. She'd also claimed that he was a very dangerous driver, very unstable, but how once he drove 150 miles per hour, telling her that they were both gonna die because another streamer had a collab with Mr. Beast and he didn't. I mean, seriously. He is such a loser, bro. But again, it got even more serious when she would reveal the real reason behind her black eye.
See? I didn't call him a wuss-ass bitch for no reasons, okay? It's like, I'm calling him a bitch would be the understatement. He is like a rank level up than bitch. The pettiness of what these guys have, and the pettiness, the small amount of like things he just went full Karen, and like almost everything that he does. Almost every little thing that he does in there, okay? he behaved like a bitch. Worse than a bitch. Okay? The bitch with a small heart, small eye, small everything. And what we normally would call this what? Small PP energy. Okay? Small PP energy. So small in fact that I need a fucking microscope just to see it. Not even microscope. I need a gosh dang binoculars to look at it. How tiny your fucking penis is. That would be so much of a small PP energy that it would shock you of how fucking petty this fucker is. A magnifying glass does not do fucking justice. And yeah, Mute Midori, you missed the part that I cry a lot for no reasons. Yeah, I'm a teary person, so when I talk about emotion and stuff, I just like immediately start crying. But not like, you know, I actually got hurt kind of crying, but it's more like my ability to like empathize on people is a little bit too fucking high, so like I just immediately cry every single time I talk about teary stuff.
She'd say that he would throw plastic bottles at her that still had water in them, so they were heavy, as well as his phone at her, which eventually would cause her black eye that lasted for 1 to 2 weeks.
Again, let's
And
roll
I'm gonna
back
leave
to
now,
it a little
and he
bit.
just left. She'd also claim.
Oh, wait. I need to go to the toilet first. I'll be coming back soon. Whoa, I just look at my gosh dang phone. There's like a guy like in Twitter for some reason, like he like and share every single post that I have made for the entire year. I don't know why. Maybe I should cry more. Think about it. I can't cry now. Shit, I can't cry on demand now.
That he was a very dangerous driver, very unstable, but how once he drove 150 miles per hour, telling her that they were both gonna die because another streamer was still crying. He would.
I waited, or I'm gonna KMS, I waited so long for this, etc. Basically he was upset because I had higher viewership than him.
Yeah, that's the thing. This is the gosh dang thing I hated him about. Like, here's the thing. If you have a girlfriend who is much more successful than you, if it's in my shoe, okay? If it's in my shoe, again, if it's Emiru's shoes, okay? If I have a girlfriend like Emiru, she's a gamer, she's a cosplayer, she's also a girl of cultures and everything, okay? Okay? She got a fucking higher view than me, I would be like, you know what? Either A, I'm going to have a start a friendly competition with you that let's start an event and see who will get the most streamers. Like I will do something else, you do something else, that have something fun. Okay, now we have to versus with each others. Or B, you know what? I shall be the housewife of the household. Okay, I will become house husband, and now you are going to take care of our life. You know what? I'm just going to start a channel that I'm just going to turn myself into a house husband. I will learn how to cook. I will learn every single thing. I will stream it on live. And like while you're streaming, I'll make some cooked food for you or snacks or prepare to serve to you like a gosh dang queen. I would do that. Okay? It's not a simp. It's just literally if I'm in a literal relationship, I would understand that you can actually earn more money than me. I don't like if I like at that point, like if I'm in Miss Gift's shoes, okay? I have enough money to live. I don't need to do so much anymore. If this is her passions, she want to become like a, you know, she already like become like way more like famous. For me, if I already reach a certain point, I'm already fucking tired. Even it's my passion to become a streamer, I will just find some other way to do it. Even I start to drop off, it's fine. Like I say again, I used to be a big streamer. I just become small and then I don't even mind, to be honest. So that's the thing. And yeah, that's all. That's all I can say. It's just like you should be happy for a girlfriend. You know? Cosplays of fashions, now like including streamings and this and that stuff. She's having fun. You can also have fun like in different way too. It's just a push and pull relationship. I can say in the most vulgar way, the most possible way is like having sex with each other. Okay? You guys have to match the fucking rhythm, okay? There's a lot of push and pull happening. If you don't decide to match your rhythm, just become full selfishness, it's your gosh dang fucking fault. Just go to sleep, mute. You don't have to be here. It is a record that you can find back. I will turn this into a VOD. I will highlight that moment that I gosh dang cried, okay, if you really want to see that. This is going to be a very long stream.
That's literally it. I had higher viewership than him, and like I said,
Imagine being a successful streamer, dating another successful streamer, right? And going up to her and saying, hey, you know, I want to end it all because unfortunately you have more views than me. It's like, come on, man. Like, what are you doing? Get a grip. But the other thing she had to say wouldn't be funny at all. In fact, they were very serious. You know, she'd expressed to us that their breakup wasn't as straightforward, right? They kind of lingered a little bit since she was taking a little while to move out of the house. At some point, she was crying about something. He sat next to her to comfort her, he hugged her, and she claims that as he was hugging her, as she was still crying, he would put his hand in her pants. Really?
Listen to this part again, okay?
He was hugging her as she was...
They already broke up, okay? Again, they already broke up. She already like been trying to move away from the house for like a week already, okay? She got a fucking lots of plushie, so yeah.
Since she was taking a little while to move out of the house. At some point, she was crying about something. He sat next to her to comfort her, he hugged her, and she claims that as he was hugging her, as she was still crying, he would put his hand in her pants.
Mind you, already broke up, huh? Mind you, they already broke up, eh? Let you guys marinate the thought a little bit, okay? You broke up with your girlfriend because you are terrible persons. Definitely. Don't tell me you never look at a fucking mirror and don't know that this is how you conduct. This is how you broke a lot of relationship with people, friends, girlfriends, and everything. And then now you look at this crying, vulnerable girls. You decided to comfort her. you'll be like, this is my fucking chance. Give it a little bit hug, a little bit kiss. Shove it into the pants! How old is this fucker? This is not long ago too. This is like, you know, something like last year or something. Is it? I'm not really sure at that point. But I get why my friend tell me that am I gay or not at this point. Seriously, I really doubt that I'm a man or not. If this is just how men usually do stuff, I'm not a fucking man. Is this how men should do that thing? Is this how they get bitches? But emeralds aren't bitches. Why you behave like that? Every single time I heard this part of the story, I have an existential crisis. I'm really thinking, okay? I'm really thinking, am I actually a man? Because when I hear about this is not just happening to like Emerald only. A lot of girls encounter this kind of things. I have like you guys like chat with me a lot. You guys understand this. I have an affinity to either bring up a lot of sensitive stuff out from people or out from myself. So I hear so many horror story, and yeah, basically stuff happens to girls, even to guys. I feel like, am I asexual at this point? No. I do watch porn. I do fap to stuff, so definitely I'm not asexual. But how fucking desperate are people? How lack of a self-control people can have? Is it there's a beautiful... I know she's a 10-10. You might not be able to hold it off that well. But, man... have some fucking self-control. She's not your girlfriend anymore. I know I can just say this, like, it might happen to me too. Who knows? I'm not a hypocrite. So if it just happened to me, remember to condemn the shit out of me saying this thing. But still, for now, I still don't have that kind of experience yet. So I have the right to say, like, fuck that guy. Okay? I have a full right to say this is a bitch-ass wuss fucking bitch. Not her. Miskiff. He's a wuss-ass motherfucking bitch. And thank God he's a wuss-ass motherfucking bitch. Do you know why? Let's continue hearing what he's going to say.
Really good timing, Miskiff, truly. I mean, yeah, that's the first instinct you should have as a guy when a woman's crying. She would push him away from her, and he'd get up. He'd say, oh, I feel like I've done something really wrong, and I'm gonna leave now. And he just left.
Not just that, she literally screamed, okay? You slowly shove your hand aggressively in... Not aggressively, like, it depends on the context, okay? But for her, might as well be. Okay? And then she screamed, and then he'd be like, oh, sorry, I feel like I did something wrong. Oh. This is him, okay? This is him. Definitely this is him. This is what happened. This is why I say, like, thank God he fucking wussed out. Else we are going to have a rape case over here. Being a wuss-ass bitch has to have its perk, I guess. It's a blessing and a fucking curse. Like, who does that? Here's the thing. With my years of observations on how men sees girls, okay? They are a certain type of men that I do know, okay? They are a certain type of men I do know. Even I personally know one of them. They have a certain taste, okay? How should I say? On vulnerable women. Yes. This is the thing. There are men that have certain taste on vulnerable women. This is why sometimes there are guys that really love to tease their girlfriend. But some of them really go a little bit overboard on teasing. It's not really teasing anymore. They just want to see them being vulnerable and just flat out crying. And they would found the fact that that happened really fucking turn on for them. Now, from I watch like the entire the drama happen, like Miss Kiff, like the way he talk about the entire like love story they have, like the way he kind of frame it, and also like how Emerald like say most of the things. That's the thing. I do feel like the way like Miss Kiff say like they got trauma bond is not really exactly like trauma bond. I would say like Miss Kiff actually decided to just go for it with like, you know, try to quote unquote in his brain on what my ultimate high quality empathy mind would be able to read. He want her because around that time she's so fucking vulnerable. In his eye, might as well be someone is like really cute little bunny that he managed to find. Okay? When I mention bunny, I mean like this level of like bunny. Let me try to find it.
Welcome back to
This is how he see this is how quite a lot of people see a vulnerable person is. So this is like the reasons like I would say like I've seen many people like this and I kind of like somewhat can see why they behave like that, but I don't worry, I'm not that kind of person. But in his eye, this is Emiru. Definitely, that is how he view her. Especially every single time she got attacked by stalkers, or he teased her, or like try the best to kind of like just make her cry. He have unhealthy obsessions of trying to make Emiru sad. It fucking turns him on. Definitely. At that point, for me, from I tend I yeah, that friend of mine, like I would say like the one of the reason I kind of like I won't even call him friend, to be honest. It's more like a friend's acquaintance, but he always treat me like a friend. Like the unwanted friend, to be honest, for me is like, but I will still try my best to like be a little bit open, see the benefit of the doubt of like a lot of people, but man, that guy is really fucked up. But in a way, like anyway, just like the way I kind of like view him is like he would find vulnerable stuff cute, so he would make a lot of situations to make people feel vulnerable. I know that guy's girlfriend, so like I kind of like, you know, they later on did broke up and everything. I kind of see that coming, but yeah, this is like one of the reasons why I kind of like have a little bit much more extra emotion on this one, because I do see this kind of things actually just happen in 4K, but it's in a much more higher different context than this one. This one is much more like on the streaming scene, you know. The one I know is much more on like the personal to personal like level that I see happen in 4K scene. So it's a much more different thing and much more different experience that you're going to like witness it. Just going to just say it's really fucked up. And the way I see this at this point, Miskiff really, really are a fucked up person. If I view that guy as a very fucked up person, I would view Miskiff as a even more fucked up person, because while at least that guy have like that kind of fetish going on there, Miskiff is a guy with that kind of fetish and also have a very small PP energy. That makes him super unlikable.
Left. She'd also claimed that he was a very dangerous driver, very unstable, about how once he drove 150 miles per hour, telling her that they were both gonna die because another streamer had a collab with Mr. Beast.
See? It's a pattern of behavior that he really want to make her feel vulnerable and try to cry, make her cry. He definitely have a certain fetish going on there.
And he didn't. I mean, seriously. He is such a...
There will be time where he does it because he's actually serious about it. There will be a time he does it as a joke, just want to tease her. But those joke has really mixed up with the intention of him having a small PP energy. So most of the tease has escalated to higher and higher and higher rate from the intention, from like just like a prank like jokish like tease intentions, to evolve into actually hate her and trying to actively really try to harm her just to see that vulnerable side of her.
A loser, bro. But again, it got even more serious when she would reveal the real reason behind her black eye. She'd say that he would throw plastic bottles at her that still had water in them, so they were heavy, as well as his phone at her, which eventually would cause her black eye that lasted for 1 to 2 weeks. I mean, think about it, right? For a phone to hit your face and give you a black eye, it must have been one hell of a throw. That by itself, without mentioning anything else during her stream, is enough
it's
cause
fucking
for
heavy, okay?
immediate concern. That's textbook abuse right
It's
there.
a brick
Additionally,
of
she
silicon
revealed to us
and
just
metal.
How little he thought of other people in Austin, how he treated them terribly, how he belittled them, how if they couldn't contribute more view count to his stream, they were human garbage to him. Even if they were nice to him, he didn't.
See? This is why I say, if you have that one friend willing to stick with you thick and thin because he believed in you, but if you behave like that, I guarantee fucking you sure, you will not have a single friend like that. You would not have a dumbass like me being your friend. If you don't even have a dumbass to be your friend, to stick with you with thick and thin, you're a fucked up person. And small PP too.
Care. She would recount a story in which someone was very nice to him, was very sweet, and he would shit-talk him behind his back, which really alarmed Emiru. There was so much aggression towards someone who was nothing but nice, and there was no explanation as to why he would be angry at him other than the fact that he couldn't contribute anything to his view count. Finally, she'd end her stream by saying that she is filing a restraining order on Miskiff in both Los Angeles and Texas, adding that one of the main reasons why she decided to make this stream was because at TwitchCon 2025, yes, the same convention in which she was assaulted by a star.
You know, there's another thing about this. This like Miskiff actually did say like, I went to therapy. I went to this. I recovered a lot. That was like before TwitchCon, okay? That was before TwitchCon when he sent those kind of message to Emiru. And then after he said that in TwitchCon, he just went into there, talked to her managers. Do not release my fucking file. I will make your life here on earth. I will release your abusiveness on your tiny little bunny. Ironically, I'm not even using the bunny to like you know, as an irony case, because like it's just the fact is like I find like bunny cute. Okay.
Stalker, Miskiff went up to her staff and told them that if she were to say anything about him, he would destroy her. How would he destroy her, you ask? Well, she explained very clearly what he would say. Watch.
Multiple people have told me that his plan was to claim that I kill animals and that I killed my own rabbits, since I had several of my rabbits pass away over the course of 3 years while I...
Rabbit dies easy, you know. If you never own a rabbit before, yes, rabbit dies really easy. Even the best healthcare you can give to the rabbit, they will still fucking die out of nowhere because either they're lonely, they stress, they do this, they do that. Sometimes they stress out of nowhere too. You didn't do any jack shit, you treat them the best way, they will still stress to die. I'm not even exaggerating. Rabbit sometimes, if you're lucky, you can have a rabbit for for its full lifetime, okay? But if you're unlucky, even you treat your rabbit like super fucking well, it still will have an RNG chance to die within a day. I'm not even kidding. It's that bad. Rabbit have a weak heart, okay? They are somewhat in a way that if you don't give them the maximum prey environment, okay, they will die out of stress. Even you give them the best prey environment, place for them to burrow, this and that, good sunlight, food, waters. If they are fucking stupid, they always like stand outside the fucking field, and then because they are always outside the fucking field, they are stressed, and then they just die out from stress. I'm not even kidding. They can die out of sheer stupidity. Okay? And he decided to want to use a fucking rabbit to blackmail her. Means one thing, he doesn't even understand what a fucking rabbit is. The sympathizability of a person's that unable to know animal have shorter lifespan and they are fucking stupid. There's no amount of king royalty treatment on an animal can prolong an animal that wants to choose Darwin Award. Okay? We can't even stop human from doing that. How the fuck you think we can stop an animal from doing that? Okay? What's this, like, hour? 10:40? Okay? Again. And where's that part that, you know, like, remember that part, like, Ice Poseidon kind of, like, air out his, like, dirty laundry? They're basically, like, student, like, fucking master, okay? They literally just, like, have this thing, like, kept within their pocket. When they actually need to use it, they will use it.
I lived with him.
The intentions alone is fucking evil.
I'm sure he's probably listening now, and it's probably gonna come as quite a shock to him that this information made its way back to me and that I've known for months.
And finally, truly, the last thing she would say here is that she says she predicts that after the statement that she had made, Miskiff would try and sue her. Watch for yourself.
And I also wanted to say that I would not be surprised if he tries to sue me for the stream that I did today and for coming out about him. Not because he thinks that he would win, but for PR reasons, like a slap lawsuit. It'd be interesting if that happened, and I wouldn't be opposed to people finding out more of the truth and things that I didn't even talk about today, and what else he's been lying about. And I'm sure there's also plenty of things that even I don't know about. And yeah, there's more things that I didn't even talk about today, but I'm hoping that now that I have this out, this is the last time I ever have to talk about it.
So yeah, not only did she come out with one hell of a statement, truly something that shook the entire streaming community to its core, because everyone's heard of Miskiff, everyone's heard of OTK, but she was also out here telling us his next steps. She knew everything. And just like any online drama, when it rains, it pours. And it didn't really take that long for it to start pouring like a goddamn tsunami. Very shortly afterwards, OTK would put out a statement saying OTK fully supports its co-owner and sister Emiru, and we stand by her side and admire her strength in coming forward and sharing her story. While Miskiff was one of the several founders of OTK, the organization terminated its relationship with him some time ago for reasons unrelated to the recent events, and he holds no stake in OTK or any of our other companies. Out of respect for those who have come forward, we will let their voices speak above ours. And speaking of voices, they all started to pour in. A streamer would say, for years, on my Twitch stream, I had stated I had one bad experience with one Twitch streamer within my 9 years of streaming, and they're finally being exposed for being a terrible human. Another streamer would say, having been in this industry for years now, I've been exposed to many creeps. Sometimes when they are larger creators, I've been scared to say anything because I fear will negatively impact my career. Last weekend at a TwitchCon after party, Miskiff came up to me to say hi, but just grabbed the top half of my face. My friend was in disbelief and told me I should say something as that was super disrespectful, but I've always been scared of offending people, and I chalked it up to him being weird. Thank you, Emiru, for bravely speaking out, and I can't even imagine the horror she has gone through this year. It sucks that sometimes we can't express our discomfort because we fear it negatively affecting our livelihoods. So yeah, you know, he just walked by and instead of saying hi, he just grabs the top half of someone's face. I think this is what happens when you reach such a crazy fame level that you start seeing people as genuine NPCs, as objects, as people that
I'll let you guys process a little bit. Remember that time that I talk about like Bao? Do you now know why this is such a big ass thing that can trigger so many girls? Any content creators, any other people that just work from small to big, and then around that period amount of times they got taken advantage by the guy. They may have been like actually got hit by such uncomfortable situations, or they escaped such uncomfortable situations. Anyhow, it's fucking triggering. Okay? This is why when I have that Bao video and I talk about like I understand what she's doing, and this so fucking triggered stuff that she really want to like, even though she is a person that don't talk shit on people in public, even she tried to go for this roundabout slap just to shit on Miskiff. And because of that, like the entire Bao drama just like runs into like, you know, right now, like what we are seeing like right now. So Miskiff has done so many damage, he somehow managed to do AoE damage on a lot of people. So entire Bao situations, I would say, is really fucking Miskiff's fault. Like ironically, yes, it's fucking Miskiff's fault. This guy is such a train wreck and a creep that it triggered so many girls that just want to fucking call him out, but they also understand one thing. This guy is motherfucking rich. Like I say again, that 300 million view on a one shot, he have enough money to sue every single person that talk about him. Well, if he does that to me, I'll just, I guess, make a big fuss about it, see if anyone can help me. Or I can just say that. I'm just trying to state the truth of what my own personal opinion. Okay? Most of the thing I would say is just speculations and quote unquote. Okay? My quote unquote speculations and how I see him from my experience of judging other people. So it's not a de facto real truth, but did I hit the nail? Did you guys think I say the truth or not? Really depends on you.
that don't really matter, like they don't exist. Now look, at this point, I'm not really surprised when it comes to streamers and content creators being outed as weirdos. Unfortunately, you've come to expect these things. But still, as someone who actually does cover these things, well, for a living at this point, I still managed to get shocked at one thing in particular though. Reckful was one of the OG Twitch streamers, right? He was the pioneer, the inventor, pretty much, of text-to-speech donations, for example. Tragically, in the summer of 2020, he jumped out of a balcony and, well, left this planet. For many streamers and content creators, this is a very sensitive topic, as he was a very nice guy who clearly had mental problems. As the controversy with Miskiff was happening, someone would uncover a clip of Reckful from a long time ago in which he would call out Miskiff for being a bad friend that only cares about clout. Watch.
How does it feel knowing there are some people who like you because you are famous? It fucking sucks. See, I know for a fact that me going live right now raises the chance that Miskiff doesn't ignore my text and hang out with me by like fucking 69,420%, you know? It's fucking actually nuts.
Now this sucked, but it wasn't what truly shocked me. It was this tweet from the content creator Arya Saki, who was a close friend of Byron, otherwise known as Reckful. She started this off from a quote from Miskiff in 2025, in which he said, "One of the reasons Byron killed himself was because he was jealous of me." She would then state that the reason why she had even reached out to Miskiff in 2025 was because she wanted to take him out to lunch for a serious talk. She was coordinating with Emmy and she wanted to play the middleman. She knew of his terrible treatment towards others and wanted to see if he truly felt remorse after all the controversies he's been through, if he's actually changed. But with that statement, she confirmed, no, actually, he was even worse than he used to be. Arya would specify that she knew Byron very well and that she spoke with him every single day leading up to when he left this planet. And not once did he mention Miskiff's name, not even once. I mean, dude, this genuinely left me speechless. We're out here talking about the final nail in the coffin. Bro, there is no coffin anymore. It's been rendered to ashes. Like, what the hell is going on? But we weren't done yet. A producer...
This is what a bad friend can do to you. I wouldn't even call him a friend. This is a fucking parasite at this point. A person can have, like I say again, being a content creator, if you really want to be successful content creators, have a thing you concentrate on, a thing you really obsess on, usually would get you a surefire way to get famous. But try not to lose you as a person. He always aimed to be a content creator. He never really focused the part that content creators are human. He is what we call the modern day view of how content creators do content. Back in the days where everybody just want to show they like fish, so they go on diving, have a vlog, and everyone have fun watching it. Nowadays, no. They have to sensationalize like this fucking hobby of them. Be like, hey, you know, I have these stories that I used to see this thing like the what. You know what? We should actually like collab together so I can show you the wonder of fishes. And then keep finding lots of bunch of like famous people to like, here is Mr. Beast. Like, yeah. See, we are going to do a fun charity work that I'm going to dive into this like fucking reef to may or may not kill someone. Just for the view. Back then, people just, you know, I like fish. I show you my fish. Yeah, this is how I take care of my fish. Oh, did I do something wrong? Oh, sorry guys. I'll try to do better. Like, oh, this is how I do my fish. Oh, this is your issues. Like, if you have these issues of taking care of fish this way, you just like have to like watch a pH level. Like this fish like eat different type of food. You can't just get like this type of food. Usually, you need a little bit nutritious, a little bit this. Have a little bit in depth on the conversation. His in depth conversations is literally how to become a content creator, how to take advantage of every single moment that he can to leverage one more view, strategy, tactic, everything. That's Miskiff. The more obsession you have on those kind of things, the less human you would see in people. As time passed, people would just become numbers. I'm still a small streamer, mindful. Okay? You guys aren't a number to me yet. Sadly, that is one of the most truthful thing I will let you guys know. You guys can still keep watching me and give you a scenario, okay? I become viral, I become super famous. My chat just fly past like gosh dang like stream at that point. I can't read a single word. The only time that I may or may not be able to see your chat is you giving me money, and I see the super chat you put in there, and I can somehow manage to have a communication with you that way. You will get buried into that number of people who watch me, and you will just become a number to me. Even I do not want that to happen. But it comes into a territory that it will happen. So I would always let everyone know this is the reason why I try my best to set up a boundary. I don't want to be that guy that disappointed you. That one of the inevitable things that will happen is that you become a guy that even I wanted to, I cannot see anymore. That's just the sad fact. There are people who are willing to be a small creators. There are people who are willing to become maintained in the medium-sized streamers for that particular reasons actually. Nobody actually really trying to make big for people who really want to become a content creators. They really just want a small, close communities. You can definitely see like a lot of streamers that behave that way too. Like again, I will use Bao again. Bao is a person that she actually do not want to be famous. She just want to do her stuff in a small communities. Everyone be happy, just that. She want to know every single viewer by name, every single one. Just have fun, have conversations. You know, sometimes have a little bit like silly stuff like happening around there, here and there. Like, it's a good thing that she's in the drama. I hope she won't be that stressed because, like, the drama that she will have, it will act as a fucking filters to filter out the people that is just coming in to watch her because she is famous, not because she is Bao. That's all I can say for that. I know some people might listening to like the clip that I made about like talking about her. They might think that I just shit on her for like bad like, but every bad comes with good. Every drama always have like a life lesson that you can kind of learn from. And all I can say is like hope she get what she actually want. She may not know. Once it happen, once the dust settle, she will see it. She'll be a much more happier person. But she have to see that first. I think she already been seeing that, which is a good thing. Hi there, Corn. Yeah, there's a lot of like things that I can like keep talking about, yapping about. And this is like welcome to my stream, I guess. My name is Kiray. Saved and not subject to copyright. Who knows? Oh. No, Corn. Say hello to me again. Okay? This is a test. Say elephant. Type elephant out. If you can't type elephants in the count of 10, I will ban you. This is a very bot behavior you just suddenly do. Okay? 10, 9, 8, 7, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, you're a bot. Report. Unwanted commercial content or spam. Yes. Report. Hide user from my channel. Yes. Ah, too bad I can't remove his chat. Well, where was I when I got rudely interrupted? I guess we can just keep on watching, I guess.
Who had worked for an OTK event that featured Miskiff would come out and talk about her experience with him. She'd say that others were more fit to host, but Miskiff insisted that he wanted to host himself. Okay, cool. Usually for an event on stage that's live, she has to present to you everything that's going to happen, where you can step, where you can't step, what to expect, what not to expect. But Miskiff kept telling her he was too busy, so she actually offered to come to him and explain. She did that and actually drove to his house. Now usually there would be rehearsals, there would be practice. He wouldn't show up to any of that. He'd only show up barely an hour before the event was meant to start, so she ran him through everything very quickly even though they were meant to rehearse, and it was obvious he didn't really do that much of a good job. What she noticed though was that after the stream, he was feeling down. Everyone was around him comforting him, and no one paid mind to the producer who tried to avoid this from happening. The guy wanted to always be at the center of the spotlight, but was unprofessional and disregarded everyone around him. That lines up with what Emiru said, and I mean, there's another clip literally of him on stream admitting this, but people saw it as a joke and didn't take it seriously. Watch for yourself.
Yeah, again, as time like you kind of like see like how Miskiff like behave and everything. Okay, I'm not a fucking therapist, but at this point I might as well be, not a licensed one. He never grow up. He's still that kid that look up to a lot of streamers. Even now he still is. He's really disappointed because like the people he look up is now against him. Just that. And again, the reason why I say like he never grow up is because everything he does is like a kids that want attentions. And he basically behave like a kid with tantrum. Every single time things doesn't go for his way, go for his plan, or exactly like me actually. Basically the child tantrum side. So he will start throw a tantrum the moment things just doesn't go his way. Okay? Worst thing is he wants attention too. So that is like a higher level than me. So when he didn't get the attention that he wanted, he will start behaving like a fucking baby. At this point, he would refer to himself actually as a third person in his brain. He view himself as the center of his own world. He have a full awareness of he is not the center of the world, but he have a full awareness of Miskiff is the center of all these people that orbiting around him. He himself is not a identifiable person for himself anymore. He identify himself as Miskiff. But the child self of him sometimes come out and play. And that's the tantrum side of him.
Self.
You gonna come to my family reunion?
Only if I could take a picture and say fun with the family.
No, I don't. I actually don't want you to go. It's because you're like a psychopath. Miz, when you're normal, even at parties, you stand around like this with a drink, and then you walk up to people and you're like, you know, I wouldn't talk to you if your viewership wasn't as high, you know? Like, that's literally what you do all the time. And you're an ego asshole.
Because I don't take any of you seriously because you're not actually my friends. No, I'm sorry. You know you're my
See?
friend.
See? He said the quiet part out loud. Here's the thing. The speed he said it, okay? The speed he said it is the quiet part out loud. He's been a very impulsive person, so like the moment he speak fast, okay, is the quiet part. He might have tried his best to play as an asshole, but that's the thing. Sometimes you play an asshole really, really well, you might have to suspect yourself may be actually an asshole.
And is Senna a real one? No. Okay, let's begin on this whole thing.
This clip is perfect to truly show you who Miskiff truly was, okay? He was in his natural habitat here. Whenever someone would bring up something serious, hell, even morbid, I mean, the fact that he saw everyone as objects, that no one was his friend, he would always manage to deflect and make it a farmable clip. I mean, if you posted this on social media or Reddit, it would get upvoted like crazy. Anytime someone would have criticism or become serious, he would always turn it around and people would say, oh, you know, that's just Miskiff being Miskiff, right? That's not actually how he behaves off stream, I'm sure. He's just doing this for the content. Everything was for the content. People would also find old clips of him admitting the fact that yes, he had a fear of his ex Maya surpassing him in viewership. Watch.
Now you guys understand. Because I know this kind of like type of cases a lot, I always self-evaluate myself as much as possible and punch myself down and be as humble as possible. But still, if I just keep saying that I keep myself being humble, it means that I'm also trying to grow myself like some sort of like fucking ego. So I will try my best not to. I just try to be myself. That's all. To be honest, if I have a potential, that's the thing. Like every single like big fucked up like content creators, okay? I will look at the mirror. In reality, I would also understand I can become like them too. Everyone have the potential to become a prick, but the problem is my personality. Okay, the way I behave and stuff, the way I either like deflect or behave or like function as a proper human being with a lot of people with relationship, I can become them. I have maybe not like identical quality as them, but I have part of the quality as them. Means I can either become a weaker version of a fuck up like them, or a stronger version of a fuck up like them. There's a reason why I always be like me. And that's the thing when it say like the most unique identified persons, as most people would see me as me. They can't really categorize me as a person that like that person, a person or like that person, because I have personality of a distinguished ego. Okay? I won't really call, because back in the days people just use my name, I just being me. You know? I don't even mind like calling my name at this point. It's just like just you know, Jiyoung being Jiyoung. Okay? Essentially all my friends see me that way. If I decided to say, oh, people just say Kiray just being Kiray, that would be at the end of me. Okay? if my friend decided to say that, it would change. Even I like refer myself that way. That would change me as a human. I would not want to lose that part about me. But yeah. But essentially, if I rephrase that, at least I say my name once. Okay. Rephrase that back to Kiray. So essentially, I won't really say I'm like a most unique person in the world, but most likely case, you would only see a person that behave like me is me. And that's a case. And that me can run wild if it's left unchecked. As people, again, boundaries, viewer as a viewer, they do not have the, how would I even say, ability to keep yourself in check. Else it would be outside the boundary. If you guys decided to be in check, push me in control, like make me humble, that is outside your boundary as a viewer. So in some sense, no matter how wild I'm going to become, you guys cannot stop me. The only thing that can actually stop me is my actual friends and my family, but most ultimately, myself. There are lots of people keep complaining about like me, even my close friends is like, I'm always punching myself down for weird ass reasons. It's because I know I'm egotistical bastard. Look at this, like the way I talk, like I have a huge big ego. I stand convicted at everything I say. If this part of me run wild, I would just essentially become another internet personalities that just being a dick to people. Trust me. I can be the best friend of people, but also I can become the worst enemy of another person's. This is the best way for me to control myself, is to keep insulting myself. I don't know a better way to do it, to be honest. I might need an actual girlfriend to actually control me. But aside from that, like, so far, the best method to keep my ego down is myself. I guess there's a reason why, like, my type of girls that I like is, like, strong women. Not, like, physically strong. I mean mentally strong women. It's because, like, I feel like they are the only one that can, like, push me down enough. And know me enough to, like, not to hurt me in the way, like, they try to, like, punch me down that hard. In the way, I can say I only can function with a girlfriend, I guess. It's a miracle I stay alone for this long. I haven't go crazy yet.
For yourself.
I was terrified. I
Be a misgift, right? That's not actually how he behaves off stream, I'm sure. He's just doing this for the content. Everything was for the content. People would also find old clips of him admitting the fact that yes, he had a fear of his ex Maya surpassing him in viewership. Watch for yourself.
See? This fucking petty persons. Man, I won't wish that, like, I won't be jealous or wish bad for even my fucking enemy. This is an ex. Like, if you guys don't know too much about my, like, older, like, story when I was young, I have a bully. Because I actually do behave really weirdly back then when I was, like, in teenager time. So I do have a bully that tries his best to bully me. But he can't because physically I am actually quite strong. So he can't physically bully me. The only thing he can do is to spread fucking wildfire news about me. It's basically slandering me to no tomorrow. Kind of truth too. He did exaggerate it a little bit. More than a little bit, but still. It's not wrong that I'm a weird person. Okay? Around that time, I'm actually a really fucking weird person. At that point, I might actually be autistic around that time. But still. Also because that I got bullied a lot, verbally. He can't come close to me and then say it to my face because he know that I will punch him. But at the end, that guy is like a person's that he's like super popular. He have a lot of friends. Everyone is surrounding him. So he definitely have like a maybe good friend qualities. But the only bad stuff he really look down on people when he want to look down on it. So he basically punch people down to make him feel big. That's how most bully works. So even now, I still puzzling like why he got so many friends. Maybe it's because like everyone just unifyingly like bully me. They would like have like like everyone like have that one like mech in like the Family Guy thing. It's like I am the mech of like their friendship. So I end up like being the punching bag of them. But weirdly, half of his friend is actually my friend too. It's really weird, right? I have no enemy, to be honest. In my eyes, I have no enemy. The problem is people view me as an enemy. That's the issues. For me, I'm fine. Mainly is that guy just trying his best too. Here's the thing. Here's a very, very like funny thing about this, okay? Here's a very, very funny thing. Hold on a little bit. Something's wrong with the chat and thing. Okay, live chat, top chat. Okay. Something wrong with the internet, I guess. But yeah, back to the things. Is like, where was I? Yes. So at the end, I do not really admire him, but I do like what do you guys like normally would use the English for? Like the consistency of a person's, the effort he put in. I respect the effort he put in to repeat the same story about me or to justify I'm the weird persons. So hence I should be bullied. Bullied by him. But basically he always like have that one justifications that he try his best to bully me and to spread to other people that I'm a weird person, do not get close to me. So he have that consistent story. He actually just say it out loud. I'm not sure like he just dumb or like he just want me to hear it or I have a very good hearing. He would just consistently on repeat this story over again and again and again and again and again without fail. The story never edit, never change. Okay? It's like a fucking script at that point. And some of his friends actually did manage to interact with me. And then they realized how fucking wrong he is. But they're still friends with him. So definitely, I would say, he is a good friend. Why he's terrible with me, but sadly I'm going to say, he is a good friend. There's no way a person who can like do this to a person's and still have friends, but he still have friends means either A, half of the thing he said, or maybe like more than half of the thing he said is correct. And there are more to the way like he said about me, but he just refused to like get to that point. And then the other people that interacted with me, they realized that there's more to me than things that he said. Because he doesn't want to understand me more, so he want to like just believe that version of me that he always like talk about me. And then the rest of people decided to understand me, and then they know a little bit more about me and be like, yeah, you have that thing that he said, but you still are a very unique person of their own. And then you'll be like this and that, and basically like half of his friends is my friend. That's the weirdest part of the thing. It's like your friend with your bully's friend. because I don't see enemy that easily. Like, even I don't see him as an enemy, to be honest. Well, some of my friends see him as a fucking enemy because the way he treated me. But still, again, like, I don't really see him as an enemy because, like, at the end, like, I see, like, he is a guy may do terrible things, or, like, in a way, what I observed is, like, bullying people. Any people, like, that is not friends with him and is a friends of me, he will also try to bully them too. When he actually get close to him, all I need to do is to slam the gosh dang table really hard, and he would just wuss out. Yeah, that's like what he do. I would just, hey, like in a very loud voice, and he would just immediately back out, like a wuss. But still, he have friends. It's weird. So, if that kind of situation happened, like, I don't really know, like, he's actually like a decent person, so everyone being friends with him, or B, he's a really rich guy, everyone just stick with him because he is popular. He's the popular one. Not really sure. But at least I know all the friends that around the time that I have, like in the class, that he bullied, too. Just because they have any, like, resemblance of association with me. That is a little bit sad. Yeah, it's a really funny thing. It's like a very weird rivalry, I guess. It's not even rivalry. Basically, I live my life like gosh dang anime when my friends talk, like, when, you know, all those the friends from my school years, those times, like, when they, like, reminiscing and talk about it. They talk about my entire life as a gosh dang fucking anime. I don't even aware of that case. But yeah, it's weird. It's weird. That's my, like, I'm just talking about a little bit of my experience about that thing only.
I was terrified. I couldn't understand what was happening. My viewers were dropping, Maya's were only going up. And there was a part of me that thought that I was going to be smaller than her, and I don't know if it was my ego or what, but I couldn't take it. I felt like shit. And I was on the phone with Austin, and then XQC, I somehow got on a call with him, and he talked to me for hours, making me feel better about it. And he did. And I genuinely, after talking to him, felt a lot better. And I don't think he even realizes what he did for me in that call, but he really did help me a lot. I was nonstop. It's all I could think about is that she was beating me as a streamer and I was going to die. But then he reminded me that women have a cap and men just grow as streamers, and that's pretty much just fucking it. So, felt a lot better after that. I really did. So, thank you to XUC.
Right, so as ridiculous as this statement was, the chat was full of hearts, okay? Everyone was there to support him. Everyone was like, "Aw, like he was insecure and now he's..."
See? There will always be that guy that he clearly is a prick, but he has friends. At least I would say, like, not exactly friends. It's more like people support him. There's always that person. It's really weird.
Over it. How did he get over it? Women have a cap. Men to the moon, baby. I mean, he wouldn't just talk about this behind Maya's back. He would say it to her face during a stream. Look at this.
I succeed.
No, okay. No. I used to get upset. I'm not kidding you, chat. I used to legitimately get fucking pissed because I'm like, are you fucking serious? I brought this bitch into the world, and now all of a sudden she's fucking growing faster than I was. Because I was going like this, and she was going like this. And I'm like, what the hell is this crap? What is going on here? It's the fucking Babsity effect. So I was pissed. I'm like, you were such a pussy.
The fact that you can say that and feel like it's okay that you felt that way and just be like, yeah, I was like that. Like, that is crazy. That's bad.
Is it?
The more I see this, the more you see this. Now you understand why my anger at him, that calling him a wuss-ass fucking bitch. I don't care I get demonetized. I don't care I get banned from calling him a wuss-ass fucking bitch. I don't care that he somehow managed to watch this, like, long-ass stream that I, like, just make fun of him and calling him a wuss-ass fucking bitch. And then he decided to DMCA strike me and sue the shit out of me. he is a wuss ass fucking bitch with small pee.
Is it bad?
Yes.
And guess what? I don't care anymore.
That's bad.
But I don't care anymore, and I stopped caring.
He's okay as long as I never have more viewers than him. If I ever surpassed him in viewership, which will never happen.
Oh, she'd be done. I'd pull the plug.
He could not take it.
He'd pull the plug, guys. Did that mean he would end the relationship, or would that mean that he would cut the internet router, which he had done before, by the way? At some point, she had surpassed him in viewership, and her stream went offline. Yes, he was that petty. Also,
Actually, it did happen. Where's my goddamn binoculars again? It seems that you have a case of tiny wiener.
I want to point out how he said that he had brought her into this world. Miskiff truly felt this way, right? He actually felt that he brought her into this world, so he was owed that he stayed bigger than her. And yet, no one saw the red flags here either. It was just Miskiff being Miskiff. It was just for the...
No one see the fucking red flag? Man, if a person say that immediately, like that's the reason I don't watch him, okay?
content, guys. It was just for the clips. Anyway, other streamers would mince
no people would actually record this thing as a gosh dang fucking clip, man.
words. Like Asmongold, he'd just straight up say, fuck off, have some dignity, and retire. He was over this. He'd also say that he's known about this for 6 months. Emiru, Sina, and Valkyrae, right? Some of the biggest female content creators would reach out to him, ask him for advice. And he wouldn't say anything because he didn't want this to come out without Emiru's consent. He'd end this by saying that he regrets ever platforming Miskiff and giving him any sort of viewers. Another Austin streamer by the name of Kyuko would also come out with her side of the story regarding Miskiff, saying that during their first hookup, she was so drunk she couldn't even keep her eyes open. She was initially supposed to crash on the couch, but somehow ended up in Miskiff's bed. He would then have his way with her and she was too dizzy to care, and then she'd say that he coached her to say that it was consensual afterwards, to the point where he was so sweet to her that they ended up even having a consensual fling. When that fling ended, she would notice that terrible rumors would start to spread about her. People would hear that she was manipulative, bad, awful. Miskiff would go as far as telling others that she... God, how do I say this without being demonetized? He'd say that she would produce lines of ketchup from her arms with a sharp object while having sex. Yes, I really hope that's clear enough. Then when she got in a relationship with Lakari, he would still constantly shit-talk her and spread rumors about her. So that's how it worked in Austin, right? Everyone was trying to make it as a content creator there, and at the top of the food chain, you had the OTK boys. Rumors could make or break all your collaborations, all your invites to parties, and no...
Now, again, now guys understand why that part, like, I put, like, Bao talking about Harvey Weinstein from that fucker from the Hollywood, okay? It's because this is what Miskiff, like, behave right now. Everyone come to Austin, Texas, or like become like the LA streamers. Just want to like be big, hit big, being a streamers and stuff. But this fucker is basically the gatekeeper of that. Anyone been through his stream, more or less have a certain successful fame, and he has been taking advantage of the fact that he can do that. So Bao said what she said. The problem is, nobody knows the context. That's the thing.
No one would bother messaging you to verify. Austin in general was a hellhole, okay? It was like Game of Thrones. As this was all happening, a clip would resurface that was posted recently. I mean, this was in 2025, of the two streamers, Yugi and Arki, teasing Miskiff about Emiru being happy without him, right? Implying that they were in a relationship, even though this wasn't public yet. Miskiff's reactions were definitely interesting, to say the least. Watch this.
Psychopathic.
Dude, you know one of my favorite collabs was Emiru, bro.
Oh my god, Emery was so cool.
I'm gonna keep it a buck.
Dude, everyone was like so cool.
Emiru, bro, I didn't think Emiru was gonna tap in with us. That's the thing, because we were with Sina and Bonnie, but it's just...
Be careful of the plushie. He got PTSD.
Like, I'm not gonna lie, everyone's been so cool so far, except for like...
I feel like there has to be like a chance or like...
Look at his face, dude. He wants to punch them so bad.
But definitely, like, Emerald was
You
definitely
can't.
one of the best.
They are holding a
that phases me
plushie.
at all?
Do you know how fucking dangerous a plushie is to fucking Miskiff? It have PTSD on the fucking plushie, great plushie wall. Yeah, you get what I'm talking
What do
about.
you mean? That, like, none of this, like, I don't think you understand. Bro, you can't hurt me. There's nothing you can do. What are you talking about?
He can. He got plushie. Do you know how dangerous that plushie is? You don't have to play big, Miskiff. You are fucking afraid of the fucking plushie. I understand. You don't have to play as a big man.
I'm not talking about
We
anything.
collabed with Cinnaboni and Emerald the other day.
That's great. That's fine. Enjoy yourselves, brothers.
Whoa, bro, you okay? Are you good?
Are you good? Yeah, I'm good. I just gotta go to the bathroom. Like, give me a minute.
Dude,
no, I'm fine.
it's okay.
I know it's okay.
Dude, wait, what's wrong?
Are we in therapy or something, bro?
Yeah,
This
what
is
did I
fine.
say?
You said nothing. You said you did a collab. That's cool.
See?
It's fine.
Just
I have no
look at
problem
his
with that.
face. Okay?
There's no. I told you. There's
The
no.
vein is popping out at that
Emerald,
point.
and then all of a sudden you wanted to use Emerald to become
Look
big.
at his face. That psychopathic teeth grinding too. Okay? Just look closely at that
You used
fucking
to live with Emerald,
part.
and then all of a sudden you wanted to use Emerald to become bigger, and you couldn't. So then you. So
Look at his face, dude. He is about to murder them in broad daylight.
then she broke up with
And
you
everyone's been
left.
like having way more fun and doing way more cooler things.
What even are you spitting?
Dude, everyone used to always be in a room. Now she's like going IRL and having fun and doing a lot of cooler stuff
It's
now.
good thing she disconnected from you because
Thank
you
the,
would've been shit.
thank
I'm
the
disconnected from the
Lord.
world right now.
You would've
Thank
brought
the
down-
Lord.
You would have brought down the vibe with Emerald, dude.
Yeah.
Facts.
Wait, everyone's actually having so much more fun now. Like she's IRL, she was.
At this point, you will understand this thing. Miskiff being a terrible person is an open secret.
She was grilling, doing all
He was triggered beyond belief, dude. It was insane. Looking back at this now, it's even crazier. Now look, at this point, the entire world was on fire, right? That's how it felt like. People, including myself, were wondering, okay, when is Miskiff going to respond? Is he going to need a day, a couple days, hell, a week? Is he going to disappear? What's going on here? To many people's surprise, a few hours after Emiru's stream, he would go live himself. The stream would last around 40 minutes, and it would be an absolute disaster, okay? It was very obvious that he very quickly kind of came up with a statement, didn't really rehearse, didn't really ask anyone's opinion, and just went with it. He would confirm the majority of the things that Emir was saying. The fact that he controlled her, told her to dress older, stop wearing pajamas, prevented her from traveling without him or going out with certain people, pretty much confirming.
Ask a cosplayer to restrain what they wear. How about I ask you not to stream? Oh my. He never respect her doing cosplay. This is 100%. Okay? Miss Kiff have zero respect of cosplayer and have zero respect of her girlfriend hobby. A hobby that also she managed to earn a living from. Okay? This is not a boyfriend. Emerald is not her girlfriend. Emerald is his trophy.
That he was a very controlling and crazy boyfriend. He'd say things like, oh, you know, the reason why she got a black eye was because I threw my phone at the bed and it bounced back. It wasn't me throwing the phone at her. But hey, she was also abusive too because she threw plushies at him. I'm not even joking. He said that with a straight face. He said that the first year was wonderful with her. They kept everything secret. He had a doggy door on his door, and that's how Emiru was able to go into his room while keeping it a secret from his other roommates. And just as Emiru had predicted, right, like word for word, he would show a video of how Emiru's rabbit cages looked, right? Implying that she was abusing them and that they died because of her lack of care. He'd say that she had too many, she couldn't take care of all of them, and she was directly responsible for them dying. Look.
Let me give you a context, okay? Emiru have 3 rabbit around the time, okay? One of her rabbit have spinal injuries, maybe from giving birth, or maybe just being stupid, animal being animal, this and that other stuff. So Emiru have this very special care on the rabbit who have a fucking spinal injury that can't even move its head. Or move at all, actually. Basically, it's fucking paralyzed. It can't eat, it can't drink. So Emiru have to constantly hand feed the rabbit. If she does that, if you are a guy who don't really see those rabbit as a pet at all, just see them as animal, obviously you would just think that Emiru have preferential treatments or like didn't even take care of the other two. The other two can take care of themselves. They are animals. They may be pet, they may be animal, but if you give them food, you give them drinks, there's one special kids you have to take care of, they can still take care of themselves. It's fine. Okay? And you look at this bed. Okay? Look at this thing that here. The amount of shits that a lot of people might think like, here's the thing. The amount of
Right, implying that you
see the brown shit there, why there's like the you see like there's like two state of shit, okay? The brown stain is the piss that pissed on the shit. And then this hence why it become like a brown stain. And you see like that, like a pile of like mush over there is the first stage of shit that a rabbit have. I own a rabbit before, I know. Sometimes it's like on Riverside. I forgot like I forgot most of the detail, but more or less, rabbit eats their own shit and poop again, and eats their own shit and poop again 3 times a day. Like 3 times in a cycle, okay? Because they are herbivores like animal, but they are not cow. They don't have 5 fucking stomach to like process like greens. So how they process green is actually do regurgitations and then eat it again. Obviously they can't vomit it out. They would just shit it out, half process, and then eat again, and then reprocess them again, and then eat again, and reprocess them again. So yeah, good luck kissing your bunny right now. Okay, remember to keep your bunny clean. Else you're going to, when you kiss the rabbit, you are just going to kiss his ass, okay? Because they don't have multiple stomach. So this is the state of the rabbit. You would say if you manage to see a round ass shit, is because this is the last stage of rabbit shit. Means like they already eat enough time, process enough time to already left it out there. Sometimes there's the reasons why people don't clean up rabbit shit. Is for their healthy gut bacteria. At this point, I might ask, why I don't have a girlfriend? Now I ask, like, if I'm someone's boyfriend, I think I would treat someone better than how Miss Gift treat. I mean, but still, again, I choose the life of solidarity out of moral reasons. Okay, I know I'm a bad boyfriend too. I'm a very cold person. Okay, you see the way I talk. I'm a very cold person. I'm a fact person, which I don't think I'm going to be a very good boyfriend, to be honest. But still, again, the way he used this as a leverage means one thing. He is basically in his fucking brain for so fucking long, but he didn't bother to know her pet. Like, if you are a boyfriend, your girlfriend have a pet, shouldn't you research a little bit to understand the pet environment, the life, this and that, yada yada stuff, you will understand, you can take care of the pet together. But no. He record all this stuff, saved it up, think it's something else, and use it as a fucking leverage to blackmail the shit out of your girlfriend in case from girlfriend to become an ex-girlfriend. Wuss ass motherfucking bitch. I stand correct of my statement of him.
She was abusing them and that they died because of her lack of care. He'd say that she had too many, she couldn't take care of all of them, and she was directly responsible for them dying. Look, I can tell you right now, having watched all this stream live, this was maybe the only notable thing he had against Imiru, okay? I mean, the whole thing was a disaster.
It can't even be one. Anyone who have a rabbit before noticed. The problem is, most people think like this is like the, like legit think this is like the shitty stuff that Emiru did to her rabbit. No, it's not even that. This is not even like a blackmailable evidence. This is how people lack of understanding of fucking rabbit is. Ooh. My brain. The moment he actually used this as evidence of Emiru abused her rabbit, is the stupidest thing I ever see. It, as a person who owns a rabbit before too, it infuriating me so much. This guy was never a pet owner. He was never taking care of a single living being in his entire life. If he decided to see this and say this is her abusing rabbit, I can tell her one thing. PETA and a lot of like animal rights people, I can tell her one thing. They never own a fucking pet in their life. That they do not know animal behave like an animal. We let them be in that environment too, because animals have a living instinct. Sometimes we left stuff as it is because it's what they personally would want it. What you want us to 100% control their life, they already kind of getting controlled by us already. Why don't we just leave a little bit open space for them, especially when pets like rabbits and many like smaller creatures, is like hamsters, all those guys are prey creatures. Prey creatures have a fucking weak heart. If you 100% control their life, just always clean their shit, always do everything like disrupting and want to perfectly control their life, they aren't going to live long, you know, motherfucker. In fact, you neglected a rabbit, just give him food or water, he might live way more longer than your intensive care.
He still had alerts on. Someone was donating 7777 as he was saying very serious things. He'd make a couple jokes here and there, just like Miskiff always would, trying to deflect, but this time it wouldn't work. And yeah, before I forget, when it came to that story where he sexually assaulted her, he wouldn't say that they were hugging as she was crying. He said that they were cuddling, and he thought that this was where it was headed. It was an honest mistake. Yes, him slipping his hand in her pants was an honest mistake. Anyway.
Again, this guy have a fetish. This is why he see this as a very normal thing to do. Again, he is very fucking turned on the moment he witnessed Emiru crying. That's the thing. I'm a dude. I know a man when they lose self-control is like. And there's always a trigger for a man to lose self-control. Everyone have a very, very weird fetish, okay? I will not tell you mine. But definitely, Miskiff fetish is seeing people being vulnerable and crying.
Seeing that the whole rabbit thing was the only dirt he truly had on Emiru, one of her friends of over 10 years.
Yeah, it's not even dirt. It's not even fucking dirt. That's just how rabbit behaved. Gosh, you normally can't even see me mad. Just look at this. I somehow become very mad. I'm also a rabbit owner. Used to. Man, this is the first time I guess you guys actually see me mad.
Years would come out with his own statement saying that no, she doesn't abuse her animals. In fact, what happened was that this cage in particular was left behind because she was moving out to a new house alone and took her bunnies with her already. He'd of course talk about how dirty rabbits are, about how often they poop, about how they poop up to 200 to 300 pellets per day and that it doesn't smell. He'd argue that the rabbits that...
Yeah, because it doesn't smell because like the bacteria haven't even processed the thing yet. Yeah, that's why we left the fucking poop in the poop cage. Okay? Rabbit don't have 5 fucking digestive system like a gosh dang cow does. They only got 1 tiny stomach and then they still have to eat like 5 times their weight to maintain body fat. They don't have body fat, in fact. Rabbit is bad to taste because they have 0 body fat. You can have an entire diet of just eating rabbit. You won't gain any fat. In fact, you would have a lot of disease, not because that the rabbit meat is poisonous. It's the rabbit meat, the lack of fat to a point that you never take an ounce of enough fat for you to burn. Because rabbit, in fact, do not have fat. So they have to eat and eat and eat and eat to keep their body warm. So they eat so much. Another thing is because they eat fucking vegetable, because they are fucking herbivores, they can't digest fiber that well. Not even human can't digest fiber that well. They can't digest fiber that well. How tiny their fucking stomach is. It can't even get past and most of the things already got shit out. It didn't even got like enough like processing time. Rabbit shit out and then they eat back the shit. And then they eat back again. And then they shit out and eat back again. It run to 3 cycles, sometimes 4 cycles, sometimes 5 cycles. Who knows how fucked up your rabbit is? If you take away those things, your rabbit actually, in fact, like here's the thing. If you always clean your fucking rabbit cage, okay? You're fucking killing your rabbit. Because the first digestion they eat usually doesn't really have like the first phase, like they don't really absorb anything. They only start actually absorb functionable nutrient on the 2nd and 3rd time they shit, they eat it back. If every single time a rabbit eats and then they start to shit the first time, you clean it up, you took away their food. You essentially are killing them. Yes, you can buy like rabbit food pellet, okay? Rabbit can have an easier time to eat those things. They can already absorb quite an amount of nutrients. But try to think about this. You are giving him a really, really fucking controlled environment, okay? If that kind of level of controlled environment, it really throw out their own living, actual biological clock cycle, okay? They poop, they eat their poop. That's how they do. Do not fucking control the way of nature works. We already somehow control the way of nature work by having them. At least we should have the decency of let them live the way they want. Don't be a fucking pet owner when you can't even be a fucking pet owner. Like, don't understand the pet. Emiru understand the pet very well. This way you can see you already understand. Miskiff is the guy that literally has 0 understanding. Her 2 years girlfriend, okay? The pet that she really loves, he has 0 understanding of the pet. How much conversation they would actually have on the pet? Like, if I have a girlfriend, she have a dog. She would talk days about her dogs. And I don't fucking care about a dog. Even I have allergic to a dog. I would at least understand more or less functioning capability of a dog. This is why I say how fucking psychopathic this Miskiff guy is, okay? The way I keep insulting him as a wuss ass motherfucking bitch is for a reasons. Especially when this kind of things means like Emiru is not his girlfriend. Emiru is his trophy. Okay? How little of understanding that he have on rabbits, even use it as a gosh dang dirt, is horrid.
That did indeed die had bad genetics. It was simply unlucky. He'd show us a picture of the new cage in her house and would indicate that everything's normal there. She wouldn't let it get that dirty while her rabbits are in it. Finally, he'd mention how Miskiff would refer to them as rabbits, but he doesn't even know any of their names, not a single one, saying that to him this was nothing more than opportunity and he actually didn't really know anything about them. And just as you thought that things couldn't get worse, here is truly a display of how dangerous parasocial viewers can be. There are people who are saving clips for years, waiting for the day that Miskiff gets cancelled so that they can resurface them for everyone to see. At some point, Maya was on a podcast, and Miskiff comes in and pulls off her headphones in a very weird way. This was years ago, okay? And someone posted it shortly after Emiru had come out with her statement to showcase that Miskiff has always been weird to his partners. Watch.
I think Miz is coming up here, but I think it's chat ratted on him.
Oh, spam when you say something, Maya.
Chat
They
cheated.
spam for like.
Loser!
Oh, there he is. He's
Loser!
Hey, that's third place. That's third place.
Loser.
Third place.
loser.
Second loser.
You know, at this point, also hi there, Jackie. Also at this point, his face is definitely looking like this. At this point, you understand that this is his face around that time. He want to murder her, but it's on camera, but he can't.
Years waiting for the day that Miskiff gets, and Miskiff comes in and pulls off her headphones in a very weird way. This was years ago, okay? And someone posted it shortly after Emiru had come out with her statement to showcase that Miskiff has always been weird to his partners. Watch.
I think Miz is coming up here, but I think it's chat ratted on him.
Oh, spam when
Man,
you
this
say
fucker is so
something, Maya.
controlling
They
people.
spam for like.
Loser!
Oh, there he is. He's
Loser!
Hey, that's third place. That's third place.
Loser.
Third place.
loser.
Second loser.
Loser.
Matt, if you broke that headset, you are DMing Shroud right now.
We double
No, don't
dropped
fuck with
it.
Pick up my headset.
Go get the SIM jar.
Throw the sim jar.
He's in trouble.
What an attention whore you are. Oh, he doesn't have the thing on.
Oh.
Oh, damn.
So the poster would argue that this is important context. Emiru describes Miskiff downplaying all the objects he threw at her as simple jokes. Anything he did that was weird was defended as a shtick, as content, as clip farming. So yeah, this was definitely weird, and he did this shortly after losing a tournament in Mario Kart, I believe, on stream. Another old clip, I don't know from where, would get dug out from the dredges of the swamp, right? It would be a 1 and 21-second clip in which you could hear Miskiff berating Maya, saying, "Get the fuck out of the house." Now look, unfortunately, most of this clip would get interrupted by donations, very cringy, stupid, loud donations. But yeah, you could see him screaming at her. I mean, look, this is like a short snippet of what happens. Watch.
Man, this guy has such a small PP energy. I need to do this again. This bit will forever and ever become like immortalized by me looking at, trying my best to find his small PP. I really can't find it. It's too small.
He'd be screaming at her saying, "You're a dumbass, you are dumb, Maya," etc., etc. So not really a very pleasant conversation. So overall, these past clips are indicating to us that, oh, he's always been this way to his partners. He's always kind of treated them badly. It is important to mention that Maya hasn't said anything since this happened with Emiru, right? And I don't think she will. She's too busy managing her wildlife sanctuary to care. But at this point, you don't really need to go back to his previous relationship with Maya to really see how bad of a person he was with Emiru, you know? And just as Emiru had predicted, barely a week after her stream, Miskif would file a defamation lawsuit against her and Asmongold. Now you ask any lawyer, like Legal Mindset for example, about how this lawsuit's gonna work, what are the...
You know what? They literally not calling it lawsuit. They're calling it LOL lawsuit. Basically, he just sued him for fun. At this point, he just sued him for fun at that point. This guy has such a small PB energy, and it's justified. Like, at this point, like, you guys help me like watch this much, and then like the way I like talk and like explain about everything so far, you guys will understand my justification of calling him a motherfucking wuss-ass bitch. Okay?
Odds of him winning, and it is hilariously bad. Look, just to explain to you, when you sue someone for defamation in Texas, right? This isn't Japan. You can't sue someone for defamation because they made you lose money as they were saying the truth. Like, for example, you harass a coworker, it's true, they talk about it publicly, they make you lose your job, you can still sue them and get money out of them because they cause you to lose money. It doesn't matter if it's true or false. In Texas, though, it's different. You have to prove that the people you're suing knowingly lied, right? They said those things and knowingly lied about you.
Yeah, defamation for Texas is more or less like slandering and lies. And
you have to prove.
Japan, even you have fucking proved, okay? If you insult a person publicly, okay? The moment you do anything publicly, if you insult a person, and because of your insult, they lose maybe just one customer, okay? Yes, it actually is that bad. If you lose like one customer because of that like public insult you have, you will get a valid reasons to sue that person as in defamations. That's how crazy Japan is. This is why like C-Doc is like a very like quiet person's. He's like not the drama person's reason for that, because he cannot, like literally by law, he cannot say a shit. There are lots of people also cannot talk shit about like people on like Japan too much, because like the moment they visit Japan, most of the case, if that person hold a grudge, he will sue them the moment they go to Japan.
That they knew that they were lying, and you have to prove that this cost you severe monetary damage. How the hell do you prove that someone was knowingly lying about you? And by the way, lying. They have to be lying. It's not like Japan where they can be telling the truth and you can still sue them. It's clear that Emiru has a team of lawyers. She was reading a very well-prepared statement. Nothing she said, as far as she knows, is a lie. So again, just as she said on her stream, he will attempt to sue her even though he has no chance of winning. He will lose this lawsuit, and I don't even know why he's bothering. Adriana Lee lost against Miskif and OTK for a reason, right? As you remember, she sued for defamation. Right now, if you go to Miskif's Twitter profile, you'll see in his bio, still owner of OTK, now in lawsuit. As if that'll change anything. But hey, it seems that Emiru is doing fine at least. On November 7th, she would appear on someone else's stream and would say that she was considering replying to Miskif's poem that he sent her, but then found out it was written by AI. She laughed about it. And as I'm recording this part of the video on the 12th of November 2025, she went live for the first time since she talked about Miskif. She has of course more viewers than him. Let's hope he doesn't drive 150 miles per hour in his car. But if he does, let's hope it's on an empty road with no innocent bystanders. Now, Miskif, on the other hand, during his stream, would say something very interesting. The fact that he doesn't care anymore. The fact that he was going to go, quote-unquote, demon mode against everyone now. He was going to expose everyone. Text messages, proof.
I'm going to go into my demon mode. And when he does that face, okay, when he does that face, you have to imagine like the smallest, tiniest person on your tables doing that. Oh. tiny bitch is bitching.
The next couple of days. I, as well as many others, were looking forward to it. What does he have to expose after being, like, completely destroyed in public? Well, nothing. It's been 16 days, and he hasn't posted anything. Demon mode my ass. The only thing Mischief has posted was on November 7th. It will be on his Instagram, and it will be an absolute disaster. I don't even know what this is, dude. Just watch for yourself.
Fuck you. Motherfucker.
Who did she hire? Who did he hire?
I don't know, man. Can someone in the comments explain to me what this means? Because to me, it just seems like he's acting like a victim. Like, dude, we're not saying fuck you for no reason. There's a reason people are giving you the middle finger. It's insane what ego does to
Yeah, I would do that too. With actual reasons.
someone. On his YouTube, on the other hand, he just keeps posting shorts of his previous content as if nothing had happened. Look, this is him getting a hair transplant. Isn't that wonderful? As if nothing had happened, right? God, I mean, what can I even say about this? I was there to witness this guy rising above all else in the streaming world at a speed never before seen. But I was also there when he tried to play himself out to be the victim when Adriana Lee went after him, as well as Trainwrecks. I was there when he was attempting to rebrand himself. I mean, I literally watched his Iced Coffee Hour podcast, and I was there when I watched it all get absolutely destroyed in real time in one night. Misgift, just like many other content creators before him, is the same warning that we've heard 1,000 times over. Once you reach those high numbers, once you start making a lot of money, once you start feeling invincible, it is so important to stay grounded with the people that you keep around you. It is so important to not let ego take hold of you. Was Misgift always some sort of psychopath, or did that only happen?
No, I think he always is. Again, he is like, depends on like the growth you have, on the obsession you have. Okay, his obsession of that he have that get him famous in the first place is admiring content creator and how they become a content creators. His understanding of content creators is strategies, how you do shit, how to make yourself famous. The thing he obsessed with is already a very cold and calculative thing. That is the big statement. All I can say, biggest understatement that I would be able to say about him. And being that is fine, okay? Business, you know? Being that is fine. Like anyone who would kill to have his numbers, okay? But in reality, there's a lot of people can do those things while be still as human as possible. Again, look at Moist Critical. Technically, even Asmongo. And so many other bigger like creators that exist that still have a lot of human side while they are very famous. And they also apply a lot of like strategy, this and that, yeah, that stuff. It's not like they're losing humanity over it. This guy didn't even start with a decent humanity of his own side. Okay? Most likely case, even to the most likely case. Have you ever hear in his entire life, in his like entire documentary, anything that is not him before as a streamer? Entire documentary of his entire life on Mugen, the way he always like talk about very beginning of people's life, or any other people that talk shit about him. Is there anyone exist as his friend? Okay? Did he ever even mention anyone that is his friend before even he started wanting to become a content creator? He don't have that for reasons. You can understand that, right? If you being a streamer, that more or less likely having a conversation with your chat and anything, more or less likely, you would have some information or like some life lessons or maybe some funny story about like you and your actual IRL friend. Okay? So far, every single part of his video, every single part of the clip or anything that he said is about streaming. It's about content. It's about clip farming. It's about doing anything to gain more view. He don't have a friend is not because he is a prick. He don't have a friend because he view himself that he don't need a friend. Maybe it's because his fucked up past of like no friend at all at this point that turned him like this. Who knows? But all I can say this thing right now, he's a wuss ass fucking bitch.
Happened once he started gaining more popularity. Who knows? What I do know though is that he did all of this to himself. He has no one else to blame, and that's a fact. At this point, there's nothing he can do. Even an apology won't do anymore. He's screwed up too many times in the eyes of the internet. Does that mean he has no fans whatsoever? Does that mean his career
Well,
is
he still
truly
definitely
over,
have.
one and done? Of course not. It's never that simple. I always say this.
This is the
But if
fucking
Dr.
internet.
Suspect can still have a successful career after messaging a minor, then anyone can. But we both know that that's not enough for Miskiff, okay? He wants higher viewers. He wants to be the center of attention. And while he could probably keep having thousands of concurrent viewers, people who cannot let go of their parasocialism when it comes to Miskiff, he'll never be able to attain his average viewer count of 40,000 that he had back in 2021. And that's truly what could make him stop streaming and retire for good. Is he actually going to go demon mode? Is he actually going to expose other streamers? I doubt it. Is he going to win his lawsuit? Hell no. Is he going to keep streaming? Time will only tell.
I don't want to curse him or anything, but with his egotistical ass, with the number he has right now, oh, life is not going to do well for him. I mean, like, actually, really, legitly will not do well for him. And I don't want to keep seeing his face, so just going to zoom into this part, okay? Like, the best part is, like, we don't even see his face. Ooh. This is, like, a lot to take in for lots of people, obviously. Either way, hold on a little bit. Are we going to the toilet? This is why I click it away. I don't want to torture you guys with his face. And I'm back. So yeah. There are lots of things to talk. I guess like we all have fun watching this. And learn the valuable lessons.
And that's truly what could make him stop streaming and retire for good. Is he actually going to go demon mode? Is he actually going to expose other streamers? I doubt it. Is he going to win his lawsuit? Hell no. Is he going to keep streaming? Time will only tell. Either way, he's paused all comments on his videos and disabled likes when it comes to YouTube. And that Instagram reel maybe showed us that he truly still thinks he's the victim and that he's done nothing wrong. Either way, I wish Emiru and the victims the best. I hope they can move on from this. And when it comes to Miskiff, I just hope that justice is served.
Don't worry, everyone will move on from him. He is a very small person. It might be having a little impact on their life, but at this point, everyone would view this. Miskiff is an extremely small person. Despite having a very big numbers, he himself have so little impact. He's just the smallest persons in a victim's chapters. Hope all the victims see it that way and move along with it. This is just like a tiny man screaming in a tiny world. It's a fucking fly at that point.
Served as it's meant to be. Thank you so much for watching until the end. Let's hope this year can end on a good note. 2025 has been ridiculous, and I'll see you in the next video.
Oh, 2025, realistic. The shoujo, Cinder, everything. Holy shit. And then Miskiff, and then Bao, and then oh, there's still more stuff. TwitchCon. Man. Yeah. That's the entire saga, I guess. All right. Oops, wrong place. Do do do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Okay, now we can have our usual conversations things going on there. But let me rearrange a little bit of like the stuff that I'm going to do, okay? Do 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 do. Hiya, hiya, dum 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 dum. Hiya, hiya, dum 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 dum. Hiya, hiya, dum 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 dum. Hiya, hiya, dum 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 dum. Do 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 dum do 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 dum dum. Dum dum da dum da dum dum da 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 da. Ooh, I'm so hungry. Also, sorry, Jackie, but because like I usually doing React, I don't want to like talk to a chat that hard. Okay. Because like it would interrupting my commentating stuff. If you really want to know, if you're still here, actually, yep, I'm from Malaysia. I don't know why every people like come here to immediately ask me like where you are from. I know I'm Asians, and I know like I have a very like unique accents. Like doesn't mean like it's why is everyone so curious like where the fuck I am? Even I tell you guys I'm from Malaysia, so you guys would have zero idea where and what Malaysia is. I just recently understand like there's actually like especially on the Western country, they really do not have zero ideas of like what Malaysia is. They might think it's a Muslim country, kind of is and kind of not. They might think this is like a socialist country. No, we are democratic country, but it's kind of like chasing up to democratic stuff. It's more like a little bit lag behind, but still democratic country. And then the funniest thing, if you guys really want to know, okay? If you guys really want to know, Malaysia is more American than America. I said it. You guys really have to come to Malaysia to know Malaysians because like we really behave way more like American than America. It's not because like we behave like the way that like freedom to a point that you start to get dumb and stuff. It's more like we have a certain level of open mindedness. When we say open mindedness, is because that we really tolerate a lot of stuff. You know, we allow a lot of things that happens. Like I say again, Malaysia, it is a Muslim country, but you would think the Shura, something like law, like the Muslim law thingy, okay, would really restricted everyone's life that lived in like every non-Muslim life that lived in Malaysia. No, actually, we have religious freedoms. We have racial freedom, religious freedom, language freedoms. We may lock in like we must learn Malay, but at the end we just use English. So if you come to Malaysia, you would try to use Malay, we can talk to you in Malay. If you try to use English, we can talk to you in English. And it depends on which kind of racial persons that you talk to. You talk to an Indian in Hindu, they can answer you in Hindu. If you talk to if you can talk to anyone who is a Malaysian Chinese in like Mandarin or in Cantonese or in any like Chinese dialect, most of the case they can reply you too. Malaysia is a very unique place. It's so unique in fact that like here's the thing. I kind of respect on Nux on like shit on Hassan and stuff, but sometimes he actually like that's the thing like comes true like being having a hate boner on some certain ethnic. He sometimes I do say went a little bit overboard on Muslim people. That's all I can say that because like sometimes the way like the hatred he have on Muslim people essentially is just like the worst part of like the like every single like communities always have like that worst part of people there, but sadly like the percentage of the worst part in like many countries does exist, and then the extremist is really extreme. I do understand that, so I can see where his anger come from, but also at the same time the way he condemned the entire like religion just because of a very serious bad actors kind of make me feel a little bit sad. Like the respect of him is like dropping every single time he do that shit, is because like the way he say it is almost as if like my neighbor is plotting to kill me. Not even kidding. Like that's just how he always framed the entirety of Muslim. I won't really like badmouth him that much. It's just that every place have like maybe exceptions or like a very like different view on lots of things. Like especially in Malaysia's, I can definitely in some way say Malaysia is an anomaly because it's like a half thing happening in here. Like we have literally half of Muslim religion and then half of like the rest of the religion just like mixing together in the one big ass pot. But also at the same times, like the half of the religion in there, like there's a quarter of them is like super extremist, and then there's like half of them is literally are much more sensible persons because they interact with so many different race and religions. And then there's like the another quarter of them is like really respect their own religions and stuff, and we also respect them to respect their own things too. It's like we all have mutual respect on everything. Okay, only like the extremists, like that don't really like any non-Muslim that just lived in Malaysia that way. But it's actually not that much. Okay, if like they gather everyone on a march, it would just fill up one street, just that. And while the government do a lot of like stupid stuff, but sometimes when government do stupid stuff because of like the Sharia law and stuff, actually they get pushed back by our own side of like the Malay who also is like Muslim religions, because again, open-mindedness. We are, respect with each other's. When some things is like not fair to like one side a little bit too much, even they understand it, and then even they themselves will like do the pushback. So Malaysia is like weirdly live in a perfect harmony with every single race together. Why we hate each other's? That is a funny part. Like we have a love-hate relationship with each other's, due to sometimes the law just really unfavor to the non-Muslim people, and then while the law itself said that makes things like hard for us, but also at the same time, because they understand that fact, they also trying their best to give extra benefit to people who got this benefit from the unfairness of the law. If you get it, Malaysia is a ridiculously rich country. Rich in cultures, rich in money, actually. They do. The rich people actually are super rich in here. Rich in money, rich in cultures, and rich in like many things actually. Even moral. So, in a sense, our openness to a lot of things that usually Asia country would just immediately say no to. We are the most Western Asian country that kind of exists. You think Singapore is like very Western, but Singapore is like try to think like Malaysia and Singapore is actually very close. We are a very Westernish Asia country, but also at the same times, we still retain our like Asian Southeast Asia side of this. Sometimes because of that, lots of conflict happens. So our government system is more or less like a laughing stock, but it's still like a lot more thing you can actually understand where Malaysia actually does is actually so fascinating itself. Also, hi there. Yeah, your name is like all bolted. It's a little bit hard for me to read. I'm a little bit dyslexic. Not actually dyslexic. It's more like, I'm seeing things in double vision, so like it's a little bit hard to read your name. So I'm just going to call you Butch. Yeah. Hi there, Butch. Sorry, next time just make a much more clear name, I guess. Yeah, I do hate like the system that right now just use your tag name instead. So like it just like if you actually have like a very creative channel name, I'm sorry I can't read it. But what was I again? Ah, yes, talking about Malaysia's. A lot of people ought to like studied Malaysia a little bit more, especially like on the America side, to be honest, is like the lack of understanding of Malaysia is actually really, I would say, it's not like I'm bragging like Malaysia is like a first world country or not. We kind of like it's an in between country. It's like always chasing behind American tail, but we are actually in some sense spiritually way more American than America. Yeah, not even kidding. Like you guys can actually like research more about Malaysia's. I can even type the name out. Okay. There's a reason why like some people think like I'm a very very sensible person, but also kind of like when you guys like listen to me, like I don't sound like a typical Malaysians, but the way I talk kind of sound like a normal American would say. But I won't really say I'm a very Western Malaysian person. So I'm actually quite more Western side, more Western indoctrinated, like Malaysians than most Malaysians. But essentially, when you learn about Malaysia, is a very unique place that is really hard to comprehend. It really had to like take so much like in a way I could say like understanding to be able to really like know like how Malaysia functions, because like we live really really freely in our country, and you would think like, oh, then like if you guys like live like very freely, are you guys like really easily immigrated people? No, we don't really easily immigrated people. We are very tight communities that have a lot of fun with each other's on hating each other's. Like you might think like like you sometimes I think about like in America, like racism is like on the pinnacle side, and then you guys just pull out gun and shoot each other's at that point. That kind of like stereotypical like mindset would think about it when you just think about American. Okay, in Malaysia's, we just fling insult to each other in a very friendly manner. I'm not even kidding. Like, try to think about like, because I think it's also like because the part that we used to be colonized by British, so we do have like that kind of like British banter, but in a much more different way. Kind of like we stay in our own personal boundary. Long as you don't touch mine, we are fine. Like we can hate each other's, but hey, want to grab food together? Okay, we are like that kind of like siblings that fight a lot. The funniest thing about Malaysia's, okay? The funniest thing about Malaysia is you can distinguishedly see race. That is the weirdest thing. Like, try to think about this. All Muslim country, almost 99% of the people in there is Muslim. Malaysia, weirdly, almost have a 60%, or sometimes like even less than 60% is actually Muslim. Like half of them are not Muslim. This is a very weird thing. And we've been in the country for a very, very long time. At that time, it should be fully indoctrinated, right? No. Malaysia is a very anomaly. Like maybe like in country like social things, like lots of people would actually need to like study Malaysia a lot more. Is because like we are a country that's supposed to, by the time it ends, we should be everyone be Muslim at this point. But no. If you come to Malaysia, you see a guy, this is a Malaysian Chinese person. This is a Malaysian Hindu person. This is a Malaysian Orang Asli. This is a Malaysian Kadazan. This is a Malaysian this is a Malaysian that. Like we can't like we literally Malaysia with something attached behind. We can call ourselves Malaysians only, but if we really have to specific, we can have Malaysia and then subcategory on ourselves, because we kind of don't mix, but we live harmoniously together. In a way, I would say we are a little bit religiousist. We are not racist, we are religiousist only. The only factors that not a lot more like Malay and like, you know, other race couple exist is mainly because that Muslim have this rule is like if you're married to a Muslim, you have to convert into Muslim. So that is the only factor that kind of like really segregated us only. Yes. And by miracle, somehow, a lot of us actually managed to maintain our ethnicity just because of that. We have a little bit, tiny bit of racism against each other, but not in the manner that we would just pull out guns at each other. It's more like the manners that we racist against each other in a very mannerable reasons. You know? It's like a perfect chaotic harmonies. Everyone have a stereotypical side of them. Okay? It's like you guys would have like in American side like have like Mexican like those kind of like meme about them is like having a one big family meme. We have it for Indian. And then as for opportunistic money grubbing bastard, like how American side like see like Jewish people is Malaysian Chinese. And and the one that have the most benefit and being like lazy sometimes, but also like, you know, being like the center of the attention to everything is Malay. And then the one that didn't do jack shit and then get most of the benefit, the Orang Asli, also known as the native Malaysians. Have you seen a Native American? Like I say again, Malaysia, oddly enough, are very mirrored American. And then there's a lot more other like minority like ethnicity like mixed into it. Especially now we have more, not like now, it's like especially like the part like we have West Malaysia and then like East Malaysia. East Malaysia have like Sarawakian and then like Sarawakian and Sabahan, and then like there's like the people who is like Kadazan and this and that, yeah, that stuff. So many other like different race mixed into one big pile of bowl. We are literally extra, like America plus extra, okay? Asia American extra. We are the true America on the Asia side. I know this sounds like really fucking dumb, but if you see it in that perspective, now you kind of see it right. If you look closely in the culture, it's like something that behaved that what America should behave like, but somehow they didn't. And then Malaysia somehow functioning way more like what people would view American as than how American it is now. Yeah, this our both like our government system is kind of I can't say too much, okay? This is still Asia country, this is not America. That's the only part of the difference. But yeah, generally, it's actually a pretty fine place. It might surprise you if you go and check out like what Malaysia is. Like recently, there's quite a lot of the video and stuff. Like people travel to Malaysia and then like witness. Especially on the American side and the European side, they come and visit Malaysia and then they realize that, holy fucking shit, this is... I thought they're living on 3! Like that level. Yes, even nowadays, there's still people that don't know where the fuck Malaysia is, and then when they search about Malaysia, they'll be like, wait a minute, I thought they're fucking living on trees. I don't know where the living on trees part like come from, actually. Like, why do you guys even like think like we lived on trees? I know the misconceptions has already been dismissed at this point, but still, back in the days when I was young, wee little kid, yeah, I know that fact that every Westerner country always think Malaysia people live on fucking tree like gosh dang Tarzans. Well, not Tarzan like parent. We have longhouse, but those are traditional house. Around that time, we don't even use that thing that much anymore. Like almost like it's just like some really super fucking rural village that still have it. But generally, we are already quite very modernized around that time. And then right now, you can just take a take a pictures, go Google and find pictures of Malaysians, you would think about it. Is this even like a country that people would think would live on a fucking tree? Obviously, no. We are a little bit what we call playing catch up, always playing catch up, but in some sense, very American. This is like the funniest thing in the world because like Malaysia is still like a Muslim country too. Let me take a look. Usually when I stream, I cut off from the world, so let me reconnect it with the world a little bit. Okay, nothing much to update. But it is dinner time for me, so I will just take a little bit of break and go to have dinner. If you guys stay especially good kings, it's night time for you. You should go to sleep, okay? As anyone who managed to drop by in, I'm sorry about that. I'm just about to go to have my lunch break and then come back and start drawing again. Yes, I haven't really started drawing yet. Oh. This is me in a nutshell, okay? I'm not actually a drawing channel. I'm a yapping channel. You got lied to. Okay? I'll be putting this here for you guys to take a look, I guess. Alright, you guys can keep all this stuff on watch, and I'll be going off, eat my dinner, be back soon. Bye bye for those who will drop off the stream, and hello to anyone who wants to watch me later on. Be back soon. And I should like turn off my face. Hold on. Okay. Alright, then I'm back. If you see a person in YouTube that inappropriate pictures and random names on the video, don't reply to inappropriate bot. Don't pin inappropriate bot. Then command blah blah blah. I didn't pin them. Yeah, I already like report that one. That didn't clear them off. Yeah, I already hide the users. Apparently hide a user doesn't really delete everything anymore. Back then, like I hide it, they just immediately delete everything about them. That's weird. Yeah, YouTube has been like getting like a lot more like those kind of bot stuff lately. It's like it's a very like weird things that going on because they have been cracking down on a lot of like well, while I was still here, Butch, like they have been cracking down on lots of like those kind of like CP comment on lots of things like that. And that's the weird stuff about it. It's like they've been able to like it's been like a very long time they can't like do anything about it, and then they start to like you know what again like my brain, sorry, a little bit, still trying to like figure things out. Hold on. Pin this again. Yeah. So again, like they've been able to like do this like completely like annihilating like those kind of comment lately, but for some reason they've been also like annihilating some of my like usual usual chatters kind of like things too, which is like very weird. Oops, not this, wrong thing. Hold on a little bit. Not TTS, this one. Yep. But yeah, after since like they being able to like eliminate those comment, like those pesky like CP comment, those people are starting to invade streamer. Yeah, I rarely actually get those kind of like message a lot, almost like never. So it's actually really weird. I'm starting getting them. It's like, oh, we fail on this front, like, and then the bot start to like go for another door. It's a very weird things that happens. Hold on a little bit. I'm still adjusting some of the things. A little bit of this, a little bit of that. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Once I finish everything, and I'll be back. Alright, I'm back. Few things I have to check. Unlock the Discord. Okay, now people can hear the Discord sound now if anyone drop in. And most of the things should be doing fine now. Oh, the thought things is gone. Oh. I thought it was weird. Like sometimes like the function keep coming in and out is like so gosh dang weird. Um. Okay, focus on this person's. Edit the server profile. No. Row. No. Okay, server thingy. Donothon chat and draw. Okay, let's see who is having a birthday. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Ooh yeah. Okay. Ooh yeah. All right. So far, I got a pick on Hinata. Oops. Hinata, Hinata, Hinata. Ooh, Hinata is going to be a bit hard to draw. Oh yeah, my model is like aft. Oh gosh dang it. Hold on a little bit. Bum ba-dum ba-dum bum ba-dum. Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba. Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba, ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba. Okay. Let's try to pick someone who is independent instead of just like Numi. I think I should draw Numi as a bonus. Usually I just draw 4. Okay. I draw Numi as a bonus, but we still need to pick 2 independent streamers. Okay. Put Numi up. Mm, mm, Volatile Leviathan? The name itself is kind of like quite awesome. Oh, it's a male VTuber too. November 2020? Holy heck. Like, is he still... It's a long time. Wow. Is he still, like, active? He is still active. Wow. Nice, nice, nice.
Bro, why do I hear lava? Oh, I will not hear any comment about. I refuse to hear any comment about what I just said.
All right, all right. Good, good, good. Yeah, as for birthday, I'm much more. No. As for anniversary, I would really want to like be careful. Like, are they still active or not? I do have to check on those kind of things because like it would be really awkward. Someone already retired, and then I'd be happy anniversary. If it's birthday, like people will still get it right. But when you kind of like anniversary when they already retired or graduated, that would be like super fucking awkward. Ooh, I like this style. No, I'm just going to Irumi. Irumi. Holy shit. She have like lots of energy when it comes to like and dislike. Language only Japanese. Okay. Good, 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 good. I got enough material. Let's go ahead and start drawing. Sorry about my current voice. It's not really like good at the moment. I should try to find something that can like cure my throat. It's really annoying at this point. Hold on a little bit. Having a tummy ache. I'll be again. Continue having the break sign, I guess. We'll be back soon, really fast. And I'm back. Again. Sorry there. Tummy ache. Let's remove my Subway Surfer from the vertical screen. I am being ignored. Not here. Not on the stream. I mean, like in Discord. Sadly. Not too many people having like birthday today. You know, I'm just going to Yokini. Actually, I quite like Yokini kind of like design. All right, good. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Oof, why do I feel like my inside is in pain?
Shooting star, got more than a couple of people going mad. I swear they're rooting hard. Tell them I be big in the game like she went and got them breast implants. I said I'm moving too fast, didn't even get to glance. I'm ready to eat up track like I'm seated in a restaurant. If you had swag like mine, you know it's best to flaunt. We on, hating because you want, shining like it's neon, rock like kings of Leon. Shooting stars across the galaxy. Infiltration with my strategy. When I turn up, them amateurs
Sorry, my voice is like slowly running out. I literally stream this long. I chat a little bit way too much. My voice is slowly going out.
Into the night, I raise my hand to the fire, but it's no use, 'cause you can't stop it from shining through. It's true, baby, let the light shine through. If you believe it's true, baby, won't you let the light shine through for you, for you, for you, for you. I live inside my own world of make-believe. Kids screaming in their cradles, profanities. I see the world through ice covered in ink and bleach. Cross out the ones who heard my cries and watched me weep. I love everything. Fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush. Take my spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush. I wanna taste your content, hold your breath and feel the tension. Devils hide behind redemption. Honesty is a one-way gate to hell. I wanna taste consumption, breathe faster to waste oxygen. Hear the children sing aloud. It's music till the wick burns out. Just wanna be carefree lately, yeah. Just kicking up daisies. Got one too many quarters in my pockets. Count 'em like the four-leaf clovers in my locket. Untied laces, yeah. Just tripping on daydreams. Got dirty little lullabies playing on repeat. Might as well just ride around the nursery and count sheep. About to turn it on. About to turn it on. About to turn it on. Turn it on. About to turn it on. About to turn it on. About to turn it on. Turn it on.
Okay. There's some things I need to readjust with the manga perspective. Either it's like this not enough, or like there's too much. there a version that her without a jacket? Ah, found it.
Flow like water, so I'm going mainstream. Yup. I'm going mainstream. Damn. Flow like water, so I'm going mainstream. Woo. I'm going mainstream.
You gotta know I'm all yours. But when I say what's that about, you start slurring your words. Tell me why you have to seem so distant when I'm holding you. Your fingertips are drifting away, and I fucking love how it hurts. Why do I, baby, why do I love the way you always leave me? Why do I, baby, why do I love the touch but never love the feeling? Why do
All right. Everything should be. Again, everything is just a sketch, so like it's not exactly like fully complete artwork. If anyone really want me to do a complete like artwork and stuff, you guys can go to my VGen and then you know have a little bit fun with it, I guess. My VGen, you can order which specific VTuber you want me to draw. A lot more other stuff aside from that, obviously. Ooh, thing is pain right. But ironically, it's not the finger that I draw with. Well, again, I used to use my left hand to draw, but yeah, sometimes like intensive drawing sessions somehow stress my left hand instead. Again, like muscle memories and everything. Today I will do a little bit of like a different way of posting. Basically, I'm doing like what I call a peak compilations. Okay. Okay, I got this one done. Do you guys like it? Yee. I personally loved it. Okay, did her write any character lord? Oh. See in her character bio, check translations, independent VTuber. Feels like her character looks like a hair model artist. Kind of things are going on now. Ooh. Nice art. Any other trait like going on with her characters? Yeah, this is a character with a very good design. There's no specific theme going on there. It's just a cyberpunk demon. Yeah, because I don't really have like too much time, I would just use this method to kind of like, you know.
That's the
Call me Deposing King. Sorry, son of the speak. Might scare the crap out of you guys. I've been silenced for a very long time. Again, my voice is slowly recovering, so yeah.
Just to know what you knew. Restless every time we start locking eyes. Lost control. Oh, it's paradise with honesty, but in the dead of the night. Let the darkness take control. Let the darkness take control. Darkness take control. May the darkness take control. Take me in the smoke, breathe me in and let me go. Sink to your heart to find you. Open up your eyes till you're blinded by the lies, so you can see what you do. Restless every time we start locking eyes. Lost control. Oh, it's paradise with honesty, but in the dead of the night. Teardrops on the floor. The pain is over. Feel the darkness take control.
There's a distance between us. It's getting hard to reach out. Haven't seen you in seasons, but all I hear is your voice. I know my limits. You can break me down, but I'll stay till the finish line. And I've been counting minutes for quite some time now, just to see you again. And I've been counting days to get away, to see you again, see you again. Been fighting ways to get away, to see you again, see you again.
I had to double check. Is it his? Oh, it's his like anniversary.
This empty town, I'm searching for the lost and found. But you don't care, you're unaware. Keep moving like the scars aren't even there. It's in the air, like a blazing flare. Don't stare, cause the flames will burn us. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. I used to kiss your head when you cried for me. Hold your hand while the pain was over. Keep you warm by the roaring sea. You meant the world to me.
It's definitely a little bit much more harder to draw people upside down.
My darling dear, you're never here. When I'm in pain, you hide and disappear. Like shadows in the atmosphere, charting the stratosphere. Yeah. I prayed for you and kept you near, in hopes you'd chase away my fears. I'm on my own, you made it so, and now I'm chasing nightmares through. I used to run with you through the great big leaves, laugh at you when you laugh at me. Hope for us because I believe the home was just you and me. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, I'm gonna do this on my own. No point in blaming you, you did not know. Oh, I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you.
Random VTuber called Rimu. I'm essentially just going like I did say it in your servers. Is basically I just randomly using HoloList. Just go around, randomly pick a VTuber. So if you ask me who are they, I don't know. I really do not know who the fuck are they. I'm not super. I'm not like Superman. I don't have super informations. I just see like who is having a birthday and then like, ooh, cool design, draw. Can you guys stop using such a freaking complex name? Oh gosh, dang it. And I don't think I have space for this. The space I set up. Let's try. Okay. RMU. Y. U. M. E. Okay. I managed. So are you, Shara, are you like interesting to donate to this current like sketching foundations? It's just I'm going to keep on drawing non-stop. Today I already finished this one. And then this one. And then currently you're seeing this one. If you want this to be colored, you can donate to me and then this one will be colored. Okay. One more. And take who is my next victim. Ouya. Or Yuya. Depends. A crow. Ooh, 6,000 YouTube subscriber. Oh, to be honest, I need to go around. Need to get Irumi stuff too. Still got quite lots of things to do. If anyone will appreciate like the work that I've done so far, is like all the art is just giving people for free. So if you guys really want to support me, then yeah, you guys should give me a little bit of you know, sweets that I need to sustain my life. I need some money. I need some moolah. Currently, I'm using the easy way to do this because, again, not at a suitable condition to do too many things. Okay, I need to finish the drawing like really fast, so I kind of like have to use the 3D model. Still a very good thing though. Entire body, let's see. I need like a sitting pose. Somewhat close to being sitting pose. Now I want to animate like, you know, like the very anime sitting pose. Well, I can just manipulate one out, but you know what? I have this thing, why don't I just use it? Sit. Yes, I need something like this. Download. You won't download a car, huh? But I can download the post. And it's taking some time to actually download it. Come on, load, you bastard. Yes. Boop. Aha. Okay, let's see her body. Yep, she's pretty flat. That's good. And her height. I actually don't even need to match the height, to be honest. 1.6-ish. Man, that's a lot. Okay, the head ratio now should be go on bigger size. Not small size, bigger size. Too big! Yep. And the hand should be going up. Okay, you are a little bit too exaggerated, so down you go. Good. Man, it's really hard to reach. Okay, with the joint like this, should be doable. It's doable. It's a little bit too doable, actually. Now, again, the reason I kind of can do this thing properly is because one, I'm cheating, but also second, I kind of like know what I'm doing. Okay. More or less, the reason why I said well, I know what I'm doing because I am a 3D modeler. Okay. I'm a 3D artist. So because of that, surprise, surprise, I actually know how to manipulate 3D model properly to a point that I can just vaguely have like a very nice pose made. Most important thing is actually the camera angle. When it comes to like 3D modeling, it's not like it's going to be hard or easy. Anyone can kind of like do it. The main issues is actually the body and like how are you going to be like, you know, turn this into like a proper post with the right twist of the angle. Like this. Like lots of like minor stuff you kind of like need to like do a little bit adjustment of to kind of like let the things move a little bit more properly. and your thing. So for Clip Studio, the 3D stuff actually does a lot of good. Really depends on your skill too, again. So this is piece 32. I'm gonna draw Ouya. Ouya! Oh, now I know. The name is a play of like the Chinese word of, you know, Chinese word of like crow. This time I'll again, rules of like drawing do not follow 100% of the guideline. Feel the flow. Yes, sometimes it's like 3D stuff is way more like super accurate due to like being 3D. But, okay. You guys have to remember this properly. Okay? Long as it's good for eye is fine. It's your art. Don't have to follow too much. Like this one, you can see like if I draw the face, I intended to do this, I would actually rounded the face way more. Then give her a much more sadder eyes. Doing those a birthday. Good morning. Midori. Well, like you say, you woke up now. You should actually ready to prep for going to work. Wish you luck on your day. the dress is going to be very hard to draw. Oh man. Copy image, no, copy image, open new image.
Lions roaring in the morning sun, searching for a longer day. People feeling like the light has just come. We must never stop the way. Yeah. Birds jumping and I hear my name. Grass green and so alive. Life is happy but it's so insane. We must merely make a start. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, we'll never be alone. Savannah, the beauty of the world. Savannah, let's all take a walk. Savannah. Lion's gonna come. The birds have just begun. We will always take a stand for the people, for the land. Let's go back to when we were young. For the animals we stand. Let's go back to when trees were swung. Kids across the land. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, we'll never be alone. Savannah, the beauty of the world. Savannah, let's all take a walk. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, we'll never be alone. Savannah, the beauty of the world. Savannah, let's all take a walk.
Okay, I did most of the job. It's time to ouya dash YT, okay? BT. Ooh, the next one is going to be who I'm going to draw. Oof. Just keep coughing this way. I might actually like have some severe lung damage at this point. Ooh, do not have enough. Word. Ah. All artists community funded. Whew. Now got some extra space for me to use, and let's see why everyone need like a fucking long word to. Ooh. Ha! Aha! Ooh, my body is breaking apart. Ah! And no more music for some reasons. Oop. I wish there would be more people dropping in and chat with me. But I am actually really tired, so there's lots of things to unpack about that one. Hi there, sweetie. There's like so many things I still haven't finished drawing yet. I still have the Numi one I haven't refinished. But thankfully everything is just like, you know, sketch, so it's much more easier to draw and everything. So yeah. Oh, by the way, how is everyone day? This is like the most common like you know, streamer chat to open a boring conversation. To be honest, is the thing, like when it comes to like doing streaming, I've been streaming for like 10 years at this point. I kind of more or less already like have not got used to, it's more like got bored with like the open chat like that one. So like I would be like, you know, fun fact, something like that would be much more hilarious. But I've been using the fun fact of the day a little bit too much. So I'm slowly and like losing like most of my like fun fact of the day kind of like thingy there. I don't know why I like continuously draw like two Victorian style like like character like design and stuff. I guess I just like Victorian style design, but I don't have the skill to kind of like draw them properly. kind of already like in a many way. Like one of the reason like I'm really concentrate right now is because like I supposed to be finished drawing a long time ago. I finished the stream like a long time ago, but I didn't. The reason is I spent a little bit too much time. May or may not spend a little bit too much time on watching Mugen talking about like Miskiff and stuff. It makes me a little bit like a little bit too invested in such trivial thing. Okay. I still have Numi I haven't drawn yet. Oh my. Should I just skip Numi at this point? To be honest, I really have no idea what I'm drawing. I'm just immediately start drawing. If you guys like kind of like already noticed this part, is like I literally really have no idea what I'm really doing. I just look at it and then I somehow immediately understand, like, you know, my assignment, and then like I just immediately start drawing. I didn't even really like plan this thing out that well. I just see what I see and then I immediately start drawing on it. I don't know what, I felt this piece a little bit on the weirder side because I really did not plan out to draw like this. I just somehow turned this into like a greeting post. Hi there, Madeline. Yeah, accidentally like give this. I accidentally give this like a guy a little bit too much of those kusogaki like energy from the Victorian era. Yeah, shoot. Yeah, you can ask almost anything. Almost. Not everything. I'm not genie. I'm not a. I may be a somewhat of a walking Wikipedia myself, but not really. Klaus. There's no contestant. As animators, Klaus is literally a gosh dang like movie magic. It's a Christmas miracle how it actually become an actual like art or animations. Go and search it. You can watch Klaus, and the first impression you have is like, is this a 3D animations? And then you listen closely to like what the documentary talk about it. No, Klaus is actually not 3D. Klaus is 2D animations. But if you like just take a normal glance at it, you'll be like, no way, it's not a it's a 3D animation. Is it? No way, it's a 2D animation. This thing is a 3D animations. And then like they'll be like, oh no, this thing is 2D. We just shade it like 3D, so convincingly 3D shading that you just think it's 3D. How? Like here's the thing, when it comes to like animations, lighting is really difficult. So having the ability to do a lighting this level, ooh. Yeah, like Klaus is borderline magic in many sense. The tech they use, the dedication they work on, but it's really funny again. Like they don't consider everyone as like the animators. They only consider like people who actually do like the rough animations or like like the keyframe, all those kind of things is like animators. But in reality, like most of the people they have like 1,000 people like working in there, and then like most of them are using like shading, lighting. People who does shading and lighting, and even like the people who doing in between, they aren't even animators actually in reality. So this is why they say like they have like 1,000 of employee like making on this like anime this like movie, but they just say like we have 100 animators because they only have 100 animator plan out different piece of keyframe and setup and everything like that. So like generally the rest of the staff is like doing sound effect, some of the 3D environment stuff, this and that, yeah, this stuff. They aren't even really like called like super animations. It's like really funny. I actually like. Hold on. Let me take a look. Oh. I thought I can like see my kick chat. My kick chat actually have like a bot trying to talk to me. I'd be like, woo. But again, like this is like quite. Yeah, the movie magic they put in like Klaus is just a little bit very impressive. You can literally like I study like the documentary and like the lots of like insider like talk about like the like how Klaus movies made over and over again, because personally I'm also a 3D animator, so I understand like quite a lot of like standpoint like when they explain lots of like 3D stuff. So I more or less understanding quite a lot of like technical stuff they did, like trying to talk about when it comes to 3D thingy. Is actually quite impressive. But again, Home Alone 2 is kind of fine. Home Alone, here's the thing, like, at that point, we might have to call child service, when Home Alone 2 just happened again. Like, how can you, like, so neglectful lost your child twice? And then there's Home Alone 3, Home Alone 4. I mean, like, god dang it, we need to call child service at this point. Whew. Can you turn this thing into 15? The sensitivity stuff. All I need to do is just a random wiggle like this, random landline like this. And with this, now I need a little bit of white. With this, I can finally turn on the brown tone. Blur and Gaussian blurs, and then increase the intensity of the blood, then turn it into glow dodge. Yep, saturation is still the best for this one, and voila. Then all you do is a little bit of usual signatures. Turn this thing on. Ooh. Should I shrink them? No, just keep it like this. Should be good. So hi to everyone and hi chance. Sorry, like it's going to be very hard to see everyone's name in the futures. Like YouTube change it. I can only see the alias thingy. I can't see your channel name. So if your channel name is like called Hiroki, I can't read that. Sadly, you had to find some other way to kind of like show the Hiroki name nowadays. Like they only like show the tag now. That's the sad part of like YouTube being YouTube, you know. So you better, if you want to stick with Hiroki, you should change your handle name now. If someone already use it, maybe like you can, you know. Oh, mine is already everything handle. I don't have an option to switch it to not handle. I think it's like country based. Different country like got like different rules that have been applied. It's like YouTube standard things. I can even show it to you guys. Yeah, see, I'm seeing handle right now. Where was I again? Ah, yes. Time to write my name. This time I'm going to write over here. That's a good spot. Ooh, a little bit too thick. Then let's write a VTubers. Right now, writing VTuber names. His VTuber alias name is going to be. I think to actually make it happen. Go take a look. Bit of this, bit of that. Okay, is called Lolitheft. Yeah, the Lolita kind of like. I do like Victorian like Lolita style. Is really nice. I think my E written like a gosh dang O, so I need to like. Lolite. Ah, Lolite VT. Okay. Whew, this is the 4th image I have made! After spending like so much time watching like Mujin talk shit about some certain people, and then I also talk shit about some certain people for like a straight up 6 hours. If you guys want to see what I've been drawing so far, is here. Can I use next with it? No. So is ta-da. Let's show what I have been drawing. This is the first image. Okay, this is the second one. I didn't color this one. Don't really have lots of time here. How long have I been streaming? Holy shit, 11 hours? Man. And then this one, I feel like really want to color it. And then the last one that you just saw, this one is like, originally I was not going to color him, but I kind of like really enjoy drawing him somehow. So I be like, you know what, it's like a little bit injustice to not color him. So I just draw him like, I don't know why I did the way I draw him like super Kusogaki for some reasons. Yeah, I'm more like spending like 6 hours on like doing like, you know, watch along, and then like, you know, and then like another 6 hours on just drawing. Not 6 hours, more like 5 hours. I did take like in between like this like 11-hour break. You can like take 1 hour out. It's more like me going out, finish my dinner, and then come back to. So yeah. So essentially, I just stream for like 10 hours. Because you aren't verified yet. You have to verify your phone account. You have to go to eligibility. And then there's like, you know, stuff that you have to like unlock and things. You have to go to option to do that. Did I copy paste the name correctly? Oh, it's Eolite, not Lawlight. Okay. I kind of like screw up his name now, so I have to do a little bit. Change. Eolite BT, and I just realized I haven't like colored the teeth yet. So yeah, good thing I haven't really finished yet. So color the teeth, and then Okay, double check everything that I just wrote, and then I can post it. I was going to draw Numi too, but it's already been like 11 hours, so I've been like streaming so gosh dang long. I don't think I should be continue because like I remember YouTube only let you stream 12 hours. It would just turn off itself, so like I don't have time for it sadly. It's not like I don't want to, it's more like I can't. Happy birthday gift, happy anniversary gift, happy birthday gift, happy anniversary gift. All right, 3, 2, 1. What? Wait for what? Did I make typo? I didn't know. Oh, and YouTube people, I think someone actually need like permission from like they get partner and then like they get permission to do 24-hour stream, but even like maximum is just 24-hour stream. So once your 24 hours up, you have to restart the stream and then continue streaming the next 24 hours. Besides, I'm not really going to like stream 24 hours. Who the heck want? Like I don't even want to do 12 hours. I know I have like an uncanny like stamina for this kind of stuff, but yeah. Yeah, I would never do 24-hour stream because I had a friend did it. I'm on different time zones, so I reluctantly go take a nap and then wake up and then help him power through the last few hours. Is really miserable. Do not sleep 24 hours, okay? Like I already say, I am a person that really sensitive to forcing yourself not to sleep, okay? If you can't sleep, I'm still having a little bit like iffy about it. If people just say like I have insomnia, I can't sleep, I'll be like, yeah, but can try though. And for people who choose not to sleep, I'm actually legit angry sometimes. Again, I really have brain damage from lack of sleep. So again, it's like a personal thing, okay? It's not really like a request or anything. I literally force myself to not stream daily just from helping you guys to have a little bit nicer sleeping schedule, okay? Like everyone have that like one unreasonable irritations. For me, my unreasonable irritation is knowing that people choose not to sleep and ruin their life because of that. Are you going to ruin your life because you choose not to sleep or not? May or may not be actual effect, okay? But in my eyes, what I see is a very damaging thing to do to your own life. So again, like, it really depends. Each and every one, like, perspective. Oh, it have a different name. Alright, I need to do a little bit of changing. So 1, 2, 3, 4 doesn't really work. Why? Oh gosh dang it, thinks it's bug or something. Alright. Ooh, I still like losing my voice even I didn't talk that much anymore. Do 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 do. Da 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 da. Whew. Finally, I have finished all my work. I can take a break. I haven't finished my like day ice like long time ago, so like yeah. Either way. As always, guys, thank you very much for dropping by and watch me. And this is my Donothon-Sketchathon. If anyone appreciate all the work that I've been done so far, remember to give me a little bit of like sweet. When I say sweet, I mean money. When I say money, I mean donation. When I say donation, is from here. Ta-da! I have been managed to get to 16% out of my 1,000 goal. So you guys, you give it a push, okay? Give me some help. It's almost the end of this month, so yeah, it's already like close to like 2 weeks left to kind of the end of this month. So like, everyone do some push work for me, okay? A little bit $5, a little bit $2, like anything works. Tend to try not to pay $2 because like by the time it reach me, it's like 50 cents. So yeah, and really depends like how much you guys would willingly to support me. And no, Mute Midori, don't pay anymore. You just bought like your gosh dang like tablet thingy. Don't waste your money. Aside from that, yeah. Another day, another successful stream from Kiray Vakuo, the guy who shall one day conquer the entire streaming scene. What else? By the way, thank you very much for watching, and as always, guys, stay healthy, stay safe. Until next time, stay tuned on the next stream. Bye-bye.